Chapter 506. At 2:30 in the morning, it started to drizzle. Cool wind blew in from the window and the curtains fluttered. Qin Zhe closed the window and left the room quietly. He opened the door to Wang Zijin's room quietly. Wang Zijin was curled up with her back facing the door. She seemed to be asleep. Qin Zhe closed the door and turned up the temperature of the air conditioner. He lifted the quilt and got in. He hugged her and whispered, "Sister Ziwei, are you asleep?" He touched Wang Zijin's butt. It was smooth and bouncy. It felt good to the touch. What happened? Did she not put on her pants properly? Wang Zijin was in a daze. She woke up when Qin Zhe got into bed. Wang Zijin felt bitter. She held back her pee and forced herself to sleep. She did not sleep well. She almost burst into tears when she smelled his familiar scent and a faint smell of tobacco. "Why did you come so late?" "Don't come. We're done." She turned over and hit Qin Zhe's chest with her head. Qin Zhe was caught off guard. They had not seen each other for a few hours, but she acted as if she had been wronged. "I sent you so many messages and called you so many times. Didn't you see it? I typed those words word by word with my chin, you bastard." Wang Zijin's face was covered in tears. "My phone. I left it in the room." She was speechless. If she was not afraid of being seen by Qin Bao, she would have rushed out and beat Qin Zhe up. She would hit him with her feet and make him lick her feet. She was so angry. "What's the use of having you, you fake boyfriend? Don't you know that I'm handcuffed? I have to pee at night. Don't you know that? You only know how to flirt with your sister." "I'm not flirting," Qin Zhe explained weakly. "Don't talk nonsense. Help me pull up my pants and take me to the bathroom." Wang Zijin knocked her head hard against Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe immediately carried her out of the room. The first time it was unfamiliar, the second time it was familiar. The saying was not wrong at all. When he helped Sister Xian take off her pants again, Qin Zhe was already very familiar with it and was very straightforward. Wang Zijin didn't close her eyes shyly, but her face was still a little red. In fact, couples of their age had already bid farewell to their youthful love in school. They had already done what they needed to do. They should talk about houses, cars, weddings, and supporting the elderly. If they felt that they could live on, they should get married. If they were not satisfied with the future, they should break up. The difference between a couple and a husband and wife was actually a certificate. Otherwise, why would people say that this was an era of gunfire? Back in the room, Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time in her life, she felt so relieved to go to the bathroom. He could finally have a good night's sleep. "I won't run tomorrow." She wrapped herself in the quilt and showed her head. "Oh, it's okay." Qin Zhe nodded. The point of running was to keep fit. It was too pretentious to pursue persistence. "Do you want to drink water?" Qin Zhe saw her lips were dry and asked. Wang Zijin was a little hesitant. She didn't drink a drop of water last night, so going to the bathroom was an extravagant hope. Then what if I want to go to the bathroom again? She felt wronged. "I'll accompany you tonight." "Okay, fill it up for me." Wang Zijin gulped down the whole glass of water and burped comfortably. The two lay on the bed. Wang Zijin turned her back to Qin Zhe. After a while she didn't feel sleepy. Qin Zhe didn't feel sleepy either. He held her waist with one hand and lingered on her lower abdomen with the other hand. "Move back a little," Wang Zijin suddenly said softly. "You're pushing against me." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "Do you feel my stalwart body? After all, we're from 100 Herb Garden to Sanwei Study. No, we're 20,000 miles under the sea." Qin Zhe chuckled. It was normal to have a reaction. After all, he was a salted fish transformed from an eel. If he didn't have a reaction, his sister would panic. Wang Zijin's shyness instantly disappeared. She thought to herself, "Is he crazy? What kind of description is that?" "What about my handcuffs?" Wang Zijin was worried. "Ask the property management for help tomorrow," Qin Zhe said. He didn't know what the handcuffs chains were made of. It seemed to be an alloy that was harder than aluminum but not as hard as steel. No, how embarrassing would that be? Wang Zijin shook her head violently. Her hair slapped Qin Zhe's face. Qin Zhe tilted his head back. "That's true." He pondered and nodded. Imitation handcuffs, everyone knew what it was for. Moreover, it was a beauty like Wang Zijin. Maybe in the future, the property management circle of Royal View Mansion would have another topic to talk about. The resident who lived in room 1802 of Building 9, lost his handcuff key while having a shameful party, haha. He really couldn't afford to lose that person. Moreover, his face was known by all the people in the country. Wouldn't that be a scandal? "Can you break it?" Wang Zijin asked expectantly. I certainly can't break it, Qin said righteously. As he spoke, he did his best to bully Sister Zijin, making her arrogant little ball change into all sorts of different shapes in his palm. Mitsui really had a great awareness. Playing ball was every man's dream. Then what should we do? Wang Zijin said with a crying tone. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll go to the property management to borrow pliers. Qin said. You can't bring anyone up. Wang Zijin said worriedly. Then tell me first, where did the handcuffs come from? You're so annoying. Go to sleep. Wang Zijin felt guilty, so she simply pretended to be unruly. Anyway, being unruly and willful was the patent of girlfriends. It was also great to learn to be a whiny monster occasionally. He knew that this little red guy was not easy to fool. In addition, the box in the cabinet, he would throw it away tomorrow morning. Wang Zijin already had a psychological shadow of this thing. The shadow was as large as the basketball court. She would never accept these things in the future. As a compromise of unruly and willful, she did not oppose Qin's naughty actions. She just twisted a few times when Qin's hand slipped into her pajama pants to protest. Or she twisted a few times to protest when he teased her until her whole body became soft. But the protest effect was minimal. She was bound and could not resist at all. She was like a virgin girl who was taken home by a bully and could only be molested by him. Different from a good girl, Wang Zijin felt quite comfortable. She didn't know how long she was tortured. When Wang Zijin woke up, the sky outside the window was dark. The bedside lamp emitted a dim light. There was still some time before dawn. She woke up because she was tired. Can you imagine sleeping with her hands twisted behind her back? She slept on her side. After a while, her arms were sore and painful from the pressure. She slept while lying down. She couldn't sleep at all. Not only did her hands hurt, but her back was also very uncomfortable. She slept while lying down. Ouch, her neck was broken. Wang Zijin slept for 2 hours in the constantly changing sleeping positions. It was now 4:30 in the morning. She wanted to wake Qin up, but she thought that it was useless for him to wake up. At most, the two of them would suffer together. It was better to let him rest more. Under the dim light of the bedside lamp, Wang Zijin listened to his breathing and stared at Qin's face in a daze. This face was actually not handsome enough to attract people. When she first saw Qin, she didn't think that Qin was handsome, but he was very pleasing to the eye. Later she found that this guy had become more handsome. But Wang Zijin had still seen many men more handsome than Qin. Fortunately, she was not a person who cared about appearances. Otherwise she would not have met him. Even if she met him, he might not be a virgin. Wang Zijin picked men based on her feelings. Whoever she liked and had a compatible personality would slowly ferment and ferment. Just like a jar of old wine, the longer it was, the more fragrant it would be. She was indeed like this for Qin. The longer she spent time with him, the more she loved him. Sometimes, she felt that the strange brother complex of the Yingying monster should have originated from this. Because the Yingying monster was also a person who was deeply in love over time. Wang Zijin was such a proud person, and Qin Baobao was such a heartless person. The two of them could become best friends not just because they were desk mates. It must be because their personalities and ideals were compatible. However, even if they were deeply in love over time, the person they slept with should not be the younger brother. Wang Zijin also had cousins. Wang Zijin felt that it might be because the Yingying monster was too dependent on the younger brother, but she also felt that something was wrong. She had read a book before. The book said that the happiest thing in the world was to be able to see the face of the person you loved before you went to bed and after you woke up. Wang Zijin leaned against Qin's face, resisting the increasingly sore arm. At 5:30 her cell phone alarm rang. According to the normal biological clock, she should have woken up at this time, accompanied Qin out for a run and watched the sun rise. For Wang Zijin at this time, the sound of the alarm was like a savior. She could not help but shed tears of gratitude. Qin frowned. The alarm woke him up. The moment he opened his eyes, he found that Sister Ziwei, who was sharing the bed with him, was staring at him with dim eyes. He was startled. You woke up so early? What do you mean early? I've never slept with you. Wang Zijin sniffled sadly. How can I sleep? I'm in so much pain. I want to die. The number of times Wang Zijin acted coquettishly today was comparable to the total number of times she acted in a week. Qin was very pleased. So he asked with concern, what's wrong? It hurts so much. Let me see. Qin helped her sit up. He scratched his head and touched her arm bone. Last night he slept around 2:30. Now it was 5:30. He was also very sleepy and in a daze. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wang Zijin gasped. Not only was it painful, but it was also numb. It was like squatting in the toilet for too long, and the blood flow in the legs was not smooth. It was a very sour feeling. With the light of the bedside lamp, Qinzhe saw that Wang Zijin's left arm was red and swollen. Then he looked at her frowning with tears in her eyes. His heart ached. He yawned and complained, "Let's see if you will play with this kind of broken thing in the future." She even lied to him that it was a gift from the mall. Who would believe her? Didn't she know that men were very sensitive to this kind of thing? Qinzhe held the chain with both hands. His finger bones exerted force and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. His face also looked ferocious. Crack. With a crisp sound, the chain made of an unknown alloy broke under his monstrous strength. After doing all this, he grabbed Wang Zijin's hand and clamped the handcuffs with both hands. Once again, he gritted his teeth and exerted force silently. The aluminum handcuffs were broken by him with brute force. It was much easier than the chain. After breaking the other handcuffs, Qinzhe let out a long sigh of relief. "It's okay. I'll help you massage your arm. After the blood circulation it will be fine." Qinzhe had just finished speaking when, in his mind, the system suddenly gave him a notification. Ding. From Wang Zijin's distress plus 99,999, Qinzhe, F***CK it's over. His mind instantly cleared up. Chapter 507. It's not good. Qinzhe shivered. Sleepiness made his brain numb and now he was fully awake. In fact, the handcuffs could be broken. When he saw that it was made of aluminum, he knew it in his heart. Why did he lie to Sister Ziwei that he couldn't break it? Of course it was to take advantage of her. Last night he had a great time. Sister Ziwei was held in his arms like a doll, and he could do whatever he wanted. Now it's all exposed. Sister Zian had suffered a lot last night, and she had nowhere to vent her anger and resentment. Now she had suddenly bumped into the muzzle of the gun. Qinzhe panicked in his heart. "Host, you are naughty." The system's voice gloated. "No matter what, we have common interests. Can't you give me a hint?" Qinzhe said, "Besides, what is negative emotion?" "Oh, it's the signature feature of a cheating system." "What system?" "I don't want to talk about it. It reminds me of the unbearable past." "I'm too lazy to ask. Anyway, it's not strange that this low-level guy was scolded by the system every day." Wang Zijin sat on the bed, looked down at the handcuffs that were regarded as scrap, and then looked at Qinzhe. Her eyes were full of gloominess. "I definitely can't break it. I can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about it. If I remember correctly, that's what the little bumpkin replied to me last night. If I'm not mistaken, it was the little bumpkin who broke the chain and the handcuffs with his bare hands just now." Wang Zijin's smile gradually disappeared. Just recalling the torture last night and the burning pain at the moment, she felt that there was a primitive power boiling in her dantian. "I treated you as my boyfriend but you tricked me?" Wang Zijin's current state of mind could be described with the lyrics. "Don't ask the person who loves me the most how deeply he hurt me. The reality is always too cruel." Qinzhe sensed the surging power in Wang Zijin's eyes. He paraphrased a line that was very popular on the internet recently. "At that time the sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from my throat, but in the next second the sword's mistress would chop me into salted fish and minced meat. Ayaya, I didn't know I had such great strength. I can actually break steel with my bare hands. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Sister Ziwei, are you shocked?" Qinzhe displayed his perfect acting skills. But now even his godly acting skills couldn't save him. "Wang Zijin, I feel like my intelligence has been severely insulted." Qinzhe was speechless. "What do I do? I'm done for." Qinzhe said, "This is really a misunderstanding. I didn't expect it to be like this. If I had known that I could crush this thing, I wouldn't have let Sister Ziwei suffer so much." Wang Zijin, "Honest people don't pretend to be bad asterisks." Qinzhe sighed and lowered his head. "Sorry, I was wrong." Wang Zijin took a deep breath. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Qinzhe nodded. In front of Sister Ziwei, it was better not to be mischievous and admit it obediently. It would look better if he died. "So, you still have a lot of opinions about me?" No. If you don't have any opinions about me, is that how you set me up?" Wang Zijin said faintly, "Aze, you will lose me like this." Qinzhe was speechless. "Fine, a real man should be brave enough to admit what he did. Sister Ziwei, I was wrong. Even if you ask me to kneel on the keyboard, I won't refuse." Qinzhe took a step back in order to advance. Wang Zijin touched her chin and nodded slightly. "That's a good idea. Qinzhe, wait for me." Wang Zijin lifted the quilt, got out of bed and went out. A moment later she returned to the room with a keyboard. Qinzhe was dumbfounded. You really want me to kneel on the keyboard? I was just casually saying it. Wang Zijin threw the keyboard beside the bed and said lightly, You can kneel. My hands were so sore last night. You should have a taste. After you kneel we'll move on. I'm very generous and won't fuss over such a small matter. Qinzhe said seriously, I won't kneel. When he didn't have a girlfriend, he often saw a group of men who were more obedient than huskies after being scolded by their girlfriends and wives on the internet. They complained that their wives made them kneel on the keyboard and deducted their pocket money. Qinzhe laughed. How could such a spineless person be a man? He was a disgrace to all the men in the world. How could a man be the head of a family if he didn't follow the rules? A man like Haizhe Wang was a man who wouldn't kneel if he said he wouldn't kneel. A man should have gold under his knees. Besides, he couldn't even be tough in front of Sister Ziwei. How could he control the 72 concubines of the imperial harem? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. You won't kneel? Qinzhe said loudly, No, Sister Ziwei, I'm a man. A man's dignity is inviolable. Don't look at me like a salted fish. I'm actually Haizhe Wang. I'm not salty at all. After a silent confrontation, Wang Zijin, Qinzhe, I'm not being a coward. On the contrary, it's a man's responsibility and manhood. I have to admit my mistakes and stand at attention when I'm beaten. A man should have gold under his knees. Gold isn't worth much. I can buy more than a dozen tons, okay? Wang Zijin said with satisfaction. Good boy, I'll go to sleep first. We'll finish when you wake up. He could hear the resentment in Sister Ziwei's tone. Thinking about it carefully, Sister Ziwei's temper was already very good. After getting along with her for so long, he seemed to have never seen her get angry or throw a tantrum. Last night must have been tough, and she was even tricked by her boyfriend. Another line of lyrics could be used to describe it. You're in the bright sun of the south and it's like spring all year round. I'm in the cold night of the north. Modified version. Qin Baobao woke up at 9 o'clock and stretched lazily in bed, babbling. She only covered her stomach with a thin blanket, leaving her delicate, white feet and slender calves exposed. She picked up her phone to check the time. It was 9 o'clock. Normally she should be on her way to the company. However, she slept late last night and didn't sleep until around 1 o'clock. The little pervert actually didn't wake her up. Qin Baobao logged into the app on her phone to check her and Su Jiao's album sales. From last night until now, Su Jiao had sold nearly 130,000 copies. She also had 120,000 copies. She was a bit disappointed. Qinzhe's words were reasonable. There was still plenty of time in the future, but she, who had always been far ahead in the music industry, felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, Qin Baobao had a big heart and had always been carefree, so she threw this matter aside in the blink of an eye. She took a deep breath on the bed and yawned. She crossed her two long legs and exerted force from her flexible waist, planning to do a beautiful carp flip to get up. But she didn't succeed. After yawing a few times, she realized that it was too difficult for her to do what the little pervert could easily do. It doesn't make sense. Why can't I get up? Is my posture wrong? Qin Baobao scratched her head and stomped out of the room in her small sandals. She opened the door to Qinzhe's room and didn't see the little pervert. The bed was neatly made. The sound of running water came from the toilet. Qin Baobao closed the door and entered the large bathroom to take a look. Wang Zijin was brushing her teeth. Did you just get up? She glanced at Wang Zijin. She was wearing pajamas and her hair was messy, looking like she had just woken up. You didn't go jogging. Look at your dark circles. I couldn't sleep last night, Wang Zijin said calmly. Where's Ace? He went out to buy breakfast. Just as they were talking, Qinzhe came back with breakfast for 3 people in his hands, looking like he was limping. At the dining table, Qin Baobao was chewing on a soup dumpling. Seeing her brother rubbing his knee from time to time, she wondered, What's wrong with you? Qinzhe laughed dryly. Cramp. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Wang Zijin. Qinzhe knelt on the keyboard for the first time in his life. It wasn't long, but he knelt for 3F** king hours. After resting for half an hour on the way, Wang Zijin woke up at 8:30. Qin Baobao freed a hand and rubbed his knee. Does it hurt? Qinzhe sucked in a breath of cold air. It hurts, his sister asked curiously. Why did you have a cramp out of nowhere? Qinzhe, maybe it's a calcium deficiency. Wang Zijin calmly ate breakfast, feeling a little heartache. She regretted it when she saw him limping out to buy breakfast. When did this little bum become so straightforward? Didn't he know how to cut corners? He really knelt down and woke her up. Su Jiao's sales are better than mine. Qin Bao Bao said, I wonder if she can break the daily sales record. Qin Bao Bao's last album sold 110,000 copies from midnight to 9 o'clock the next day. This time it was 120,000 copies, but Su Jiao's 130,000 copies set a new half-day sales record. However, half-day sales weren't counted in the record unless the daily sales record could be broken. Qin Bao Bao's daily sales record was 230,000 copies. Both of you can break the record. It's just a daily sales record. You can break it by spending $1 million or so, Qin Zhe analyzed. Since Dynasty wants to promote Su Jiao, they will still fork out this bit of money. However, if they want to continue, it will cost a few million. That's not very likely. After all, whether they can make money is another matter. They might even lose money. Then should we sell news to expose them? Of course, but the time isn't right yet. Maybe in a few days. Then you can go to Tianfang with me today. I have to go to Baozi today. I don't care. Okay. Wang Zijin said faintly, you haven't come to Purple Crystal for a few days, right? Qin Zhe's scalp went numb. Chapter 508. Save it. Look at your dark circles. Don't go to work. Stay at home and sleep for a while. Qin Bao frowned. Although her tone was not good, she was actually concerned about her best friend. Wang Zijin's complexion was very bad. Not only was she sleep-deprived, but she also looked a little dispirited because of what she had suffered last night. At this moment, when she pressed her arm, it was still aching. Wang Zijin thought it made sense. Qin Bao asked curiously, I stayed up late last night to see album sales, but I didn't look as haggard as you. What did you do? Didn't you go to bed early? Wang Zijin said angrily, one false step brings everlasting sorrow. Qin Bao, wasn't it because of your brother? In order to take advantage of me, he tormented me all night. Qin Zhe coughed. Sister Ziwei, you can sleep for a while. You have nothing to do at the company at noon. Sister and I will go to work first. Wang Zijin snorted. The siblings left together. They took the elevator to the underground parking lot. There were only the two of them in the car. Sister asked suspiciously, what's wrong with Zijin? Are you not feeling well? Qin Zhe said calmly, probably insomnia or Aunt Flo. Sister shook her head. Zijin's Aunt Flo is not today. Jie, you really remember it well. You and Sister Zian really love each other. Ordinary friends won't remember your Aunt Flo for you at all. Even your parents might not remember it for you. If someone remembers your birthday or Aunt Flo, it is definitely true love. If the other party is of the opposite sex, marry her. If the other party is of the same sex, give them your chrysanthemum. You can't go wrong if you listen to me. Qin Zhe said perfunctorily, He promised Sister Ziwei that he would not tell anyone. After all, Sister Ziwei also wanted to save face. Qin Bao frowned slightly and found that things were not simple. I feel that you are hiding something from me. Absolutely not. Definitely. I saw through you when you sucked on your pacifier. *CK, what did you see through me? She sucked so hard. Qin Zhe was speechless. After saying that, the elder sister held her waist and laughed out loud. You flatter me, you flatter me. I have a glib tongue. Lotus blossoming tongue was an innate talent. Elder sister's focus was really weird. Speaking of which, she used to play with my little earthworm when she was young. Every time she pinched it, my mother would slap it away because Qin Zhe would always cry. However, Qin Bao Bao never got tired of it. He would always pinch and flick all kinds of things when his mother was not paying attention. In the photos of the two of them when they were young, there were records of Qin Bao's evil deeds. Leaving the neighborhood at 9:30 in the morning, the road was still very congested. The morning rush hour usually lasted until 10 o'clock. Walking and stopping, it was already 10 o'clock when he arrived at the company. As usual, his sister went into the dance studio to practice. Qin Zhe accompanied her for half an hour before she couldn't take it anymore. She was out of breath. After staying up all night, her stamina had decreased a lot. His sister took a change of clothes to take a shower, and Qin Zhe returned to the office alone. When he passed by a certain office area, he heard a few employees chatting together. Chairman Qin's album is being suppressed by Su Jiao, and he hasn't made a comeback yet. How is Su Jiao so amazing? I bought her album, but the quality is not as good as our Chairman Qin's. It's probably just hype. Think about it, someone who has surpassed Qin Bao Bao's existence. How big of a gimmick is that? If I heard it, I would also buy it. But Chairman Qin vowed to compete with her before. Now that he has been beaten, it's so embarrassing. Yes, it's quite embarrassing. The internet is saying, cough cough. They coughed fiercely to warn others. While gossiping, they didn't forget to keep their eyes and ears open, and they saw Qin Zhe coming over. Qin Zhe's hearing was outstanding, so he had already heard it. He pretended not to hear anything and calmly walked over. He wasn't anxious or impatient. This was Qin Zhe's attitude towards this matter. If his sister's first album was not under Star Arts but under his Tianfeng, Qin Zhe would do everything in his power to boost her sales. Now there was no need for that. Because as of now, Qin Baobao had already reached the peak of her entertainment industry. If she went any higher, she would be hitting Hollywood. Was it easy to make a living in Hollywood? Of course it wasn't easy. After so many years, how many celebrities from China had made a name for themselves in Hollywood? One could count them with one hand. Not to mention China, just in Asia, there weren't many celebrities who could make a name for themselves in Hollywood. Did Asian celebrities not have acting skills? Did they not know English? Did they not have money? Hollywood was more like a self-entertainment venue for Westerners. When they needed to open up the China market, they would invite some big names in the country to play supporting roles. It was a very realistic matter. Qin Zhe really didn't care about Hollywood. Facts had proven that if one could make a fortune in the domestic market without acting skills but with good looks, why bother going to Hollywood? It was so comfortable to make money in China. The pay of the little fresh meats was much higher than that of the Hollywood stars. Back in the office, he smoked a cigarette. Smoking didn't make him feel refreshed and sleepy gradually came over. Qin Zhe went to bed at 2:30 in the morning and woke up at 5:30 in the morning. Then he knelt on the keyboard for 3 hours. His body couldn't take it anymore. You're smoking again. A voice of complaint sounded, and a cold little hand knocked on his head. Qin Zhe opened his eyes and stared at his sister unhappily. Are you very sleepy? His sister looked at him. No, I'm not tired at all. Qin Zhe was surprised. Sister Ziwei was tired like a dead dog, but he couldn't be tired like a dead dog. Otherwise, with his sister's smart brain, she would easily think of something. Nonsense, you're so tired that you're dozing off. Didn't I help you look at the album yesterday? After you fell asleep, I continued for a long time. There was a knock on the door, interrupting the conversation between the siblings. Come in. Qin Baobao turned her head and yelled. Li Yanhong pushed the door open and came in with a notebook in her arms. As soon as she saw them, she was burning with impatience. Baobao, your album still hasn't surpassed Su Jiao's. This is making me worried to death. Qin Baobao, oh got it. Qin Zhe didn't pay attention to her at all. Li Yanhong complained, why aren't you guys worried at all? Only I, the emperor, am not worried. Qin Baobao wittily said, it's Mama. Li Yanhong, she placed the notebook in front of Qin Baobao and said with a burning expression, look at the comments online. They're all talking about this matter. Su Jiao is going to rise. Su Jiao is really awesome. Qin Baobao's legend has been shattered. Are you angry? Tell me, are you angry? Qin Baobao, I'm not angry. It's not like we've made any less money. Li Yanhong. Little ancestor, you're not angry, but I'm angry. This is a blow to your reputation. You're an invincible legend in the music industry. Now that you've been shattered, your image will be greatly affected. Qin Baobao ignored her and leaned over to look at the comments. Li Yanhong showed her the album comments. Su Jiao's fans were extremely arrogant, bragging all the way to Qin Baobao's album. The most common sentence was, the legend has been shattered. I'm here to leave a message. There were a series of dozens and hundreds of such comments. This was still considered good. Those who stirred up trouble directly mocked and ridiculed in the comments. I got a shock when I saw the sales volume this morning. It turns out that Qin Baobao is only like this. My Su Jiao is still the best. 666, this is the rhythm of AF * King Rise. I was blown over by the news online. You were so arrogant a while ago. Now you have nothing to say, right? There were many comments like this and they were all fancy taunts. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe's fans were not to be outdone. They also ran to the comments section of Su Jiao's album to flame people and engage in a war of words. It was very lively. There's also Weibo. Take a look. Li Yanhong switched to the Weibo page. She clicked on Qin Baobao's Weibo. The comments were more or less the same. There were Su Jiao's fans and onlookers. They were probably happy to see Qin Baobao get KO'd. Because this matter had blown up, Qin Baobao took the initiative to challenge herself. For this reason, she specially changed the album's release date. And Qin Baobao was very famous in the music industry. Her album was suppressed by someone else, so the gimmick was very big. Today's trending topic was Qin Baobao and Su Jiao's albums. Those who followed the entertainment news and downloaded many information and video apps on their phones received many articles at the same time this morning. There were all kinds of articles. Qin Baobao's album fails. Su Jiao's sudden rise. The myth of the album shatters. Qin Baobao's Weibo post that she wants to delete the most. Onlookers didn't mind the matter blowing up. For the sake of traffic, there were all kinds of exaggerated titles. But the topic was indeed very popular. There were many netizens' comments below these articles. Some were happy to see it, some were angry, some were just here to watch the show, and some questioned Su Jiao's album. Look at this. Li Yanhong clicked on Su Jiao's Weibo again and showed her the netizens' comments. The internet says that Su Jiao is boosting sales, right? The netizens' comments were like this. I'm a Qin Bao fan. I came here today purely because I can't stand some people's disgusting behavior of boosting sales. I bought both albums so it's very easy to compare the quality. Other things aside, Qin Zhe's Dusk has already completely crushed Su Jiao. You dare say that you didn't boost sales? Anyone with a discerning eye knows that you did boost sales, hehe. I don't believe that you can keep boosting sales. Doesn't everyone know your level? This was an approving reply. A disapproving reply, scram smear. Where did these trolls come from? They were hired by Qin Bao, right? Can't afford to lose? Do you have the final say on whether an album is good or bad? The market will decide, time will prove everything. Qin Bao smiled and said, there are many discerning eyes. Li Yanhong clapped her hands. I told you, why don't we boost sales too and suppress her? Qin Bao rolled her eyes and said, you can ask my grandpa about this, I'll listen to him. Li Yanhong immediately looked at Qin Zhe. As long as Qin Bao didn't say, you can ask my husband about this, Li Yanhong could adapt to all forms of address. There was no other reason other than the familiarity. Do you think boosting sales is worth it? Qin Zhe glanced at her. My sister just debuted, does she need to rely on boosting sales to increase her popularity? Legends in the music industry are all empty. The more you care about these things, the easier it is to have a mental breakdown. Have you ever seen a legend in the entertainment industry? Then what do you get in exchange for spending millions on boosting sales? Is it equivalent to benefits? I don't like royal entertainment. If they're willing to continue burning money, I can't ask for anything more. It's worth it to sacrifice a bit of reputation and swindle them. In the end, we've earned quite a bit of money. Li Yanhong was unconvinced and argued, but this is a blow to Bao Bao's reputation. Celebrities rely on their reputation. Chapter 509. Qin Zhe put a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Li Yanhong disdainfully, creating the aura of a big boss looking down on a little newbie. Stop smoking. His sister took the cigarette and flicked his head. Qin Zhe coughed and sat up straight to restore the damaged aura. He said lightly, do you think that Qin Bao's reputation will plummet because of this incident? Or face the danger of never recovering? Li Yanhong was about to speak when she met Qin Zhe's burning gaze. She said embarrassedly, the impact is still very big, but it won't be a total loss. The impact is only temporary. It's not worth spending money to buy sales. Qin Zhe said. Li Yanhong wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Zhe waved his hand. Okay, go and call the manager of the PR department. Li Yanhong left obediently. Qin Zhe took the cigarette back from his sister and said angrily, your agent's professional level is too low, and her taste is also bad. She cares too much about fame and can't see deeper things. Find another one. Do you think everyone is like you? You're a big boss. How can her taste compare to yours? Qin Baobao looked at her brother and said, no, I'm used to it. Besides, I'm the boss now. An agent is not very useful. Li Yanhong recently took a group of newbies. She said that one of them has a lot of potential and wants me to meet her. If possible, she hopes that the company can put in some effort to cultivate her. She was the boss now and the whole company was serving her. The existence of an agent was indeed not important. Qin Zhe asked, which newbie? Feng Rui? Feng Rui, this little bee asterisk TCH has been very low-key recently. My movie made her famous, but she didn't even come to offer me a cup of tea. Qin Baobao said, no, let's talk about it another day. I'll take a look first. After a while, the manager of the PR department knocked on the door and came in. A half-bald middle-aged man, not fat, but thin and tall, respectfully greeted the two Qins. Qin Zhe was reading the comments on the internet. He didn't even raise his head. Sister, what do you think? Qin Baobao smiled and politely led him to his seat. Manager Zhu, have you seen the competition for albums on the internet? Manager Zhu nodded. Qin Zhe glanced at him. He did not remember the name of this public relations manager. Qinzhe had 3 companies. All the managers added up to more than 10 people. He was only familiar with the manager of Baoza Investments. He did not have much contact with Tianfang and Purple Crystal. Everyone in the circle knows that Royal Entertainment Company is trying to boost album sales. You can contact the Internet Water Army to expose this matter. You don't have to cover the whole world. Just show up occasionally. In a few days when the time is right you can publicize it. Qin Bao crossed her legs and crossed her hands, looking dignified and dignified. Understood. Manager Zhu said. Qin Bao discussed some details with him. After he left, Qinzhe said gloomily, "Aren't you quite capable yourself? Do you still need me to accompany you?" Qin Bao played dumb. How can I be capable? Sister is not capable at all. You're just talking nonsense. Qinzhe was speechless. Not capable? What's the use of having you? Throw you away. Anyway, there's nothing else. I still have something to do at Baoza. I'll go over first? Qinzhe looked at his sister. His sister's face darkened. If I don't agree, you won't go? Qinzhe said righteously, if sister says no, I won't go. His sister smiled. You're not allowed to go. Qinzhe was speechless. You don't see the big picture at all. She blinked her innocent eyes. You said it yourself. If I say no, you won't go. Qinzhe said, no, uncle is going to Baoza this afternoon. Qin Bao frowned. A nominal position with plenty of money but no real power? That's good. Save him the trouble. But remember to inform the company's manager. Don't let him swindle the money away and squander it everywhere. Qinzhe said, Uncle really wants to do something, so I'm going to give him a position with real power. Qin Bao asked, what position? Qinzhe said, go out and find a factory for me. I'll let him go wherever he wants. Qin Bao asked, are you sure you're not setting him up? Qinzhe said, no. Why would I? Qin Bao said, then go. Qinzhe contacted his uncle this morning and asked him to wait for him at Baoza at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. However, Su Guang came an hour earlier and did not inform Qinzhe. This guy directly told the receptionist that he was Qinzhe's uncle. His tone was even more domineering than, my father is Li Gang. The receptionist was stunned and did not let her in. She did not have Qinzhe's phone number, so she could only call Su Yu's assistant for instructions. While she was on the phone, she secretly peeked at the handsome uncle. If she looked closely, she would find that his facial features were somewhat similar to Qin Bao's. For example, his lips were thin and beautiful. Of course, the most beautiful part of his facial features was his eyes. The corners of his eyes were long. Qin Bao's eyes were like this. They were very charming, but in a man's eyes they were very charming. The receptionist's little heart thumped twice. Soon Suyu came out. This morning, Suyu did not see Qinzhe coming over, so she called him and urged him. He said that he would flip her cards 3 times a week. Qinzhe said that Tianfang had something to deal with and told her that his uncle would come over at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He would come together at that time. Suyu walked over in high heels and was almost at the same height as Su Guang. Seeing the legendary uncle, she did not have much joy because she knew what kind of person Su Guang was from Qinzhe. He was a little stunning. Not only would men be stunned when they saw a beautiful woman, but women would also be stunned when they saw a handsome man. Su Guang was such a handsome man that stunned women. In the past, Qinzhe had thought about dressing up his uncle. He would wear a leather coat, comb his oily hair, grow a black beard, and wear a pair of small leather boots to walk on the tea stage. It would definitely cause the young women to scream. Hello, uncle. Suyu took the initiative to shake hands. She had to be polite. After all, he was her man's uncle, so he was also her uncle. Uncle? Su Guang smiled and shook hands with Suyu. You are. This girl was not bad looking. She was not worse than his niece. She was tall and had a cold temperament. Suyu did not answer. She led him to the office. When there was no one around, she smiled and introduced herself. I'm Aza's girlfriend. You're Wang Zijin? My name is Suyu. Who is Wang Zijin? I've never heard of it. Su Guang was stunned for a moment. He looked at Suyu carefully. Wasn't Aza's girlfriend Wang Zijin? Did she think that he was only good-looking but not smart? The reason why he knew that Qinzhe's girlfriend was Wang Zijin was because his sister had told him. His uncle's sister was not Qinzhe's sister. Qin Ma went home to visit her old mother some time ago. Her grandmother did not care much about her granddaughter, but she was worried sick about her grandson. She thought that her grandson would be 24 after the new year. How could he not be in a relationship at 24? In their era, at 24, children could climb trees to fish for eggs and go underwater to catch fish and shrimp. She took her daughter's hand and said earnestly and worriedly. Su Guang said that Ace was now a big boss and there was no shortage of women around him. After that, he was slapped by his old mother. Do you think Ace is a bad seed like you? Her grandmother scolded him like this. After all, Qin Zhe had been sensible and obedient since he was a child. Her grandparents had a psychological shadow because of their son. They were very dissatisfied with Qin Bao, who liked to play around and make trouble with her younger brother. In addition, Qin Bao looked cute and somewhat like his uncle. They hated the house and its crow. And they loved Qin Zhe, who was well-behaved, docile and sensible. Who gave birth to this bad seed? Su Guang was not convinced. His old mother gave him another slap. Qin Ma said that Ace had a girlfriend called Wang Zijin. In this way, Su Guang knew about Wang Zijin. His uncle came in person and certainly couldn't let him wait in the conference room. Suyu took him into the office and made tea. Suyu? Are you from the company? I'm the vice president and Ace's secretary. Su Guang nodded secretly. Mom, I'll take you to see another day. Your good grandson also plays the secretary game. Su Guang drank a few mouthfuls of tea and chatted with Suyu. After about 10 minutes he couldn't sit still. He came here in advance, of course, not to drink tea and chat with Suyu. Can I look around? Okay, I'll show you around, Suyu said. Su Guang nodded and followed her out of the office. He thought that Ace would definitely let him work in this company. As the uncle of the big boss, his position couldn't be low, right? How was the company's strength? How was the environment? Was there any messy intrigue? Were there any restless traders? He had to check it out. His uncle had seen a lot of patterns in online novels where one entered a big company through connections and was looked down upon by all kinds of people, and then shocked everyone with wisdom and courage. Recently, when he was idle at home, he read all kinds of books. He also read a lot of serious marketing literature. There was a saying that was very good. I don't need money, I just need a platform. Give me a platform. Beat the pony and call it daddy. Chapter 510. If Su Guang had read more web novels, he would have understood that he lacked a chance to be reborn, or perhaps he lacked a heaven-defying system. He followed behind Suyu. His attention was not at all on the wonderful buttocks wrapped in the front skirt, but looking around. In elementary school it was like Granny Lu entering the city. In contrast, Su Guang turned a blind eye to Suyu's increasingly plump buttocks. Over the years he wandered around, went to Macau to seek wealth, gambled on stones, scouted antiques, fried pu-er and Tibetan mastiff, and also fried orchids at sky-high prices. He lost and earned, but in the end he lost. At first, Su Yao had spent close to 10 million yuan on him for the sake of their friendship in the past. Later, seeing that he couldn't support the wall, he gave up. In fact, Su Guang knew that Su Yao was not only looking at the past. He wanted Su Guang to act as a lobbyist. His sister has loved him since he was a child. But no matter how Su Yao hinted, Su Guang pretended to be stupid. He didn't say a word about what he should say. Su Guang didn't run in vain these years. At least his eyesight was trained. People have temperament and the company has it. In the past few days, he has been in contact with local tyrants and businessmen. Those big bosses like to visit the companies of their partners. Because they go in and walk around, they know the spirit of the company. Their eyes are sharp and they can even see the potential of the company. Just now in the office, Su Guang looked around without leaving a trace. There were a lot of books and documents on the desk, but it was not messy. The sofa was clean and there was no smell. The tea tray was brand new. At this time, looking at the employees' office area, it was much more messy. Along the way there was no sign of people secretly playing games or chatting. The employees were all immersed in their work. The male employees in white shirts were making phone calls and looking at the index without any distractions. The female employees in high heels were walking around with documents in their hands. The company was thriving. Just like a vigorous teenager, stepping forward to meet a new future. He said in his heart, I lost to the little red guy. In those days, if I had the ability to manage and operate such a company, I wouldn't have lived like a loser dog. When Yaya graduates in the future, I will let her come to the company to gain experience. She will be a secretary for her cousin. Su Guang suddenly glanced at Suyu. Forget it, I will not be a secretary. I will start from the bottom. Passing by Li Linfeng's office, the door was open. He was sitting inside, drinking tea and smoking, looking very relaxed. It was just lunch break, so there wasn't much to do. He could enjoy a leisurely afternoon. He had been in Baoza for more than half a year, and it was better than any other organization or company he had worked in before. President Qin was willing to give him more power, and he had approved the funds without hesitation. Li Linfeng did not disappoint Qin Zhe and Suyu, and the profits were good. As for Li Linfeng himself, he had bought another apartment in Shanghai within half a year. It was located near the CBD and cost 68,000 yuan per square meter. It was an 80 square meter apartment. That's right, full price. When he was in Julie, he did not mix well. It was Su Yu and Qin Zhe who poached him. Li Linfeng had always been touched by the sentiment of, a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. President Su, come in and have a cup of tea. Li Linfeng quickly put out the cigarette. Su Yu nodded and took Su Guang in. Before Su Yu spoke, Li Linfeng greeted Su Guang first. Hello, how should I address you? Surname Su. President Su, please sit down. Li Linfeng thought that this man should be a business partner who came to visit the company. Such people were common and he had received a lot of them. Su Guang felt that the other party knew his identity just like Su Yu. It seemed that he was really going to work in Baoza Investment and he was a president. The introduction of the two sides was completed. Manager Li, the company starts work at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, right? Su Guang said. Yes. Li Linfeng nodded, wondering why he asked this. According to normal logic, the other party should test the company's business, performance or something. Or talk about some things in the industry and start a conversation. You're quite free. Su Guang laughed. It's okay. Li Linfeng also laughed. Work hard and strive to contribute to the company. After all, you can't mistreat the trust of your superiors. Li Linfeng was stunned. What did he mean? The tone of a superior comforting a subordinate. I don't know where President Su works. Li Linfeng smiled awkwardly. Me? Here. Su Guang said. Li Linfeng? Are you new? Li Linfeng was even more embarrassed. Sort of. Su Guang drank tea. I'm Qin Zhe's uncle. Li Linfeng. Su Yu had been silent. She was texting Qin Zhe with her head down, urging him to come over and flirting with him. Su Yu, your uncle is so stupid. Qin Zhe, he's not stupid, he's a jerk. He's not very reliable. Su Yu, I feel it, he's the same as Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe, don't let my sister know this, she will hit you. Su Yu, am I afraid of her? She completely forgot that when she was on the set, she was held by Qin Bao Bao by the shoulder and put to the ground effortlessly. He was veritable trash. He was even worse than dregs. Then, Su Yu led him to see several other managers, and the conversation was generally like this. After greeting, Su Guang, work hard, you must live up to the expectations of your superiors. Managers, who are you? Su Guang, I'm Qin Zhe's uncle. It doesn't matter at all. We will be colleagues in the future. Managers, Su Yu wanted to know what position Qin Zhe was going to arrange for his uncle. Su Guang was a relative. There was no doubt about this. Qin Zhe personally brought him here, which would damage Boss Qin's dignified image, and the managers would criticize him in their hearts. So Su Yu did this for Qin Zhe, bringing Su Guang to visit the dock, and familiarize himself with the company's senior managers. It took some time for Qin Zhe to rush over, so Su Yu took Su Guang back to the office. Because she knew what kind of person her uncle was and the Su family's unbearable past, Su Yu didn't ask Su Guang about the past. Qin Zhe told her everything, just like a husband who often complains to his wife about some trivial things about his relatives and friends. Su Yu listened with great interest. It seems that such a word is not appropriate, but she listened very attentively. If you like someone, you can't help but want to know everything about him, his joys and sorrows, his circle of friends, his story, his childhood. Of course, the most important thing is to explore his depth, or to estimate his length, which is human nature. The attitude a man shows to his parents and friends will affect his wife's attitude to a certain extent. Su Yu doesn't like Su Guang very much. She thinks he is a bastard, causing such a big financial burden to Qin Zhe's family. Su Yu respects the old man, mostly because of Qin Zhe's influence. Not to mention the past, her uncle didn't understand work, so Su Yu said, "Uncle, you are so handsome." Her uncle's whole body, probably only this skin bag is worth praising. Su Guang also likes Su Yu to praise him like this. After all, there are not many shining points on his body, and his good looks are praised the most. It's mainly because your grandmother is beautiful. When she was young, she was much better looking than the current stars. Su Guang said, however, it's useless for a man to be handsome. It mainly depends on his ability. You see, Ace is very ordinary, but he is capable. But he is coquettish. Su Yu added in her heart. Not only is he full of coquettish words, but he is also coquettish. Qin Zhe is not ordinary, he is very handsome. Su Yu retorted with a smile. Su Guang waved his hand and said in a tone of experience, "Hey, he is the worst looking in our family. He has been dull since he was a child, like an ugly duckling. But who would have thought that one day the ugly duckling would become a white swan? If it weren't for the last sentence, Suyu would have spat on the spot. You are the ugly duckling, your whole family is ugly duckling. It's okay to say that he is not handsome, but to slander him as an ugly duckling, it's unbearable. In fact, Su Guang really didn't slander him. What he said was true. Qin Zhe is an ugly duckling, which is a fact highly recognized by relatives and friends. They visit relatives during the holidays. The elder sister showed her charm when she was 10 years old. She was beautiful. The younger brother has a round face, ordinary facial features, and there is no temperament that can make people's eyes shine. He is the worst looking in the whole family. That's right. When the old man was young, he was a handsome man, although the handsome was not very obvious. Qin Ma is naturally a beautiful girl from a humble family. Before Qin Zhe was born, the title of the worst looking in the family was borne by Qin Ma. As soon as Qin Zhe was born, it was handed over to Qin Zhe. In fact, Qin Ma looks like Qin Zhe's grandfather who passed away many years ago. If Qin Ma looks like her grandmother, her elder sister is unbelievably beautiful. Suyu said, Qin Bao Bao looks like my uncle. They are both very beautiful. Qin Bao Bao looks like his uncle at most. Su Guang was happy, the nephew looks like the uncle. When Suyu heard it, he said gloomily, but Qin Zhe and my uncle don't look like each other at all. Unexpectedly, Su Guang's face changed greatly. How is it not like? It's just not obvious. Suyu can feel his displeasure and even a little angry. Suyu? I didn't say anything wrong. Chapter 511. Su Guang said seriously, look at my expression and say it again. A's and I don't look alike. Suyu's mouth twitched, quite alike, but the resemblance is not obvious. Is there something wrong with this uncle's brain? If the nephew doesn't look like you, then he doesn't look like you. The nephew is not your son. Is there a need to have such a big reaction? Sure enough, the offline uncle has a different way of thinking from ordinary people. Su Guang laughed with satisfaction. Everyone says so, haha, let's not talk about this. How much money does your Baoza have now? Not running water. Suyu did not hide. The funds in the company's account are about 80 billion. These are naturally not the company's assets, but the funds for the company's operations, the funds absorbed from customers, and the sum of several funds. Su Guang's eyes lit up. Uncle, I am very experienced in stone gambling. Is the company interested in withdrawing a part of the funds to invest in the stone gambling industry? Suyu glanced at him. Uncle, the company's investment projects can only be established after careful research and inspection. Su Guang said, know how to be flexible. Suyu smiled, picked up the teacup and drank tea by himself. This was a bit embarrassing. The other party obviously ignored him. Fortunately, Su Guang was thick-skinned and made jokes. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Zhe pushed open the office door and came in. Suyu immediately raised a bright smile. Qin Zhe came over and sat next to Suyu opposite Su Guang. Uncle, why are you here so early? Su Guang didn't have the arrogance or confidence of an uncle at all. He poured tea for his nephew with a smile on his face. I just came to have a look. Qin Zhe sipped tea. It's okay. I set up the company at the end of last year. At that time, it was just 100 million yuan in funds. Now it has increased hundreds of times. It's not just okay, he's envious. Su Guang was very gratified. The ugly duckling at home has become a phoenix. He, the old white goose with broken wings, should also put on wings and fly again. So, what position is A's going to put, uncle? Su Guang asked expectantly. Suyu took him around the company. Baoza has taken shape, and the business expansion is almost complete. There seems to be no vacant position for him. It can't be the vice president. What about Suyu, the beautiful secretary? Suyu was also curious and wanted to see how Qin Zhe would arrange it. If she followed her idea, she would directly throw her uncle into any department, hang a manager with no job and eat empty salary. Qin Zhe thought for a while and said, Uncle, your position is not with Baoza. Su Guang was taken aback. Suyu also looked at him. Qin Zhe continued, I plan to buy an electronic processing factory, but Suyu and I are in the dark about this business, and we can't trust a professional team to deal with it. Uncle, you must have made a lot of friends after all these years. Why don't you help? This? Su Guang fell silent. After a while, he asked, Then what position am I in? Qin Zhe made up a random excuse. Market Research Manager, Purple Crystal Technologies. Purple Crystal Technology? Yes, Purple Crystal Technology is another company under my management. It's in the internet technology industry. The general manager is Wang Zijin, a good friend of mine, Qin Zhe introduced. Oh, your girlfriend. Su Guang suddenly realized. Qin Zhe spat out a mouthful of tea. Su Guang reacted quickly and dodged. Su Yu quickly pulled out a few tissues and gently wiped his mouth while looking at him with resentment. Qin Zhe, why does everyone know that Wang Zijin is my girlfriend? Didn't I hide it well? Why is my secret always worthless? Just like the fact that I have a sister complex, everyone knows it. Uncle knows it, then what about my sister? Hai Zhe King evolved, salted fish Zhe. Qin Zhe's legs began to soften, and he was panicking. Who told you? Qin Zhe forced himself to ask. Your mother said it, Su Guang said. My mother said it. Qin Zhe burst into tears. Mama, you promised to keep it a secret for me. Are you going to sell me out like this? Oh, I see. Qin Zhe's expression was calm. Let's talk about business first. I will hire a professional team to follow you. You are responsible for the contact, but remember, don't let the team contact the manufacturer in private. I will tell you about the tricks later. He elbowed Su Yu. You log into my network disk. There is a purchase detail in it. Help me print it out and give it to Uncle. Su Yu sat by the computer, logged into Qin Zhe's network disk and printed the document. The nephew and uncle sat on the big sofa a little far away. Su Guang kept winking at Qin Zhe and glanced at Su Yu. It was an expression that all men understood. Qin Zhe glared at him fiercely and wanted to warn him, but thinking of Su Yu not far away, he endured it. There were printers, photocopiers and shredders in the office. Su Yu took a few printed sheets of A4 paper and handed them to Qin Zhe and sat aside. Qin Zhe pushed it to his uncle. The requirements of the processing plant are here. You take it back and have a look. In addition, there are some things that need to be explained verbally. The factory should not be too big, small or medium-sized. We will not invest in the factory that takes the high-end route. We will only buy it. Amethyst needs its own factory to manufacture the core equipment. Other spare parts can be processed by other factories. In fact, the really troublesome confidentiality measures. Once his set of VR equipment is produced, it can barely be regarded as a small step in the long road of VR, but it will definitely attract covetous eyes, especially in China where piracy is rampant. Therefore, he has to apply for patents for some core technologies. There are many troubles waiting for him. This is one of the reasons why Qin Zhe doesn't like to deal with the industry. To paraphrase the style of a certain big boss surnamed Ma, what's yours is mine. What's mine is not yours. After talking for about half an hour, Su Guang was confused by Qin Zhe and left complacently. Uncle, I'll send you. Qin Zhe lifted his feet and followed. Su Guang came by taxi. Qin Zhe certainly can't let him take a taxi back and arrange for the company's driver to send him. A dark blue business car, the driver hasn't come yet, and the nephew and uncle stood by the car. This car will follow you in the future, and it's convenient to go out. Qin Zhe patted the roof of the dark blue business car. Su Guang was overjoyed. There is one more thing to say to Uncle. Qin Zhe said. Just say it, I'll help you. Su Guang patted his chest. It's about Wang Zijin, Qin Zhe said. Uncle, can you keep it a secret for me? Ah. Su Guang looked at him blankly. Why did the girlfriend have to be kept a secret? Shouldn't the very capable secretary who claimed to be the girlfriend keep it a secret? Anyway, don't say it. My dad is very old-fashioned. If he knows, he will definitely scold me. Qin Zhe made up a story. Your dad is not old-fashioned. If your dad is old-fashioned, he wouldn't have forced your mom to get pregnant. Su Guang said angrily. Qin Zhe, okay, I'll change the excuse. Well, actually, Wang Zijin's family doesn't agree with our relationship, so can you keep it a secret? But I don't know her family at all. Why should I keep it a secret? Qin Zhe said angrily, anyway, don't tell anyone. If you tell anyone, we'll break up. Su Guang, is this kid hiding something from me? I think Su Yu is good. The company's manager respects her very much. She doesn't look like a vase. How can she be willing to be your mistress? What mistress? I'm not married. But you have a girlfriend. Are you done? Su Guang muttered, so flirtatious? Could it be hereditary? What did you say? Okay, I'm too lazy to talk about your trivial matters. Su Guang said, I'm experienced in this kind of thing. Qin Zhe was stunned. Experienced? Su Guang. I'm hiding it from you guys. Qin Zhe, oh. At this time the driver came down and took out the key to unlock the car. Qin Zhe helped his uncle open the door and sent him in. After closing the door, both uncle and nephew were relieved. Chapter 5:12. As the saying goes, paper can't wrap fire. On the way back to the company, Qin Zhe's heart was pounding like a deer, hitting him with a hard horn. He was panicking. From Qin Ma's point of view, it was normal for her to tell her mother and brother that her son had a girlfriend. After all, she had to hide it from the two parties, Wang Zijin and Su Yu. If the old man was present, he would refute, "Nonsense, Aza's girlfriend is obviously Su Yu." Fortunately, the old man is not here, otherwise the image I painstakingly built for 24 years would collapse. Qin Zhe had been black-bellied since he was a child. His bad ideas were no less than others, but they were all hidden in his heart. When he saw his elders, parents, and friends, he would put on his signature smile and call them uncle and aunt. This was Qin Zhe's hypocrisy. It was also the survival rule of a little salted fish. He had lost his looks and spirituality. If he didn't have a mouth smeared with honey, wouldn't he be unloved? Sooner or later, his sister would know. It doesn't matter. I'm Hei's king. Hei's king can settle any storm. Everything is not a problem. I can solve it. Well, I can solve it. My charm is beyond my imagination. I have to be confident. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe was suddenly not panicked. When he came to the president's office, he heard a loud voice. "Hi, everyone, I'm Jia Hui. No matter how good the advertisement is, tonight at 8 o'clock sharp. Come if you're a brother." When he pushed the door in, the sound of the advertisement disappeared. Su Yu sat by the coffee table with a laptop in front of her. "This advertisement is not dead yet. What are you looking at?" Qin Zhe said. "There's a lot of news about your sister on the internet. I clicked on it and the advertisement came out." Su Yu said. "A large office with exquisite decoration, a brown leather sofa, a cold beauty in a dress suit. Everything was the treatment of a genius, so I'm long out yen." Qin Zhe brainwashed himself. "Your sister finally fell this time. Ah, I'm so happy." Su Yu plunged into his arms and rubbed her head. "What's there to be happy about? My sister was defeated by an outsider. Are you happy?" Qin Zhe grabbed her little earlobe and pinched it gently. "Why not? Outsiders have nothing to do with me, your sister, I hate it." Su Yu arched in his arms. "He's a pay-to-win player. It's normal to lose," Qin Zhe said. "Brony, young man, look, this is a pay-to-win player. Brother Ma, what's RMB? Young man, I'll send you up for free. Do you want to refresh it?" Su Yu asked. "There's no hurry. Let's wait first," Qin Zhe said. Putting this matter aside, Su Yu said, "Why don't you let your uncle stay in the company? It's good to give him a nominal position. Don't they just want money?" Su Yu has seen through the true face of relatives. Qin Zhe sighed and said, "My uncle is different. He can't stay idle. He's like a ship without oars. He can only wave and wave. If I leave him in the company, he'll quit in a few months at most. Then he'll be disappointed in me and find another job. What he's looking forward to just now is to become one of the most powerful people in the company so that he can manage the company. If Bowser let him manage it, tens of billions won't be enough to lose." Su Yu was speechless. "Why do you care about this kind of uncle? Just give him some money? Don't get me wrong. I'm not the kind of bad daughter-in-law who hates her husband's relatives." Qin Zhe said, "Every family has its own difficulties. Speaking of which, my uncle probably has an obsession to be a boss." "Obsession?" "Well, my grandfather used to do business. He was a small boss and passed the family business to him. In a few years he lost the family fortune. My grandfather died when my uncle failed the most, so he always felt that his father died with grievances. My uncle felt guilty in his heart. I'll set a goal for him and let him do whatever he wants." Su Yu said, "By the way, what is my uncle doing here? Isn't he working for Purple Crystal?" "Bowser has to pay for it. Bowser has the most funds," Qin Zhe said. "Bullshit." Su Yu suddenly straightened up from his arms, like an angry little hen. "I won't give a penny. Want to take money from me again? Don't even think about it. You black-hearted little pervert, you only know how to take my money as your wife's money. Do you think I, Su Yu, am made of mud? Don't make trouble, you're getting more and more disobedient." Qin Zhe patted her little but gently. "I'm not making trouble. Wang Zijin still owes me millions. Why should she take money from me again? Wang Zijin is your girlfriend, am I not? Qin Zhe, has your conscience been eaten by Qin Bao? *CK, metaphorically my sister is you to you. This little teddy, my sister and Wang Zijin are true love, and Su Yu and my sister are true hate." Qin Zhe ignored her little temper and said, "How much is it to buy such a factory? I haven't calculated it. Anyway, I'm too lazy to care about hundreds of millions. You can estimate it for me later." This was the advantage of the internet, entertainment, and finance. There was never a shortage of funds. Industry was not good. The big bosses in industry did not have much liquid capital. For example, a big boss surnamed Wang was said to have personal assets of tens of billions of dollars, but according to his interview, hundreds of millions of cash may not be available at once. Well, the company has 500 million yuan to give you. You're my man. I have no problem. Suyu looked very wronged and stared at him. 500 million yuan and me, you choose one. Fortunately, as long as it was not I choose one with your mother, or I choose one with your sister, Qin Zhe could deal with it easily. Today he started to be proud. Qin Zhe's expression was serious. You are priceless. I choose 500 million yuan. The first half of the sentence made Suyu smile. She rushed over and said in a coquettish tone, Husband, you are the best. She stopped abruptly. The second half of the sentence made her angry and painful. The posture of a swallow returning to the forest changed into a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She bit on Qin Zhe's shoulder and said vaguely, Let's die together. Oh, I'm just kidding. Your tears are coming. Qin Zhe helped Suyu up. Her eyes were red and there was a bag of tears. Suyu sniffed and turned away. I didn't ask you to pay for nothing. I didn't say that the factory was bought. It was under Amethyst. Baozi paid for it and the shares he should have were not small. Don't forget, Baozi is not ours. There is also Sister Man's share. Qin Zhe said. Sister Man's share is also mine. Sister Man said that she would give it to me as a dowry in the future. Suyu smiled through tears. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sister Man also loves you. It seems that my existence is superfluous? If Suyu didn't say it, Qin Zhe almost forgot that Sister Man also had shares. Sister Man's sense of existence was too low. She never intervened in the company's affairs and only received money without speaking. You have such a big reaction. I'm just teasing you. Qin Zhe said angrily. Can you blame me? Who told you to be biased? If you have the ability, ask Wang Zijin to give me back the money. I'm not biased. I'm not good to you. Qin Zhe took out his mobile phone. Okay, I'll get it for you now. He opened the chat software and suddenly stagnated. He leaned back slightly, not letting Suyu see his mobile phone screen, and quickly changed the group notes. Hei's King's Harem Group was changed to Love and Love Group. Since he joined this group, it has been calm. The sisters have never shown up again. Not surprisingly, they must have restarted the war in other groups. My existence is really superfluous. Qin Zhe edited the message. Qingqing Zijin, Sister Ziwei Tianfang needs Zijin in the near future. You can return the millions. Wang Zijin, I don't have money. Get out. Qin Zhe, don't be like this. Blind crying. On the side, Suyu rolled her eyes at him. It's useless. I'll do it. No, I'll do it. If we can talk properly, don't talk nonsense. Qin Zhe grabbed Suyu's mobile phone and put it in his pocket. Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, if you really want to use money, it's only a few million. Be good, be obedient. Qingqing Zijin, well, I'll inform the finance department. Sister Zijin was indeed able to see the big picture. She was both beautiful and intelligent. Sister Zijin was easy to talk to. Crossdresser, well, return my money by the way. Qingqing Zijin, what money? Who owes you money? Crossdresser, Wang Zijin, when you went to the recycling company, you borrowed more than 20 million from me. The bonds have long matured. You still haven't returned the money to me. Qingqing Zijin, oh, I'm busy. You guys talk, I'll leave first. Qin Zhe, Qin Bao, why are you joining in the fun? Old Wang, don't go. Suyu said expressionlessly, sure enough, it's useless. Qin Zhe? Old Ma, young man, you need to recharge. Recharge your ass. Between me and Long Outyen there's a cheat system. Ah, harem group? This is the result of salted fish forcing a harem. The system sneered. Between you and Long Outyen the difference is not the system. Don't slander me. You two are 3 words apart. The system caught Qin Zhe's ridicule in his heart. What 3 words? Qin Zhe asked. Long Outyen. The system said, you're called salted fish Zhe, 3 words apart from Long Outyen. Qin Zhe. Can I still be saved? Qin Zhe said in his heart. You can't be saved. Just wait for death. The system said. Suyu looked at him with her bright eyes. What's wrong with you? All of a sudden, Zhe's face looked disheartened. Qin Zhe shook his head. I need a name change card. Olma, take the money. In the group, Nan Man Pei, who was lurking, suddenly appeared. Lovesick Red Bean. Qin Zhe, I'm very disappointed in your ability to manage the company. I also have shares in Tianfang. If you can't do it, I can send a professional management team over. Qinze, sister man, hurry up. Lovesick red bean. I thought about it. I'm here to seize power. That's exactly what I want. Come quickly. Once you're here, the sister's goal will be the same. Crossdresser, no need, sister man. I can handle the company's affairs. Don't you have shares in Bauza? You can send a management team over. Let me say. Suyu grabbed Qinze's mobile phone. Sister man, you said that Bauza's shares would be my dowry. Lovesick red bean? Crossdresser? Qingqing Zijin? Crossdresser, brother, are you going to marry sister man? Qingqing Zijin, Qinze, I'll give you a chance to withdraw. Qinze, I'm Suyu. My mobile phone was snatched away by him. Lovesick red bean, let's talk about it after you get married. Suyu was stabbed in the heart. Qinze pinched Suyu's face. I'll help you vent your anger. Qinze, sister man, I'm Qinze. Our relationship is so close. Why don't you give me Baoza's shares as my dowry? I have 2 girlfriends. Give me Tianfang's shares too. Crossdresser, two girlfriends? Qingqing Zijin, Qinze, yes, Xiaozua and Xiaoyu. Lovesick red bean, are you making fun of me? Believe it or not, I'll sink you into the Huangpu River. Qinze, I'll sink you 3,000 miles into the water. Chapter 513. Acacia Hongdo, are you so happy to be naughty? Qinze didn't answer but took back his mobile phone with satisfaction with a smug expression on his face. I'm done, call me if you have anything in the future and your husband will help you vent your anger. Suyu? Is this done? Where did you vent your anger? I can't understand it at all. According to Suyu's many days of learning experience, Qinze should be expressionless when she, the heroine, is wronged, but his glass-like light-colored eyes hide anger. Suyu can't imagine what the glass-like light-colored eyes look like, but it's described in the book. Qin, a domineering male protagonist as a Nan Man Pei, although you are little you er's friend, I won't allow you to say that. Qin Bao, domineering male protagonist, Zay. Qin Bao Bao, although you are my sister, my girlfriend is not for you to talk about. Qin, domineering male protagonist, Zay. Wang Zijin, although you are my girlfriend, we are the matchmaker. I love little you er the most. This is Suyu's ideal style. Moreover, in the end, the money was not brought back. So what are you so proud of? I seem to have fallen in love with a salted fish. Suyu puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, it's okay to pay for it, but as for how many shares, I will talk to Wang Zijin myself. Don't interfere. If she doesn't pay back the money, I will deduct it from the acquisition funds myself. Okay, I won't interfere. Qinze said, can I interrupt? Suyu said, deoxyribose is not delicious. Qinze, replenish protein. Suyu smiled sweetly with shallow dimples. I want to replenish blood and calcium. Qinze couldn't meet her requirements and his face was black. Are you so happy to be naughty? The two snuggled on the sofa. Qinze frowned at his sister's album sales, and Suyu looked at his face. Unlike ordinary handsome men, Qinze's face is particularly attractive. With a beautiful fantasy, Suyu stared at his side face. In the future, when they had children, the girl had to be as beautiful as her, the boy had to be as handsome as him, and the boy had to be as capable, talented, and responsible as him. Crossing it out first, he didn't see much of a sense of responsibility at the moment. Fortunately, there was no such thing as nephews looking like aunts. Otherwise, if a daughter or son looked like Qin Bao Bao, how terrible would it be? Looking at a face that resembled Qin Bao Bao every day, Suyu couldn't help but beat the shit out of that person. At the thought of children, Suyu's mood was particularly surging. Hubby. She stretched out her arms and hugged Qinze's neck, her eyes watery. Qinze looked away from the computer screen and turned to look at her. Come to me tonight, you haven't touched me for a long time. Suyu's expression was shy. Forget about it at night. Let's fire the cannons now. I brought the Italian cannons. Qinze reached out and unbuttoned the 2 buttons on Suyu's chest, seeing a touch of white inside and a light blue bra. If it was changed to his sister's big breasts, he could see the deep ravine, but Suyu's was not obvious. In the office? Suyu covered her chest and looked embarrassed. It's not that they haven't driven in the office, but that's after the employees get off work. Now it's office hours. What if the assistant knocks on the door in the middle of the work? At that time, Qinze wants to stop, but she doesn't want to. It's so comfortable every time. Qinze sighed, because this kind of thing can't be done in the morning or evening, it can only be done in the afternoon. Suyu blinked. Why? Qinze said seriously, because something will happen sooner or later. Suyu, are you so happy? Finally they went to the hotel. There was never a shortage of high-end hotels in the CBD area. Qin Zhe's current identity was not suitable for him to take out his ID card to get a room. The room was opened by Suyu. After getting a room, she texted Qin Zhe and told him the room number. Qin Zhe went in wearing a cap and a mask. Suyu was taking off her stockings, and the black silk was rolling down from her white and slender thighs was full of temptation. Qin Zhe was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She felt the danger and immediately jumped away, leaning back against the window, smiling charmingly. "Come and catch me. If you catch me, I'll let you have sex." They ran around the bed and Qin Zhe stopped fiercely. "If I don't play this, I always feel that I'm the silly son of the village chief, or the bully who robs women." Suyu took off her coat, put on a set of sexy underwear and went into the bathroom. In the next few hours, the sound of rain hitting the banana leaves was urgent. The cavalry broke out the sound of swords and spears, and with you they disappeared the worries of eternity. The wind rose and the clouds flew, and Qin Zhe's iron rod could penetrate the intestines. Suyu curled up in the quilt and took a nap. On the contrary, Qin Zhe became braver and more energetic. He took the hotel introduction and menu to-be pencil, and listed some things to pay attention to in the industry on the blank back, including management, operation, confidential technology protection measures, and so on. Then he wrote down his connections in the government. The first one was the Wang family, and the connections that the Wang family extended to the government. Then it was Nanman Pei and the Li family represented by Nanman Pei. The last one was Zhao Taizhu. The help that Zhao Taizhu could give him was dispensable. It didn't matter if he asked him for help on small matters, but when it came to the level of a game involving major interests, Zhao Taizhu couldn't help. He wasn't powerful himself and he wasn't the leader of the Zhao family. For now in Shanghai, Nanman Pei was a good partner. Qin Zhe leaned over to pick up the pants thrown on the ground, took out his mobile phone, and sent a text message, "Sister man, I'll take you to fly." After about 10 minutes, Nanman Pei's reply came late. "Are you itching for a beating?" Qin Zhe, "It's like you can beat me." Nanman Pei, "If you have something to say, get out." Qin Zhe turned Suyu's body, held her in his arms and typed, "I'm going to do high-tech products. Are you interested in investing?" Nanman Pei, "Not interested." Qin Zhe, "There's no way to communicate. I'll send you money." Nanman Pei, "What the hell do you want to do?" Qin Zhe, "I'm not going to do anything to you." The next moment, Nanman Pei called and Qin Zhe answered. Nanman Pei's voice was cold and angry. "Qin Zhe, I'm giving you face." Qin Zhe laughed, "Sister man, I'm just joking. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Your health will be bad." She muttered, "Stingy." Nanman Pei raised her voice, "What did you say?" Qin Zhe, "Nothing, let's talk about business. I'm developing VR equipment. Are you interested in investing?" Nanman Pei was silent for a moment. "It's a thankless task, a waste of time and money, and there may not be a return." The research and development of VR equipment was indeed in an extremely awkward situation. This kind of high-tech product was generally developed by large capital. In terms of scientific research abroad, they were very ingenious and willing to spend and burn money. In the domestic market, craftsmanship was heavy, and they were not willing to spend energy on doing things and doing research. They paid attention to making quick money. They were not even willing to innovate and were keen on imitation and piracy. At present, the good VR equipment on the market was almost all imported from abroad, and domestic research, production, and innovation. Qin Zhe could not explain that he had the support of a low-level system, and he was different from those flirtatious goods outside. Nanman Pei pondered, "How much are you going to invest? How much is the initial investment and how many years can you get back? Send me a research report later." Qin Zhe said, "It's just a few $100 million, no need to go through so much trouble." Nanman Pei said angrily, "Nonsense." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes, "It's up to you." Nanman Pei was silent for a long time. "Okay, I'll give you $100 million. Qin Zhe was stunned by the unexpected answer. Sister man, such an evil capitalist, was so straightforward? There was no satisfactory evaluation report, no negotiation, and no long-winded persuasion. 100 million was given away just like that? It was more like giving money away than an investment, right? Sister man, she's interested in my 18 centimeters? Qin Zhe was going to take some time to persuade her. Qin Zhe, I'll give you 10% of the shares at most, but don't worry, the return will be 10 times or 100 times. In addition, if I encounter trouble, I'll need your help. Nanman Pei sneered, I know you're up to no good. Is Suyu next to you? I want to talk to her. Qin Zhe, she's sleeping. Nanman Pei? Qin Zhe explained, We're in the hotel, you know. Nan Man Pei, what do you know? Come here, I'll kick you to death. Nan Man Pei said in a deep voice, Qinze, I only want 10% of the shares and it doesn't matter even less. I don't care whether your VR equipment has a future or not, but I hope that you can give Suyu all the shares. She told me that Baozi will pay for it, right? Qinze was speechless. So, I really am unnecessary? Nan Man Pei said in a puzzled tone, what do you mean? So, Sister Man, do you really love Suyu? You don't like women, do you? Qinze remembered that on Pei Ziki's birthday, he was lucky enough to enter Nan Man Pei's boudoir. As a single 30-year-old woman, she didn't even have a joy stick, which was unscientific. What a beautiful lily. Fragrant and beautiful branches. Fragrant and white, everyone praises, Qinze, you don't have to worry about Suyu. I'll be good to her, always good to her, and we'll have children. In addition, Suyu is a woman with a very good outlook. She likes to eat tofu but doesn't like to grind tofu. Sister Man, you understand what I mean. Nan Man Pei said coldly, I'll take you to the Huangpu River tonight. The phone was hung up. Under the quilt, Suyu smiled. Chapter 5:14. Qinze hung up the phone and fell asleep with Suyu in his arms. It was already 6:30 when he woke up. Sure enough, sleeping before going to bed helped him sleep. After all, he had just shipped a lot of goods and needed to rely on sleep to replenish his physical strength. Suyu woke up early, huddled in his arms, huddled in the quilt, showing her head and blinking her eyes at him. How long have you been awake? Qinze stretched in the quilt. Almost half an hour. Suyu wrinkled her nose. Are you tired recently? You snore. Of course he was tired. He slept for 3 hours last night and knelt on the keyboard until dawn. He consumed a lot of physical strength. Just now there was a big battle with gunfire. Teddy couldn't bear it. Of course this can't be said to Suyu. Suyu won't let him kneel on the keyboard, but she will call Wang Zijin. At that time there will be gunfire. Don't you know in your heart whether I'm tired or not? Qinze pinched her little buttocks. Go back and learn yoga. Suyu stared. Do you dislike my figure? Qinze shook his head. Your figure is very good, slender and perfect. It's the best I've ever seen. Suyu was satisfied and let go of the hand in the quilt. Qinze arched his buttocks back and snorted, but your hardware is good and the software is bad. You can't do all of our 108 postures. Suyu refused. Who can do all of them, so many and so difficult? Qinze disdained. My sister. Long live the People's Liberation Army. Suyu, Qinze changed the subject. Get up, let's go home. Suyu said coquettishly, kiss me and get up. Qinze kissed her face. She then pointed at her beautiful little mouth. Qinze kissed again. Suyu, oh carrot. Oh, they went into the bathroom to take a bath. Qinze wanted to take a bath together, but he gave up after thinking about it. If he went in, he was afraid that he would be a beast again. When a woman takes off her clothes, men will be aroused, but wearing clothes can also achieve the same effect. Qinze witnessed the whole process of Suyu putting on clothes. She stuck out her small hips and put on the lace underwear. The bra wrapped a pair of snow-white XX. For a beauty like Suyu, it was easy to button the bra from behind. The main point is the stockings. A woman with long and straight legs is a beautiful scenery when she's wearing stockings. The main point is that I can't describe it in detail. Otherwise I could write 3,000 words. Suyu glanced at it and stared back at the crotch cat. He said angrily, is this thing so energetic? How can a 24-year-old boy be so energetic? Qinze urged, why don't we extend it for another 2 hours? Suyu thought about it very seriously and said with a bitter face, no, I can't bear it. He had only heard of heartless landlords but had never seen heartless tenants. He really couldn't eat anymore. Suyu was distressed. During the time when they were fighting, Qinze was holding the wall for a while. Later, slowly, the more he fought, the braver he became, from a fast shooter to a machine gunner. Now Suyu can't bear him. Occasionally he also hopes that he can be a sniper, one shot to the soul, one shot to the end. Do you want to learn yoga? Expand the warehouse and stock up on food. Otherwise, if he hands over the public grain to Wang Zijin's warehouse, he will cry to death. Back to the company to get the bag, Qinze and Suyu entered the underground parking lot and drove away. He didn't want to send Suyu home. They didn't live together. Suyu had to take a taxi to work tomorrow morning. Back home at 7:30 it was dark. Qinze carried the groceries he bought on the way and entered the house. There was a spacious hall, 2 yoga mats and 2 beautiful women. How did Sister Ziwei learn yoga? Qinze was surprised. Could it be that the hearts of lovers are connected? Wang Zijin said, Youth and beauty rely on big tricks to maintain. Qinzhe felt that this was familiar. At this time, Qin Baobao changed her posture, split, with her right foot wrapped around her neck. This posture made her chest look heavier. Wang Zijin followed her, and the split was already very difficult. Her face was red and she tried for a long time, but she couldn't wrap her foot around her neck. Qin Baobao made a disdainful sneer. At this time, Qinzhe decisively carried the groceries into the kitchen. A smart man should know how to seek good luck and avoid evil. If he continued to stay, the fire of war would roll to him. Sure enough, after Wang Zijin was ridiculed, she immediately turned her weak eyes to Qinzhe, but she only saw Qinzhe's back. Qinzhe moved like a snake and avoided Wang Zijin's big trick, Medusa's gaze. After eating, they rested in the living room for a few hours. After Qin Baobao checked Qinzhe's phone, she babbled and said that she was tired and wanted to take a bath. "And run the bath water for me." Wang Zijin ignored her and spread out her hands. Qinzhe obediently handed over his phone and let it be checked a second time. Qin Baobao saw this and glared fiercely at Qinzhe. She swayed her plump butt and went to take a bath. "Sister Ziwei, you're not angry anymore, right?" Qinzhe smiled flatteringly. "It depends on your performance." Wang Zijin browsed through his phone, text messages, app chat, call history, browser history, and so on. It seemed that every woman had this kind of hobby. They liked to check a man's phone, and if they went overboard they could even give a man's phone location. The company recently developed a small software. Wang Zijin smiled dignified. Qinzhe suddenly had a bad feeling. "Well, it's a location software." Wang Zijin said, "It's currently on the shelves and has a good number of downloads. I'll download one for you too. Try it out." "Humph, you obviously want to give me a location. You black-hearted maggot." Qinzhe pretended to be surprised and said, Okay. It's the first time I've used this kind of thing." Wang Zijin nodded with satisfaction. Soon she was done and returned the phone to Qinzhe with satisfaction. Qinzhe smiled. "Sister Ziwei, oh Sister Ziwei, I'm not salted fish Zhe. I'm Hei's king." Hei's king was not afraid of any tricks, but don't forget who the Golden Shield antivirus software was. "Then sleep together tonight?" Qinzhe climbed up the pole. "Oh." Wang Zijin snorted and turned her head away. Maybe it was because she was in a good mood after installing the location software. It was rare to see a proud and coquettish look on her face. "You'll make me sad like this." Qinzhe looked at her and sang, "Because love doesn't make you sad easily, so we can have sex as much as we want." Wang Zijin looked back and sang, "Because love doesn't make you sad easily." She had a nice voice, but she was not good at singing. Her breath was disorderly and awkward. Qinzhe was speechless. "Get lost, you fake girlfriend." "Okay, you want to compete with me in singing? I'm a famous fast shooter after all. Who's afraid of you?" Qinzhe sang, "Come on, let's have fun. There's plenty of time anyway." Wang Zijin was unmoved. She opened her mouth and said, "Because love doesn't make you sad easily." Qinzhe sang again, "In a dream, I did you in a dream." Wang Zijin's expression changed. She said valiantly, the 5-starred red flag fluttering in the wind. Qinzhe was speechless. "You win, I dare not accept this. I lost." Chapter 5:15. Why aren't you singing?" Wang Zijin glanced sideways with a teasing smile on her face. "How about singing a song? I'll sing crabs in the sky, flowers smile at me, for you." Wang Zijin, not convinced. Understood. Qinzhe, I'm convinced. I've lost." Qinzhe cupped his fists and was sincerely convinced. A domineering sister is justice. Qinzhe hated the Japanese the most because they were all Siscon heretics, and heretics that must be eradicated. One day he would gather 3,000 domineering sister cons, trample all over the world, set things right and reshape the glorious path. His sister went to bed after taking a bath today and didn't seem to be in a good mood. Qinzhe asked her and she said she was fine. When taking a bath, Qinzhe looked at his phone. It was worth mentioning that this was his sister's bath water. His sister carefully prepared a bath with dried roses, essential oil, shower gel, and so on. The order: Qin Baobao, Wang Zijin, Qinzhe. The order of the first two occasionally changed, or sometimes they bathed together, but the latter never changed. After all, one bath had to sprinkle half a bag of dried roses. It was too wasteful for everyone to change. In fact, this bathing method was very common in Japan. A family in Japan would take a bath. If a guest came, they would let the guest take a bath first. In Japan's bathing culture, before taking a bath, they would take a shower and wash their bodies. And when taking a bath, they wouldn't rub their bodies, let alone pee in the pool. Qinzhe and his sisters were like this. Qinzhe leaned on the side of the bath and swiped his phone for a while. The public opinion on album sales was still in full swing. After all, it was only the second day. Su Jiao's album sales were above his sister's. The ridicule of the Water Army, fans, and onlookers became more and more intense. No wonder his sister was in a bad mood. Could it be that Royal Entertainment Company is determined to trample on my sister? Stepping on her to get to the top? According to Qinzhe's estimation, Su Jiao's album sales should have dropped slightly at this moment, but they didn't. Instead, they pulled some distance away from Qin Baobao. If this continued, the money spent wouldn't just be a few million. Even if Su Jiao stepped on her sister, she might not be able to reach the second tier. Was it worth it? Qinzhe couldn't figure it out. After taking a bath, he scooped up the flower petals and threw them into the trash can. Then he turned off the water and washed the bathtub clean. That was why he was always at the bottom. He showered for a few more minutes to wash off the foam on his body. Qinzhe sneaked into Wang Zijin's room. I'm going to sleep. I didn't rest well last night. When Qinzhe lifted the quilt and got into bed, Wang Zijin glared at him but did not push him off the bed. In the end, the two of them rolled on the same bed sheet. Wang Zijin said that she didn't want to, but that was a girl's reservedness. In her heart, she was still very willing to be intimate with her boyfriend. Then you have to sleep well. Wang Zijin's hand pressed against her waist. Don't mess around. Okay. Qinzhe nodded. A man's promise was laughable, especially in bed. A few minutes later, Wang Zijin understood this sentence. Don't touch me with your hands. Give it to me. Scram. Wang Zijin glared at him. Under the dim yellow glow of the bedside lamp, her face was as gentle as jade. Although she had only had one boyfriend as an experienced internet user, she was well aware of men's behavior in and out of bed, so she didn't really blame Qinzhe. It would be strange if he was calm and unperturbed on the bed. Moreover, she kept him hanging and maintained her bottom line, so she felt a bit guilty. She let him do whatever he wanted with her. Wang Zijin curled up and endured Qinzhe's blasphemy. An intoxicating blush surfaced on her fair face. Qinzhe couldn't control himself and said in a hoarse voice, I can't take it anymore. Wang Zijin was shocked and resisted silently. Qinzhe didn't force her. He whispered into her ear, Sister, help me. Perhaps it was because she was very nervous at the moment, but she didn't notice the abnormality in Qinzhe's words. No. Wang Zijin said in a trembling voice. You promised not to force me. Don't misunderstand. I won't let you do that. Qinzhe grabbed her hand. I mean this. Wang Zijin retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Her breathing was heavy. Sister Ziwei, you're 26, right? Nonsense, I'm only 25. We in Beijing talk about 1-year-old. Qinzhe, we in Shanghai have little knowledge. Don't lie to me. According to 1-year-old, I'm only 22. I'm still young. That's not the point. You're already 26, but you're still illiterate. Aren't you worried? I'm not worried. Wang Zijin said coquettishly. Is that how you use idioms? We in Beijing have little knowledge. Don't lie to me. The next day, Qin Baobao woke up and found the washing machine turning loudly in the bathroom. Through the glass, she saw the bedsheets being washed. There were 2 sets of pajamas in the basket at the side. Her brother and her best friend were no longer around. They must have gone for a run. Qin Baobao suddenly remembered that her bedsheets hadn't been washed for more than a week. Usually she changed them once a week. Yawning, she went back to her room to take out the bedsheets and blankets and threw them into the bathroom. Even the bedsheets of the intruder have been washed. Why is it that Ace has to wash them all instead of mine? After breakfast, Qinzhe went to Tianfang with his sister. Qin Baobao was beaming with joy. Aren't we going to Purple Crystal today? She sat in the passenger seat and tilted her head. There's something going on in Tianfang, Qinzhe said. He didn't say what it was. The main purpose of going to Purple Crystal was to accompany Wang Zijin. He didn't know much about the internet. Wang Zijin was also an open and above-board sister. She never closed her office door and refused to be intimate in the office. Moreover, after last night's incident, Wang Zijin still hadn't reacted this morning. To her, this was a huge step in her life, second only to turning from a girl to a woman. At this moment, she was probably feeling very awkward. Qinzhe wanted to give her time to adjust and adapt. After reaching Tianfang, Qinzhe called his assistant to inform the manager of the public relations department to come to the president's office. Qinzhe rarely contacted his assistant. The assistant, who had always felt that he might have offended Qin Zhe and was trembling with fear every time he came, anxiously called Manager Zhu of the Public Relations Department. His urgent tone made Manager Zhu think that it was a big deal, so he jogged over. Once he came in, Qin Zhe went straight to the point. Increase the number of paid posters. Do what I told you before in advance. Also, start spamming Qin Bao's album from today onwards, but don't do it too obviously. Contact the marketing accounts on Weibo. The bigger the account, the better. A word from them is more effective than 100 articles written by a trashy editor. Manager Zhu was stunned and nodded. Okay. This plan had been formulated long ago, so there was no need to discuss the details, public relations fees and so on. After he left, Qin Bao was puzzled. Didn't you say you weren't going to boost sales? Qin Zhe said, think about it. If Royal Entertainment is willing to spend money to support Su Jiao for the sake of face, then you'll lose. This time you'll be screwed. Qin Bao bit her lip and sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. Also, didn't you say that it's not a loss to scam them in another way? Qin Zhe said angrily, I can't stand this grievance. Qin Bao, Qin Zhe said, you're wrong. I can't let sister suffer this grievance. Qin Bao's eyes seemed to sparkle. Actually, the suppression of album sales this time had a certain impact on her fame, but her reputation and money were also plentiful. Everyone still praised her for her singing, but she didn't know whether it was the paid posters or haters online, but they kept mocking her with this matter recently, making her very unhappy. Fame and fortune, fame and fortune. The most important thing was fame. No one could see through fame and fortune, not even saints. Saints in the common sense didn't exist. Saints in history indeed cared a lot about fame and fortune. Qin Bao said happily, then how do you plan to operate it? Qin Zhe, don't you already know? Qin Bao, how annoying. I'll pretend to be a fool and you'll pretend to be a man. Aren't you very happy? Qin Zhe thought that it made sense. But I don't need to pretend. I'm a man. Chapter 5:16. 3 days had passed since Su Jiao's and Qin Bao's albums hit the shelves. But the popularity online didn't decrease at all. After all, the gimmick of Qin Bao's myth being shattered was worth watching with relish for a long time. On the day the album hit the shelves, Su Jiao beat Qin Bao. The difference in sales between the two was about 10,000 copies. On the second day the album hit the shelves, Su Jiao still beat Qin Bao. The difference in sales was more than 20,000. On the third day the album hit the shelves, which was today, the difference between the two was 40,000. So far it was 40,000. There were many fans online who were waiting for Qin Bao to reverse the trend, but they anxiously discovered that it had been 3 days. Not only did she not overtake, but she was also gradually drifting away. This was a huge blow to the fans' enthusiasm and confidence. They couldn't help but wonder if Qin Bao's album was really inferior to Su Jiao's. How did this Su Jiao inexplicably rise? Even the arrogance of attacking Weibo and scolding online decreased a lot. In addition, Qin Bao herself basically didn't call for anything on Weibo and other official platforms. The fans felt that they were being too rash and that the other celebrities didn't care. Gradually, the enthusiasm for boosting sales and scolding online decreased. She pulled out so many sales in 3 days. 40,000. An ordinary small-time singer's album probably only sold this much. Qin Bao is powerless to reverse the situation. Look at her Weibo fans. She has a few million more than Su Jiao, but her album sales are also very average. Haha, they're all fake fans. Su Jiao is mighty. Su Jiao's album is the best. It's normal for Qin Bao and Qin Zhe not to talk because this slap in the face is too painful. Netizens' comments were always sharp and mean, and there might even be a water army mixed in. Fans were crazy and brainless. They could start a scolding war over a trivial matter. For example, if 2 female celebrities appeared on the same variety show, and one of them had less screen time, the fans would start a scolding war. If 2 female celebrities joked with each other, the fans would start a scolding war. Celebrities weren't familiar with each other and didn't talk much to each other. In the eyes of the fans, this was a naked declaration of war. Fine, let's fight. That was the general rhythm. Qin Bao had a lot of fans, so he definitely wouldn't allow others to slander his idol. Such scolding wars were everywhere on the internet. Weibo, Cheba, forums, consulting apps, and so on. As long as it was a place where comments could be made, there would be scolding wars. And in these small places, Qin Bao was almost completely victorious. Only on Weibo. Su Jiao's fans seemed to only gather on Weibo. The truth was that the water army made up more than half of them. Qin Bao's album sales were considered normal. Within 3 days, more than 400,000 copies were sold, which was better than the sales of her first digital album. If it weren't for Su Jiao, she would have broken the record again. Although a year had passed, her elder sister's fame couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. At noon on the 4th day, the dance studio. Qin Zhe personally held up a camera. In the camera, his sister's graceful and tall figure danced gracefully, which was pleasing to the eye. In order to shoot this video, Qin Zhe specially learned how to use a camera. After all, he had no experience and had never even used a DSLR before. Little Cabbage, whom he hooked up with in college, once said, "I like a boyfriend who can use a DSLR." That day, Qin Zhe went to his sister to ask for money to buy a DSLR. His sister said with a smile, "DSLR is poor for 3 generations, photography is ruined for a lifetime." Perhaps from then on, his newly acquired Little Cabbage had already been blacklisted by his sister. He had been eating his sister, using her and playing with her for 3 years. Now his wife's money was all controlled by his sister. This was retribution. In order to shoot this video, Qin Baobao also specially bought a dance costume with a high neckline. "Stop, stop, stop." Qin Zhe suddenly called for a stop. His sister's breasts were trembling, which was too unsightly. Qin Baobao stopped and crossed her long and slender legs. She was slim and elegant as she looked over. "You're your omen?" Qin Zhe gestured in front of his chest. Qin Baobao rolled her charming little eyes. Who wears that when wearing a dance costume? The dance costume was very tight, so if one wore an omen, it would immediately be outlined. Not only would it be tacky, but it would also lower the class. "You haven't worn it before?" "Yeah, why didn't I notice?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "Don't you know there's something called a breast patch?" Qin Baobao disdainfully said. "I feel like I'm losing out." Qin Zhe muttered. Qin Baobao giggled. "Then why don't you just not let your sister go out?" "Are you raising me?" "Didn't I raise you?" "I've always been the one raising you," Qin Zhe said. "Good boy, when you have a brother-in-law in the future, I'll let him raise me. You don't need to raise me anymore." Qin Baobao giggled. "What the hell is a brother-in-law?" Qin Zhe's face darkened. "Damn, who wants to be my brother-in-law? Come out, I promise I'll beat you to death. You'll beat the shit out of me." Qin Baobao seemed to be very satisfied with Qin Zhe's reaction, and a series of bell-like laughter rang out. "Hey, where are you going? We haven't finished filming." Qin Zhe called out to his sister, who was walking towards the door. Qin Baobao turned around and smiled. "Change the breast patch lest some people get jealous." "Breast patch? What is a breast patch? Please enlighten me." Although he didn't know what a breast patch was, the effect was better than breast patches. After his sister came back, she spun on the spot and her chest stopped shaking. In this way, other people would at most sigh at his sister's big chest and good figure. This was the difference between trembling and not trembling. The most despicable thing in the world was Duk, such as TikTok. The most despicable thing in the world was fast, such as fast hands. After a 10-minute dance, Qin Baobao stopped and walked in front of the camera. She smiled sweetly, waved and said, "Hello everyone, was my dance good? The new album has been on the shelves for 4 days. I hope my Bao fans don't mind the late meeting." Qin Baobao's fans called themselves Bao fans. Because she felt ashamed, Qin Bao rarely mentioned this title. This time, in order to increase album sales, she went all out. The sales of this album are better than the previous one, but it's not enough, far from enough. In the past year, more and more fans have joined the big family of Bao fans. I've always been grateful for your support. Thank you everyone. This dance is a return gift to everyone. Very few people have seen me dance. This is the first time I'm dancing for everyone. In the future, I will bring you even better works and even more beautiful songs. I need everyone to continue to support me in my album. She blew a kiss to the camera and made a heart on her chest. Love you all. She looked up a few centimeters at Qin Zhe. Love you too. After the video was shot, Qin Zhe handed it over to the technical team. Not long after, his sister returned to the office after taking a shower. She opened the drawer of the coffee table and rummaged for snacks. Eating snacks right after exercise, aren't you afraid of becoming a fat pig? Qin Zhe said. Ace, do you want to eat Mimi? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. No, don't trick me, Qin Zhe said angrily. He remembered that once he was tricked by his sister like this. At that time, he was so excited that his sister turned her head and threw him a bag of Mimi shrimp chips. Damn it. Qin Baobao opened the drawer and showed him the snacks, revealing 2 small canine teeth, and smiled. You see, there's no Mimi here, so, Qin Zhe said, I suddenly want to eat again. Qin Baobao laughed. Too late. Who cares? I ate shrimp chips for a long time last night. Sister Ziwei is generous. By the way, let's talk about something. Qin Bao Bao was eating potato chips. Say it. Suyu said you asked Uncle to help you find a factory? Is it reliable? Not very reliable, who knows. What about after you find it? Let Uncle manage it? I have this idea, but I won't let him hold the power. After all, he has too many criminal records and I'm worried. Then just ignore him. If he wants money, give him money. We can even support him in his old age. But we can't give him too much power and resources. People like Uncle are terrible when he squanders. Qin Bao Bao frowned. Have you thought about it? If he squanders, then so be it. Why does he have to go through so much trouble? Qin Zhe put his arm around his sister's shoulder. She leaned on his shoulder and ate potato chips. Uncle is actually not good at gambling, nor is he lecherous. He's not keen on drinking branded cigars and so on, but he keeps going through so much trouble. He loses a lot of money. What? Why? Qin Bao Bao looked up at him. Why do you want to be a boss? Qin Zhe said, a son's obsession will go through many stages in a person's life, from childish to mature, from simple to deep, from snobbish to indifferent, but they will never change in front of one person, and that person is their father. Whether it's shrewd or simple, every man wants to hold his head high in front of his father, to become his father's pride, and to be recognized by his father. Qin Bao Bao asked, what about you? Qin Zhe said, I used to think the same way. When I was young, every time Dad beat me up and made me face the wall in the study room, I secretly swore to myself that one day, I would become a man that you would look up to. I would make you regret beating me all these years. I would make you cry and beg for my forgiveness, but you would be shocked all day long. Then I really did it now. You see, how long has it been since Dad lectured me? Because he knows that my achievements have made him look up to me, and I am no longer that useless son. But Uncle didn't even have this chance and Grandpa died a long time ago. Ouch, don't hit me, Grandpa died many years ago. So Uncle can only be obsessed and not have a wish. Qin Bao Bao reached out and stroked the corner of his eyes and eyebrows, and said in a rare gentle tone, yes, my Ace has finally grown up. You don't have to steal your parents' pocket money to buy popsicles for your sister, and you can take care of your sister by yourself. Before touching me, don't you remember to wipe your hands first? Qin Zhe snorted, you can spend as much money as you want before I get married. When your sister-in-law returns, quickly return the money. Qin Bao Bao said angrily, what the hell is a sister-in-law? Do you believe that I will hang her up and beat her? Who wants to be my sister-in-law? Come out, I will beat you to death. The assistant knocked on the door and said respectfully, Boss Qin, the video is done, I have sent it to your email. Chapter 517. Qin Bao Bao said, got it. She opened her laptop, logged into her email and played the video. Qin Zhe leaned over and watched the video with her. The assistant glanced at the siblings and tactfully retreated. How did I offend Mr. Qin? He didn't even look at me. In the future, when Mr. Qin comes to the company, I have to keep a low profile so that I won't be fired. But how did I offend him? With deep confusion and doubt, the assistant closed the office door. The video started with a dance studio. The curtains were lowered and the warm sunlight shone on the elm floor outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. It was quiet with a hint of fairy tale-like romance. The dance studio, the train tracks, and the Ferris wheel were the most romantic scenes. Romance had three treasures: the train tracks, the Ferris wheel, and the dance studio. Men had three treasures: sausages, meatballs, and a pile of grass. Women also had three treasures: pearls, dried scallops, and mimosa. The video was edited and the lighting effects were beautified. Otherwise, it wouldn't have that fairy tale-like romantic atmosphere. Then the music started. Qin Zhe's Dusk. Any song, as long as it was accompanied by a video, would become extraordinarily sentimental. Any video, as long as there was background music, would become extraordinarily attractive. Qin Bao Bao's figure danced along with the song. She had a good figure to begin with. After the video was edited, it became even more attractive. Her dance was graceful and not vulgar. There were no seductive movements, but every movement was seductive. The video is well done. Posted on Weibo. Qin Zhe nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, right? Full marks? Qin Bao Bao smiled. Her eyes were like crescent moons. She was very beautiful. I'll give it 87. After pondering, Qin Zhe gave a score seriously. What? Is there anything wrong? Qin Bao Bao asked nervously. She felt that she was beautiful and was a fairy. The video was okay. Qin Zhe thought to himself, because I haven't seen 13 yet. Qin Bao Bao logged into Weibo and uploaded the video. Thus, Qin Zhe's counterattack began. After the video was released, it immediately attracted the attention of the fans. They all clicked on it. A beautiful dance studio scene appeared in the video, accompanied by the background music. It was the song Dusk Yellow that had been popular recently. The music was played through the loudspeakers of countless mobile phones. In the video, Qin Baobao stood tall and slender, wearing a tight-fitting dance costume. Her devilish figure was once again displayed in front of her fans. She began to dance like an elf, with the warm sunlight behind her and the haloed elm floor behind her. It was picturesque. The new album has been on the shelves for 4 days. I hope the fans won't be offended by the late meeting. The sales of this album are better than the previous one, but it's not enough, far from enough. Over the past year, more and more fans have joined the big family of Bao fans. I've always been grateful for your support. Thank you everyone. This dance is a return gift to everyone. Very few people have seen me dance, and this is the first time I'm performing a dance for everyone. In the future, I will bring you even better works and even more beautiful songs. I need everyone to continue to support me in my album. Qin Baobao blew a kiss at the camera and made a heart shape in front of her chest. Love you all. Within half an hour after the video was posted, there were thousands of comments and hundreds of thousands of views. This was the terrifying traffic of a superstar. Qin Baobao's fans had reached more than 80 million. Even if they only saw 1/10 of it, it was still 8 million. In an era where traffic was king, the sudden emergence of little fresh meats was the market's choice. I give Qin Baobao full marks for her figure, 666. The video is too beautiful. I really didn't chase the wrong person. Whether it's her figure or looks, Qin Baobao is one of the best. I who never watched a dance have already watched it 3 times. 3 times plus 1. 3 times plus 2. I'll always support you, I'll always support you. I'll go watch the album now. Baobao is picturesque, I love you to death. Mom, I believe in love again. Bao fans, let's go and beat Su Jiao. Wait, I saw that baby Qin's last sentence, I love you too, was directed at the cameraman, right? Who is that? Oh my god, Qin Baobao has a boyfriend? This comment was quickly kicked up by fans. The comments below, F***ck, now that you mention it, I realized it too. Mom, I don't believe in love again. She indeed didn't say it to the camera. Confirmation complete. Haha, Qin Zhe is going to have a brother-in-law? You're thinking too much. This was filmed in the dance studio, so Baobao should be at the company. Then the question is, who would she say this to in the company? Realization dawned on them. It must be Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe is right, it's definitely him. Qin Baobao is crazy about showing off her younger brother. They have a very good relationship. After all, Qin Baobao was made popular by Qin Zhe. He has always been her exclusive composer, so it's natural that they have a good relationship. In terms of the album, she should thank her fans and her younger brother. There's nothing wrong with that. Mom, I believe in love again. While the video was circulating and forwarding on the internet, Qin Zhe also posted on Weibo, hoping that fans would support his sister's album. Qin Zhe's fanbase could be said to be massive. From a fast shooter to an actor, he harvested batch after batch of fans with his talent, singing voice and acting skills. When night fell, Baby Qin's album sales skyrocketed and soared like a rocket, directly surpassing Su Jiao's, reflecting the appeal that a queen of traffic should have. But when she woke up this morning, Qin Baobao happily looked at the album sales and found that she had been overtaken by Su Jiao again. She rushed out of the room with a stomach full of grievances and anger. She didn't see Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin, so she sat in the living room angrily and sulked. Ace, that D***MN scumbag. When Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin came back from their morning run, Qin Baobao handed the phone over. Qin Zhe looked at the phone. In this case, Royal Entertainment's purpose was very obvious. They wanted to step on Qin Baobao to promote their company and artists. For this, they were willing to bear the pain and spend a lot of money. It was indeed a lot of money. It was fine if the album sales were in the hundreds of thousands, but now it was almost 1 million sales. How much money would they have to spend? And it was less than a week. How much money would they have to invest in a month? As expected, Qin Zhe said. He had his own ways. Posting a video to appeal to the fans was just the first step. Qin Baobao's album sales had shot up so quickly in just one night. It wasn't all thanks to the fans. Tian Fang's side was secretly helping Baobao boost her album sales. It was just that it wasn't obvious and wasn't as crazy as Royal Entertainment. After breakfast, he accompanied Wang Zijin to the company. 8:30 in the morning, Hongqiao Airport. Su Jiao wore a mask and sunglasses and personally carried a suitcase. She was followed by her manager and 2 assistants. After entering the departure floor, she straightened her back and tried to twist her waist to show a kind of flirtatious charm. She also had to pull the suitcase herself and couldn't be too missy. She didn't heave a sigh of relief until she entered the VIP lounge. She threw the suitcase to her assistant and curled up on the soft and comfortable single-seater sofa. She took off her mask and sunglasses and lowered her head to play with her phone. From the door to the VIP lounge, it was a distance of more than 50 meters. There were media reporters secretly filming her to capture the details of her life. Of course, they were reporters that the company contacted in advance. "I, who should cooperate with you, am acting very seriously." Soon, articles like, "The album war is in full swing," Su Jiao calmly runs announcements, would be pushed online to show her confidence and bearing. These days, most of the artists who were secretly filmed at the airport were self-directed and self-acted. Hundreds and thousands of fans receiving them at the airport were also self-directed and self-acted. Many people who lived in big cities and often took flights for business trips might never see fans blocking the airport in their entire lives. Because this kind of hyping technique was no longer popular in recent years. The company spent a lot of money this time, right? Su Jiao looked at the album sales and smiled. Qin Baobao's fans are too crazy. They made so many sales in one night. The investment in the past few days has already exceeded the original initial estimate. The manager said, "The company has done its best to cultivate you. You can't forget this kindness." Su Jiao smiled and said that she would definitely work hard for Royal Entertainment. She didn't know what she was thinking. The company and the artist had common interests. If selling albums couldn't bring benefits to the company, why would the company help her? Trampling on Qin Baobao to show the company's strength was also a kind of publicity and a push at the same time. If the advertising fees and commercial performance prices increased, wouldn't the company also profit? To put it nicely, it was mutually beneficial. To put it bluntly, they were using each other. Speaking of which, it was really difficult to trample on Qin Baobao. But one couldn't trap a wolf without sacrificing the child. The current investment was still within an acceptable range. The investment was proportional to the income. Su Jiao flew to the capital to shoot an advertisement this time, and the advertising fees had increased by 10% compared to before. The main reason was that the album sales hadn't stabilized yet. After all, the time was still short. If she could suppress Qin Baobao for a month, she would be rich. Her value would increase by at least 20%. The downside was that the company would really have to bleed a lot in this way. For a long time, the company's commission would increase from her income. Chapter 518. They were overtaken again. The cruel reality was undoubtedly a blow to Qin Baobao's fans. They put in all their enthusiasm to buy albums, but they still couldn't overtake her. Being overtaken wasn't the most despairing thing. They had clearly caught up, but they were overtaken again. They had a spurt of energy, but they were exhausted by the second. From an operational point of view, Royal Entertainment was successful. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the most successful operation this year. They probably quickly came up with a countermeasure before they fought with Qin Baobao and used this incident to raise Su Jiao's reputation and the company's reputation to a higher level. According to this momentum, Su Jiao might really be able to break into the A-list. As a singer who pulled Qin Baobao down from her pedestal, how dazzling this crown was. The corresponding investment was equally huge. It hadn't even been a week, but they had invested millions. What about later? The operation wasn't a secret and everyone in the industry knew about it, but the effect was really good. Some large entertainment companies even held a meeting to analyze the success of this operation case. Perhaps in the beginning, Qinfang's Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao didn't think so deeply. After all, few people would spend so much to buy albums unless they wanted to promote a newcomer. Royal Entertainment seized on this oversight and succeeded in one fell swoop, the marketing director of an entertainment company said with assurance. Then why don't we look forward to Qin Baobao's next album? His subordinate's tone was hesitant and doubtful. The same method won't work a second time. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe probably won't take the initiative to fight in the future, and after so many times, even a fool will know that it's fake and fake. Advertisers, investors, commercial performances. They won't care about you at all, the marketing director said. But this incident can give us inspiration. It's a good idea to seize the opportunity to step on Qin Baobao in the future. There's no hope in music, but what about movies? TV series? There might be a chance in these areas. Such statements and analysis were very common in the major entertainment companies. But in this atmosphere, a group of paid posters suddenly popped up on the internet. A kind of opinion spread wildly and then became a hubbub. Eris's chest is padded? Bah. Su Jiao's sales were boosted. Similar comments had already been around for a long time. From the first day the album was on the shelves, there were already people who questioned Su Jiao's ability to buy the album. However, she couldn't resist the adulation of Su Jiao's fans and water army, and was quickly drowned out by the waves of adulation. Later, Qin Zhe bought a small amount of internet water army to spread comments about the album. Under the rising popularity of the album war, no one saw such articles every day. The number of times was not many, about once a day. Therefore, when the comments of Su Jiao buying albums exploded, the netizens didn't have much disgust or doubt because it wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Su Jiao made a statement on Weibo, saying that she didn't fake sales. The public relations account of Royal Entertainment issued a statement to refute the statement of fake sales and reserved the right to pursue legal responsibility. In the office, Qin Baobao called the public relations department and said, "Let's send out the VIPs on Weibo." After receiving the order, they immediately went to carry it out. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao were waiting for Royal Entertainment Company to make a statement. If he didn't make a statement, it would seem that they were singing a two-man show. Let the slap in the face come more fiercely. Qin Zhe thought of the early layout and ideas of this public opinion war, and the later implementation was left to Qin Bao. If one wanted to work in the entertainment industry and manage such a huge entertainment company, one must be proficient in public opinion warfare. This was a compulsory course for his sister. Soon, a certain Weibo VIP posted a long article on Weibo. This is a very successful operation case, which makes most stagnant singers see the hope of breaking through themselves. If you want to succeed, you only need to do one thing. When Qin Baobao's new album hits the shelves, a wave of dog heads will be posted. Thinking that someone has finally risen or a rare divine song has appeared, they will especially worship by the album and listen to it. After listening to it, they will be stunned for a long time. That's it? Breaking Qin Baobao's album sales legend? 666. I just want to say, the special effects are heaven-defying, and the budget is burning. There was a hidden meaning in the words. Su Jiao was trying to boost album sales. Royal Entertainment Company definitely wouldn't let it go, and the fans would definitely spew out, so the flames of war spread here in an instant. Oh, I see. I finally believe it. Finally believe it? I saw through it long ago. The sales record will be refreshed just like that? Why doesn't Su Jiao ascend to the heavens? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell which of the two albums is better and which is worse? Su Jiao's behavior is clearly playing with her fans like fools. I feel like my IQ has been stimulated like never before. Shameless, boosting sales so fake. Both sides were engaged in a war of words. If this VIP's Weibo post was more about starting a war of words, then the other VIP who jumped out right after was the real hammer. Not only did he post a long article, but he also attached a few pictures that revealed the truth. I've been paying attention to the album sales of both sides from beginning to end, and I found a very interesting thing. On the night the album hit the shelves, Qin Baobao's sales were leading, and Su Jiao gradually caught up. But on the second day, Qin Baobao's fans showed their strength and once again led Su Jiao's album sales. Many people might not have noticed this. Everyone can look at the first and second pictures. But soon Su Jiao's sales exploded, suppressing Qin Baobao's album. Both sides' sales suddenly exploded, but considering the number of fans, this is worth pondering. Does Su Jiao have so many diehard fans? Last night, Qin Baobao posted on Weibo asking for help. That night, her sales exploded again, and she even pulled ahead of Su Jiao by more than 100,000 sales. There are screenshots. But this morning, Su Jiao's album sales skyrocketed again in an unreasonable and unscientific way. Amazing, when did a certain someone become the #1 sister in the music industry? Can you explain where these fans come from? Royal Entertainment must have spent a lot of money on album sales. As soon as this Weibo post came out, it completely pulled the neutral onlookers into the common understanding of Su Jiao boosting sales, and pushed her popularity to the forefront of the storm again. The source of the picture was Qin Zhe, who bought it through the company's public relations department. There were many peelers in the entertainment industry. With a little money, one could buy a lot of neglected news. As a result, many online media outlets took the initiative to write articles to disclose this matter. Because of the high popularity, netizens would subconsciously click on this kind of article and earn a lot of traffic fees. Online editors were originally animals who acted on the news. As a result, the truth of Royal Entertainment and Su Jiao boosting sales became more and more popular. After the announcement, Royal Entertainment continued to buy ghostwriters to spread righteous news, but Tianfeng also bought ghostwriters to slander them. The war of words between the two sides lasted for a few days. The direction of public opinion didn't change. Instead, it seemed like the dust had settled. Just like when some celebrities were exposed to having an affair, even if they bought ghostwriters or confessed that they had secretly divorced, the reputation of having an affair was like a maggot in one's bones that couldn't be washed away. As a result, ghostwriters lost their meaning. After all, ghostwriters weren't fans. Their role was to mislead the audience. When a certain understanding was deeply rooted in people's hearts and became a consensus, ghostwriters were useless. After nearly a week of war of words and ghostwriters, Royal Entertainment was powerless to reverse the situation and gave up. The war of words gradually subsided. The negative news of Qin Bao Bao's myth being shattered also dissipated, and the lost reputation was recovered. The price was the public relations fee, which was several million yuan. Royal Entertainment stepped on Qin Bao Bao's reputation by promoting the album and buying ghostwriters. Qin Zhe also bought ghostwriters to promote the album and expose the other party. The war of public opinion in the entertainment industry was generally like this. Over the years, there had been a lot of entertainment news that had reversed the situation. For example, at the beginning, someone had attacked someone and created a wave of momentum, feeling that they would win. But the other party suddenly exposed the truth and started a war of words. Then the situation was reversed and the defeat turned into victory. There were many cases. Fame, funds, and confidence were all indispensable. If Qin Bao Bao was still at Star Art, she would probably have to swallow this loss. The major entertainment companies turned to studying the war of public opinion. In the future, when their artists are defamed or exposed, we can refer to Tianfeng's counterattack. A marketing director analyzed. If they're defamed, they can collect evidence, hammer the other party, and have a war of words. This is a very good way to recover their image. And if they're hammered, the best way is to divert attention and secretly collect negative news about the other party. After all, there aren't many people in the entertainment industry who are clean. The employee asked, "Are we still learning about Royal Entertainment's operations?" Marketing director, Royal Entertainment's expenditure was several times that of Tianfeng Entertainment's because they had invested a lot of money in the album. The company bore a part of the loss and the other part fell on Su Jiao's head. It wasn't that she had to lose money, but that the company's commission would increase from her future income. This was a common tactic used by entertainment companies. Tianfeng was also like this. While making an artist popular, they also increased their leeching efforts. Su Jiao threw a tantrum because of this. Of course, she only dared to throw a tantrum behind closed doors and didn't dare to do it publicly. It was customary in the entertainment industry for artists and companies to jointly admit their losses, but this was a rule set by the entertainment industry's capital. The artists themselves had no choice but to accept it. A commission increase of 10%. Then how much can I earn from doing one job? That's too much. Su Jiao waved her hand and swept the teacup onto the floor, shattering it with a "Pa, keep your voice down. Hasn't it always been like this?" The manager frowned and said, "If this succeeds, won't your notice fee also increase? There's no reason for you to profit he. If you lose, pa, but I rejected it beforehand. I didn't want to do this. If my sales aren't as good as Qin Bao Bao's, then so be it. Which singer is more popular than her now? It's the company that insists on doing this," Su Jiao argued. The company also had no choice. Qin Bao Bao took the initiative to pick a fight, but the company passively accepted it, the manager retorted. Su Jiao was unconvinced because she knew that as long as the company didn't pay attention, this matter wouldn't have developed to this point. Now, not only did she not profit, but her reputation also suffered a huge blow. This would be a stain on her acting career. When the audience mentioned her in the future, they would say, "Isn't this the Su Jiao who boosts her sales?" So shameless. To put it bluntly, it was Royal Entertainment that couldn't afford to offend Tianfeng. A melodious ringtone drifted out, and Su Jiao's phone on the table rang. She picked up the phone irritably and glanced at the caller ID. Her eyes darkened slightly, but her expression was very calm as she expressionlessly said, "I'm going out to take a call. It's from home." She had a contact name for this number. Caller, Qinze. Speaking of which, Su Jiao had put in a lot of effort to get this number. At that time, she wanted to contact Qinze alone and ask him to write a song in private. At that time, Qinze hadn't acquired Tianfeng yet, but he was already famous for being a fast shooter. Later on, the entire entertainment industry knew that Qinze had a hard time writing a song, so she gave up on the idea. Chapter 519. Su Jiao left the office and picked up the call. Wait a moment. She walked down the long corridor and through the office area. Instead of going into the toilet, she went past the toilet and entered the corridor. If they wanted to talk about something private, the toilet wasn't safe at all. Those secret phone calls in the toilet on TV were pure nonsense. The toilet was crowded and noisy. Even if it was temporarily empty, if someone suddenly came in while you were talking, would you continue talking or hang up? The corridor was usually empty. Only the cleaning auntie would regularly clean the trash cans along the corridor in the morning, afternoon, and evening. After Su Jiao confirmed that there was no one around, she lowered her voice. Hello. A magnetic voice came from the other end. Is it convenient now? Su Jiao gritted her teeth. You still have the nerve to call me Qin Zhe? Her current depressing experience was all caused by this guy. Sister Jiao Jiao were on different sides. The person on the other end chuckled and acted very familiar. Su Jiao was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. Who's your sister? Are we close? We're enemies. What do you want? Su Jiao asked. Her heart moved slightly as she guessed Qin Zhe's true motive. Let's talk. What do we have to talk about? If you don't want to talk to me, just hang up. Why do you need to find a secret place to talk to me privately? Privately? Do you have some misunderstanding about the term, privately? Su Jiao said in a low voice. I'll give you 5 minutes, I'm busy. Qin Zhe went straight to the point. Come to Tianfeng. I'll pay for the breach of contract and we'll take care of the lawsuit. I promise to give you better treatment and higher commission. You're a rare good singer. At 31 years old, you're in your golden age and still have a lot of potential. If he didn't use the phrase 31 years old, Su Jiao might have said a few nice words to him. Actually, although female artists were young and beautiful like fairies, there was no harm in looking at those popular female artists. Most of them were above 30 years old. Female artists at this age were considered young and had potential. There were basically no female artists below 30 who could make it to the A-list. Su Jiao said indifferently, I'm doing pretty well in the imperial court, so why should I go to your Tianfeng? A tree dies if it moves and a person might not survive if they move as well. These days it's common for artists who jump ship to disappear without a trace in the end. Unless there is really no future or hope, stability is more important. Qin Zhe said, Isn't it because you have no future in dynasty? Su Jiao abruptly raised her voice. Qin Zhe, are you mocking me? Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. Even when she was angry, her voice did not sound harsh. Instead, it was quite pleasant to the ears. Qin Zhe said, You know the truth well in your heart. Everyone will encounter a bottleneck in their life. Some people can't break through and go downhill. Some people have good circumstances and break through the bottleneck and see a wider sky. Think about it. If there were no accidents in your acting career, dynasty would have been your peak. There'd be very little hope for you to go further. But I can give you a hand. If you come to my Tianfeng, I'll produce a single album for you every year. I'll personally produce it. Every album will have at least 1 song and at most 3 songs. After a few years, your works will accumulate and ferment. It won't be difficult for you to become an A-list singer. Su Jiao was silent. She was tempted. There was no way she wouldn't be. If she was a newly debuted artist full of ambition and fearless, she might have rejected Qin Zhe. But after so many years in the entertainment industry, she was more realistic and had a clearer understanding of herself. Qin Zhe's olive branch was very tempting. Qin Zhe said, If you're worried, we can meet tomorrow and sign the contract on the spot. We'll help you settle the breach of contract and lawsuit. We definitely won't wash our hands of it. Su Jiao said, Okay. What time tomorrow? Qin Zhe said, Noon tomorrow. I'll send the address to your phone later. He hung up. Qin Zhe winked at his sister. Done. Qin Baobao's heart thumped twice. She was electrified. What's there to be proud of? Do you often wink at other women as well? His sister rolled her eyes. Qin Zhe. What nonsense are you talking about? I've settled Su Jiao. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to get her when we meet tomorrow. What did it have to do with flirting? Compensation and a lawsuit. Most importantly, you still want to sign the contract with her. Qin Baobao said grumpily, What are you doing? Do you value her so much? Isn't it better for our company to nurture our own artists? Qin Zhe, time is too slow. The profits are slow and the effects are slow. It's already not bad if 1 in 10 can produce some results. How can it compare to the joy of poaching? Plucking the fruit was the easiest and most convenient method. Qin Zhe wasn't interested in nurturing newcomers because the system didn't leave him much time. There was about a year left. At this rate he could complete the mission ahead of time. The premise was that he could wield the hoe vigorously. If he nurtured his own newcomers, he'd be thankful if he could become a big shot in the entertainment industry within 5 years. Right now he could barely be considered an upper-class capitalist in the entertainment industry. As for Qin Bao Bao, she was very passionate about farming literature. She hoped to rely on her own hands to achieve her own future. "What time is the appointment tomorrow?" "I'm going too," Qin Bao Bao said. "Of course you're going. You're the big boss." Qin Zhe stood up and used the landline to make a call. He told his average-looking assistant to inform the legal department to prepare the contract. The next afternoon, in a small private room in a cafe on the 82nd floor of the World Financial Center, a waiter led the fully dressed Su Jiao in. Su Jiao came alone. She didn't bring her manager or assistant. She wore a mask, sunglasses, and a woman's hood. "Vanilla latte with cream." Qin Zhe pushed the coffee to her. "My sister has always liked this. I think you girls all like this." Su Jiao took off her sunglasses, mask, and hood and said indifferently, "I like American coffee." "Oh, then I'll help you change it to American coffee." Qin Zhe pretended to stand up and reached out to take back the coffee. Su Jiao quickly pressed his hand down and took a sip. She said grumpily, "No need. Let's talk business." As she spoke, her gaze swept past Qin Bao Bao, who was sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window. Qin Bao Bao rested her chin on one hand and stared out the window in a daze. She only turned her head to look when Su Jiao came in. Su Jiao was slightly surprised to see Qin Bao Bao in person for the first time. Whether it was in the movies or on the album cover, Qin Bao Bao was gorgeous. However, that was the result of makeup and photo editing. Many celebrities were slightly good-looking, but after some editing, they could still be as beautiful as a dream. The Qin Bao Bao in front of her had a perfect side profile. She had sharp cheeks, a handsome nose, fair skin, and long and curly eyelashes that seemed to be able to catch the light. Then she looked at her figure. She had graceful curves and was full of vitality. Su Jiao compared herself in her heart and felt exceptionally discouraged. She had a delicate oval face and was very pretty. Her figure was slim and she maintained it very well. She usually worked out and persisted in yoga. As for her skin, she was a woman in her early 30s after all. She wasn't as delicate as a young girl's, but she paid great attention to maintaining her skin and was fair, tender, and clean. However, compared to Qin Bao Bao, she realized that she lacked 30% exquisiteness and 60% elegance. She was the kind of woman who would take people's breath away at first glance and was very intelligent. It was fine if this kind of woman was married, but if she wasn't, she would definitely be a vixen. No woman would be at ease seeing her. "Take a look." Qin Zhe took out the contract and placed it in front of her. There weren't many clauses in the contract, and one could see the sincerity at a glance. Nowadays, companies and organizations gave their employees densely packed and complicated terms and conditions. 1. Bullying the other party for not knowing the law. 2. The more clauses there were, the more restrictions there were. There was a lot of room for manipulation. 3. Some slightly overbearing clauses could be easily muddled through. After all, no one would take the time to look at a contract that gave them a headache. There weren't many contents on the 3 sheets of A4 paper. They were stamped with Tianfang's official seal and Qin Bao Bao's signature. Su Jiao read it very carefully. After being in the entertainment industry for close to 10 years, she was very clear about the little traps in the contract. After confirming that there were no problems, she twisted open the pen that she always carried with her and put it down. She said, "You only listed the terms of my job hopping. You won't go back on your words. Even if I lose the lawsuit, you will compensate for my losses. However, you didn't mention that you have to write songs for me every year." Qin Zhe was taken aback. "Is this very important?" Su Jiao put down the pen and looked at him with slight annoyance. Of course it was important. If it wasn't important, why would she jump ship to Tianfang? The world was so big and there were so many companies. Qin Zhe said helplessly, "This clause was written in your employment contract with Tianfang, not here. The purpose of this contract is to make you feel at ease, that's all. The real labor contract is the main point." Su Jiao took out her phone and tapped on it with her slender fingers. "I have to record a song, is that okay?" Qin Zhe, "All right, I'll repeat what I said just now." He didn't have much of a relationship with Su Jiao, and this was a big matter that concerned his future. It was normal to be cautious. After recording, Su Jiao was relieved and signed the contract. "All right, we can exchange Weibo accounts after this and coordinate with each other. I'll help you hire a water army to wash the floor, and we can quickly eliminate the negative impact that the album brought to you," Qin Zhe said. Su Jiao was taken aback and revealed a charming smile. I look forward to working with you. The sentence made her like Qinzhe even more. She had already considered it very clearly last night. Staying at Royal Entertainment Company indeed didn't have much room for improvement. Tianfang's capital wasn't as good as Royal Entertainment Company's, but Tianfang was flirtatious. Tianfang rose suddenly in the entertainment industry. From movies to music, he achieved new heights and became a rising star in the industry. Flirtatious beyond words. As long as Qinzhe was willing to write songs for her, she would be willing even if Tianfang was a level weaker. Fast shooter Qinzhe was a golden ladder that shone in the eyes of countless female singers. He was a hot commodity in the hearts of singers. When female singers mentioned fast shooter, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Fast shooter awesome. You couldn't stand it the first time, you couldn't leave the second time, and you would be dead set on it the third time. Su Yunhan and Huang Yuding were examples. But they only had one chance. Other singers worked hard to create songs and slowly climbed up. But as long as they hooked up with Fast Shooter, they would immediately soar. Currently, Qin Baobao was the only one in the entertainment industry who could enjoy this kind of fast and refreshing experience. If nothing went wrong, she could become the second. Chapter 520. I look forward to working with you. Qinzhe extended his hand to her. Su Jiao smiled sweetly and was about to shake his hand when suddenly, a fair and tender hand grabbed hers first. Qin Baobao smiled brightly. I look forward to working with you. Su Jiao was slightly taken aback, but she immediately smiled. I look forward to working with you. She suddenly felt that Qin Baobao was quite kind and easy to get along with. She had a cold face the moment she entered, so she thought she had something against her. Maybe she was just in a daze just now? Seeing that she agreed to join Tianfang Entertainment, she immediately welcomed her with a smile. That must be it. I'm going to the washroom first. Let's go together later? Su Jiao asked. If the boss was easy to get along with, it would make her feel much more relaxed. If the boss wasn't easy to get along with, she wouldn't have a good time and might even reject Tianfang. Okay. Qinzhe nodded. After she left, Qinzhe picked up his sister's coffee. Don't have an appetite today? Qin Baobao snorted. Qinzhe took a big gulp and commented, as expected, it's still too sweet. It doesn't suit my taste. Qin Baobao sneered. Does Su Jiao suit your taste? Qinzhe laughed. Yes, I like this kind of charming woman the most. When she joins the company in the future, she'll obediently submit to everyone. Qin Baobao said angrily, you said the wrong thing. I'll give you 3 seconds to reorganize your words. She swung a knife at him. Qinzhe blocked it and said helplessly, it's fun to be mischievous, don't take it seriously. Qin Baobao put on a cold face. It wasn't all because of Su Jiao. On the way here, Qinzhe said that the price for Su Jiao joining Tianfang Entertainment was that he would produce an album for her every year. Qin Baobao instantly exploded when she heard this. He actually had to share such a quick and satisfying experience with another woman? It was said on the internet that Qinzhe was her exclusive composer. They were one in the music industry and there was no distinction between them. Qin Baobao felt that this was very good, very good. She felt sweet in her heart. But once Qinzhe began to write songs for other women for a long time, her mentality exploded. Qinzhe comforted him. Okay. I'll reorganize my words. Qin Baobao, I don't want to listen, you bastard. Qinzhe was speechless. I'll King beat you to death with one hit, you wailing freak. Staff techniques like the Divine Sea Swamp King, who had used it before, all said that it was good. Qinzhe said, Su Jiao's fame is worth this price. Don't think that she's inferior to you. There aren't many female celebrities who are as popular as you in the music industry and even the entire entertainment industry. Right now, Tianfang only has you as a pillar, followed by Li Wei, and the remaining 2 or 3 B-list celebrities. Compared to the industry's leading companies, there were still too few celebrities on the upper echelons of the industry. Su Jiao joining our company will greatly boost Tianfang's reputation. How many years would it take for you to produce a B-lister just by relying on your own hard work? Qin Baobao said angrily, I understand, but I just don't want to listen. Qinzhe, do you want to be spanked again? Qin Baobao immediately glared at him. Qinzhe, what a joke. You're such a beautiful sister, I can't bear to hit you. Don't worry, I only write 1 or 2 songs for her every year. What's wrong with that? As long as you're willing, I can write songs for you every day. I'll only write songs for Su Jiao if she signs a slave contract. Sister's position in my heart can't be compared to those flirtatious B***cheese outside. Qin Baobao pursed her lips. Bah, it's all sugar-coated bullets. Wang Zijin said that I'm too gullible and often get coaxed by you like a fool. Does Sister Ziwei need to be taught a lesson? I'm too merciful to you, right? Qin Zhe said righteously, nonsense. Gullible women are the kindest. I like such a kind-hearted sister the most. Sister is Snow White while Sister Ziwei is envious, jealous and hateful. She's an evil empress. Don't listen to her. There was no technical difficulty in coaxing Sister. You just had to master one trick. Do it as exaggeratedly as possible and the more mushy the better. Listen to me, everyone can give it a try. I guarantee that you'll be able to coax Sister into kissing and Qin Baobao was so happy that she could die. She mumbled, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Qin Zhe, I don't care if you believe it or not. In any case I believe it. Qin Baobao, no, I'm a fool, I'm a fool. Qin Zhe angrily rebuked, shut up, you're not allowed to talk about my sister like that. Qin Baobao, carrot, Qin Zhe. Sozi Qin Baobao took a sip of the coffee. Qin Zhe had drunk it just now so she didn't mind at all. It was just like how Qin Zhe often ate food that she couldn't eat. In fact, she didn't mind, but when there was good food she had to be the first to eat it. That way she would feel like a little fairy who liked the feeling of being spoiled. Qin Baobao suddenly sighed. Ace, do you know why Sister doesn't let you have intimate contact with the female artists in the company? Qin Zhe nodded. I know, an iron rod can be ground into a needle. Qin Baobao was stunned. No, what does it have to do with grinding an iron rod into a needle? Qin Zhe guessed, you're afraid that I won't be able to find my way home if I enter too many houses? Qin Baobao said gloomily, what does that have to do with houses? She sighed and said coquettishly, many female celebrities admire you, but you know, when a woman admires you, it's only a matter of time before she likes you. It's taboo for men to become a playboy when they're in the limelight, because they'll lose the people who truly love them. Qin Zhe thought to himself, isn't this still a matter of houses? Su Jiao came back and closed the door. She carefully put on her mask, sunglasses and hood. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao also put on their equipment. They paid the bill and left the cafe. The three of them entered the car and took the elevator down. Before the Central Tower was built, the World Financial Center's elevator was known as the fastest elevator. It went up hundreds of floors with a whoosh. There were also specialized staff in the elevator. Qin Zhe and the other two didn't take the passenger elevator. They turned into the corridor and took the freight elevator. The afternoon rush hour was coming to an end, but there were still quite a lot of people. It wasn't convenient for the three of them to squeeze in with too many people. The three of them all wore masks and sunglasses, which looked strange and inevitably attracted attention. Qin Baobao held onto Qin Zhe's arm in the posture of a girlfriend. Su Jiao slightly distanced herself. At first she found it novel and took a few more glances, but after thinking about it she didn't find it strange anymore. There had always been rumors about the good relationship between the siblings. Qin Zhe's gaze swept over Su Jiao and suddenly thought of a problem. But the elevator just happened to open with a ding. The two men in the freight elevator were talking loudly. Once the elevator door opened, their voices died down and they turned to look with narrowed eyes. Qin Baobao frowned, a little disgusted by the car that reeked of alcohol. Su Jiao went in first and she held onto her brother's arm and followed in. The two of them stood on the left and right, clearly separated. This feeling was like a private meeting between two lovers. They whispered sweet nothings behind closed doors, but they had to keep a distance once outside. Behind them, the two men's bloodshot eyes swept over Su Jiao's perky butt and their eyes shone. In the scorching summer, clothes were originally bright. Su Jiao's figure couldn't compare to Qin Baobao's, but it was still graceful and voluptuous, with curves in the front and back. Qin Baobao's figure was better, but she had Qin Zhe by her side. Even if they were drunk, most people would still subconsciously avoid a fresh flower that was already taken. Moreover, Qin Zhe was 182 meters tall and looked like he was riding a horse. He quietly approached and stuck to the curve of Su Jiao's back with a natural and ambiguous posture. It was worth mentioning that this kind of thing was especially satisfying in the subway, and it was open and above board. However, the price was that you would be squeezed out of your pants and thus neglect the soft curves of the girls' bodies. Su Jiao was stunned at first, and then she took a step forward as if she had been electrocuted. She turned around and glared at the man with disdain and loathing. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and immediately bounced away when she felt someone stick to her back. Besides, drunk men were really disgusting. Fortunately, she didn't bring any bodyguards with her today. Otherwise she would beat his head off. Su Jiao raised her head to look at the number displayed on the elevator. 3rd floor, arriving soon. So disgusting. She cursed. It would have been fine if she didn't curse, but once she did, the two men got excited and retorted with a chuckle. "Little girl, why are you wearing a mask? It's embarrassing. Your voice is quite nice. Come, take off your mask and let brother take a look." One of them reached out to take off Su Jiao's mask. Su Jiao slapped it away. Qin Zhe frowned. "Oh bro, you guys drank too much. What kind of place is this? Stop fooling around." The man who was sticking to Su Jiao previously cast a sidelong glance at Qin Zhe. "What does it have to do with you?" The other person glared fiercely at Qin Zhe with bloodshot eyes that were warning and threatening. A man who had drunk too much was probably in such an excited and aggressive state. Su Jiao felt as disgusted as if she had eaten a dead rat, even though she hadn't been molested too much. Moreover, her identity was sensitive, so it wasn't convenient for her to have a catfight with others. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao were of the same mind. It was already very good that Qin Zhe could say a few words, so he definitely couldn't be expected to quarrel or reason with the other party. Fortunately, the elevator had already reached the first floor, and it slowly opened with a ding. Someone bumped into Qin Zhe's back. The man who was glaring at him and sticking to Su Jiao deliberately bumped into him and walked out of the elevator first. At the same time, he reached out to grope Su Jiao's butt. Su Jiao shrieked. The man let out a series of guffaws. His companion behind him gave him a shove and also walked away, afraid of causing trouble. But before he could take a step, his collar tightened and a strong force came over. His entire body was forcibly pulled back. Qin Zhe said to his sister, "Block the elevator door." Qin Bao and Su Jiao tacitly flashed out of the car and reached out to block the elevator door, not allowing it to close. Inside the car, the man staggered to steady himself and struggled a few times. Realizing that he couldn't do it, he pushed Qin Zhe's chest. "Do you want to die?" At the same time his palm pushed Qin Zhe's chest, Qin Zhe swung his hand and slapped him. The resounding slap echoed in the car, stunning him. The other man threw a punch at Qin Zhe without warning. Before his fist landed on the other party's face, he was fiercely kicked in the abdomen and slammed into the wall of the car with a bang. He clutched his stomach and slowly slumped to the ground. There was no one outside the elevator, but there were cameras in the elevator. Qin Zhe fiercely beat up the two men as fast as he could, his punches and kicks so fast that the two women at the elevator were speechless. If there was a mirror and they looked at it, they would find that their gazes were the same, starry eyes. Sometimes, violent men were hated by women, but sometimes, violent and domineering men made women feel safe and even idolized them. Su Jiao felt that Qin Zhe was different from the one she knew. Even though they had just met, it didn't seem bad to follow such a boss, whether it was out of the standpoint of a man acting bravely for a just cause or the mentality of protecting his employees. Qin Bao's mental activities were much simpler. Her salted fish's occasional display of strength and dominance intoxicated her. She thought that regardless of whether she hit or was hit, she should leave a few words of courtesy. In traditional fighting culture, it wasn't good for her to stand out. Hence, she spat in an imposing manner. "The country owes your dad a condom." With that said, she pressed the elevator button for the top floor and exited the elevator in a flash. The elevator door slowly closed and the two men lay on the ground. "Let's go, security will be here soon." Qin Zhe pulled his sister's hand and quickly left. Chapter 521. They smoothly passed through the lobby and stepped out of the gate of the World Financial Center without encountering any security guards. Qin Bao said, "We should call the police to arrest them." Qin Zhe said, "It's not as refreshing as beating them up." Qin Bao kissed Qin Zhe's cheek through two masks and giggled. "Brother, you're awesome." Sister's kiss reward. The pair of limpid eyes under the sunglasses must have turned into beautiful crescent moons when she smiled. Qin Zhe was in a trance for a moment. How long had it been since he enjoyed Sister's kiss reward? From this year onwards, Sister rarely kissed him as a reward. In the past, when Sister was intimate with him, she would find excuses such as, Sister's chest is uncomfortable, help me rub it. For example, in fact, Qin Zhe had never rubbed his sister's chest. He couldn't bear to think about this kind of chicken dinner. Then, after Qin Zhe helped Sister rub, Sister would reward him with a kiss. After all, it was open and above board. Other siblings didn't kiss all day long. Qin Bao and Qin Zhe couldn't get over the hurdle in their hearts, but with the excuse of reward, it was easy for both parties to accept it. Later, their relationship was like a runaway wild dog running further and further away from the European continent. They didn't need to find reasons or excuses for kissing anymore. "Qin Zhe, thank you." Su Jiao stood beside the siblings with a smile on her lips, her eyes overflowing with light. Qin Zhe nodded and said seriously, "And remember to work hard to make money for me." Su Jiao, I was so touched just now for nothing. Don't you know how to speak? No wonder you don't have a girlfriend with your net worth. According to the gossip in the entertainment circle, although Qin Zhe claimed to have a girlfriend and was photographed strolling in the rain with a mysterious woman, there were paparazzi squatting outside Royal View Mansion 24/7. They had never seen Qin Zhe go out with a strange woman other than Qin Bao. Of course, paparazzi were not surveillance cameras and couldn't stick the camera on Qin Zhe. They recognized the license plate number, and when Qin Zhe accompanied Wang Zijin to work, he drove Qin Bao's little red pony. Anyway, thank you. Please take care of me in the future. Su Jiao reached out her hand to Qin Zhe again. Let's take care of each other. Qin Zhe shook hands with her. Su Jiao withdrew her hand and entered a very low-key small Audi. She started the car and waited for a moment at the intersection before merging into the traffic. Through the rearview mirror, she saw that Qin Zhe waved at the car from afar. He was a very interesting man. Su Jiao laughed briskly. The best way for an ordinary person to deal with a conflict in the elevator was to call the police, but her identity was different. She would rather endure it than call the police and expose it. Many female celebrities, even if they were protected by bodyguards, would inevitably be taken advantage of when attending events. They were even more unsafe than ordinary women. If she encountered someone she couldn't afford to provoke, she would endure it. If she encountered fans, she would also endure it. At most, she would turn around and scold the bodyguards. She didn't expect that Qin Zhe would hit people. A man of his net worth should be high and mighty, arrogant, and refined on the surface. He definitely wouldn't have a conflict with a few salted fish. Otherwise, if he fought with people in the elevator, his reputation would be swept to the ground, and it would be very degrading. Who would have thought that he would be so valiant? Even if the two big men were drunk and not so drunk that they couldn't stand properly, he still KO'd them with just a few punches and kicks. Was this still a Sanda practitioner? Was he so fierce? Sis, you drive. Qin Zhe went around to the other side of the car and sat in the front passenger seat. Oh. Sister got into the driver's seat, took off her high heels and threw them to Qin Zhe. She, who hadn't driven for a long time, threw them very naturally. Qin Zhe, who hadn't been his sister's shoe boy for a long time, also caught them very naturally. Low-class system, are you there? Come out. Qin Zhe fastened his seatbelt, closed his eyes and summoned the system in his mind. The system ignored him. System, great sir system, are you there? Please answer if you receive. Qin Zhe continued to summon. Call me great sir again and I'll answer you. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Speaking of this voice, it was said to be some kind of infrasonic sound. Other than Qin Zhe, other humans couldn't hear it. You're so happy to be mischievous? Qin Zhe said helplessly, great sir system. Anyway, I'm also a salted fish and I can reach out. The system was satisfied. Speak. Qin Zhe, I suddenly thought of something today. How does one become a big boss in the entertainment industry? There has to be a standard, right? I have a bunch of celebrities under me and my company has tens of billions of assets. I can also be considered a big boss. In terms of earning money, Star Art can't even compare to our Tianfeng. In terms of scale, as long as I'm willing, I can take funds from Purple Crystal and Bao Zhe, and I can become one of the top capitalists in the entertainment industry in the country. The assets of the three companies added together was an unimaginable amount of wealth. It was enough for Qin Zhe to enter the top 3 of China's Young Rich list, and the top 20 of China's Forbes Rich list. Take a look at these rankings. How many tycoons are in the entertainment industry? The system, didn't I tell you the standard? Qin Zhe was confused. When did you tell me the standard? You have to be responsible for your words. The system, oh then pretend you didn't. Qin Zhe spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Bao Bao said angrily, you're disgusting, aren't you? Wiped the saliva off the windshield. Qin Zhe quickly took out a tissue and wiped his saliva. Ying, you're being unreasonable. If you're disgusted, why would you eat my saliva? The low-life system finally had some integrity. When the mission was first triggered, there were no detailed rules. Because your level was too low then you could only see the mission but not the details. Now you can announce it. Qin Zhe asked suspiciously, you really didn't forget? The system, of course not. Qin Zhe, I've played online games for so many years and I've never seen a mission that only triggered the name of the mission. I graduated with a bachelor's degree, can't you at least respect my IQ? The system, you talk too much. Here's the mission, accept it. A 3D projection popped up in front of Qin Zhe's eyes. It was similar to a game's personal homepage. Name, Qin Zhe. Gender, male, age, 23. It showed his age. There were 2 rows of words on the left. Point Store and Mission. Clicking on the Point Store allowed him to listen to songs, watch movies, and criticize Japanese educational films from the parallel world. In fact, Shinzei could see anything in the Point Store, but he could not transfer it to reality in any way. For example, if he sang a song on a whim, it was fine, but if someone heard it, 30 points would be deducted automatically. It was a pain in the ass function. It was even more of a pain in the ass than when 3G had just entered the market. After redeeming the VR design blueprint, he only had 1,000 points left. There were 2 missions in the mission list. Become a big shot in the entertainment industry within 2 years. Create a new type of VR equipment within 1 year. Below both missions, there was a time display that moved like an electronic watch. The mission to become a big shot in the entertainment industry had been running for more than half a year. In half a year, he went from a stinky salted fish to Hei's king. Shinzei clicked on the first mission, and as expected, a detailed description popped up. 1. Company funds reached 30 billion. 230+ artists, A-list, 1 person, B-list, 5 people, C-list, 9 people. I'm so stupid. The criteria to become a big shot are money and people. A pile of cash and a basket of followers. Isn't that a big shot? After seeing the criteria, Shinzei was excited. The 2 conditions were not difficult. He had 30 billion and he could recharge it to Tencent. Recharge it to Tianfeng Entertainment. As for stars, he could just poach them. As long as he could complete this mission, Hei's king, would be able to pass the next tribulation without any worries. Even if the VR equipment mission failed, he would not have to die. It did not seem to be death. After the points were reset to 0, the lowly system would use the talent skill it was proud of, leave him and find a new host. At that time, Shinzei's body was weak and could not withstand the system's energy extraction. Now it was no problem. At most, he would be beaten back to his original state. Oh, you think the mission is easy? The system said, look carefully, there is a time limit. Shinzei immediately glanced at the mission details. I'll maintain the above status. 1 month. What was this? It was not difficult at all. This girl, it's awesome. Shinzei howled excitedly. Which girl? Qin Baobao's tone was cold. There was a murderous aura in the car. Shinzei hurriedly explained, No, this is a song. Qin Baobao sneered. What song? Why haven't I heard of it? The song was called. What was it called again? Shinzei hurriedly went to listen to the song record. He suddenly found that his points were not reduced at all. What does it mean? I clearly sang it. Why weren't my points deducted? Did the system change the rules? Shinzei was dumbfounded. What was the song called again? The lyrics were, This girl, it's awesome. That's how it was sung, right? In order to deal with the situation of writing songs that could occur anytime and anywhere, he had been trying to listen to the songs in the Point Store. When he listened to too many songs, sometimes he would forget the name of the song. Shinzei looked at his sister. This girl, it's awesome. That's right, the lyrics are definitely like that. It doesn't fit the situation. I believe that when the original lyricist wrote the song, it should be like me now. Qin Baobao snorted. Forget it. If I give you 5 more minutes, you can already come up with the lyrics and the tune. Who doesn't know you're a fast shooter? Sister, you're hurting my heart. When others say that I'm a fast shooter, I'll bear with it. You also say that I'm a fast shooter? The last Teddy who teased me like that was crying and singing about being conquered. Qin Baobao restrained her anger and said sweetly, Brother, did you hook up with a little cabbage? Shinzei started coaxing his sister. Stop talking nonsense. Don't kiss me. Which cabbage out there is prettier than you? If I don't meet a woman as beautiful as you, I won't hook up with her. His sister sneered. I'm not a cabbage. Cabbages are naturally green. Whoever is stupid is a cabbage. Shinzei. He was suddenly speechless. Why did his sister suddenly become so flirtatious? Shinzei could no longer look straight at the word, cabbage. If he went to Beijing another day, what if Father Wang said, the cabbage that I've been raising for 26 years was taken by this pig? Shinzei would spit at him and say, Your cabbage is naturally green. Qin Baobao smiled seductively. Tell me, I'll help you check. Shinzei gave her a sidelong glance. Then you'll say, Hubby, is this the flirtatious B*T you've been messing around with outside? Qin Baobao laughed 3 times. I'll hang her up and beat her up. Shinzei, I can't be bothered to talk to you. His OCD was acting up. What went wrong? Why didn't his points get deducted? He asked the system in his mind. The system ignored him. Qin Baobao freed a hand and chopped his head. Damn it, are you trying to drag me down with you? Shinzei said, Watch where you're going. I'll tell you slowly and you can listen. Qin Baobao said in a low voice, Go on. Qinzhe, don't worry about me hooking up with this and that. Let me tell you a story. A golden key was inserted into a lock. It couldn't be opened no matter how hard you tried. Then an iron key came in and opened it easily. The iron key said proudly, "Do you know why you opened it? It's because I'm the first wife. No matter how rich you are, you won't be able to win her heart." The golden key said, "Are you crazy? I'm just poking it for fun. Why would I want her heart?" Qin Baobao was stunned. She felt that it made sense and asked doubtfully, "So what are you trying to say?" "I'm saying this so you don't have to worry." Qinzhe smiled. "I'm just poking it for fun." Chapter 522. Qinzhe was just joking with his sister, but he didn't expect her to take it seriously. The car kept changing lanes. Regardless of the surveillance and weather points would be deducted. The female driver, Qin Baobao, showed her superb lane-changing skills. She didn't even care about the number of cars and directly stopped by the side of the road. The car was silent and the noise outside was blocked. Qin Baobao turned sideways and stared at Qinzhe without saying a word. In the silent stare, the little red guy was scared. "Sister, dear sister, we were just joking," Qinzhe said in a weak voice. As he spoke, he stared at his sister's expression, like a primary school student who raised his timid face in front of an angry teacher. "Is it funny?" Qin Baobao said coldly. "I think it's funny." "Actually, it's not funny really," Qinzhe said. "When did you become so flirtatious?" Qin Baobao said in a low voice. I've always been like this." "Maybe I've been a little naughty recently?" Qinzhe said something that didn't mean. When they were fooling around, Qinzhe could kill a whimper with a punch. But when it really came down to it, he would surrender unconditionally, just like now. Although he didn't know what was wrong with his sister that made her have such a big reaction, it was right to admit defeat. If he admitted defeat, there was still hope. He could use the tricks that he had practiced for 20 years to coax his sister to make her happy and then have sex with her at night to save his lost face. Silence again. Qin Baobao suddenly said in a sweet and charming manner, "Oh, I was just joking with you. Look how scared you are." Qinzhe glanced at her, turned his head to look out of the window and said softly, "Oh, it's okay." Qinzhe looked out of the window in a daze. He couldn't remember which philosopher had said, "Feelings are above sexual desire, but feelings are always no match for sexual desire." Note: this sentence came from the Life Coach newspaper seller. Piracy must be investigated. Qinzhe felt that he had done it just like the Life Coach above. Tianfang Entertainment was filled with beauties. Outside, there were countless coquettish B*****s who wanted to sleep with him. But he wasn't like those big shots and directors who slept with female celebrities everywhere. At present, the only woman he has had in-depth communication with is Suyu. When he is with Suyu, his feelings are better than ***. Therefore he could never be Long Outyen. At most he could only be Wei Xiaobao. At least Wei Xiaobao could talk about emotions, but Long Outyen was different. Long Outyen was the most warm-hearted, chivalrous person in the world. When he saw injustice on the road, he would shout, and when it was time to pull out his spear, he would pull out his spear. Qin Baobao focused on driving and his face was a little gloomy. "Qinzhe, sis, I still want to poach more people." Qin Baobao said, "Go back and do it yourself. I can't be bothered with these things." Was this the gesture of declining to chat? Qinzhe also fell silent. Qin Baobao looked at him and said softly, "Do whatever you want. I won't stop you. Since we were young, when didn't I go along with you?" Qinzhe was stunned for a moment. Thinking back to the past, it seemed that apart from some small and insignificant quarrels, whenever Qinzhe showed an extreme desire for something or other as his big sister, she would always follow him. Except for the 3 years of cohabitation in university, his sister was arbitrary and domineering. Take his wife as an example. He kept saying that he would return the money, but in fact he was just saying it. He didn't really want her to return the money. If Qinzhe had slapped her and said sternly and angrily, "Qin Baobao, UF*** king return the money to me. If I did that, I might be killed." He felt that what his sister said was right, but there was something wrong with it. Qin Baobao said, "Work hard. If the young man is strong, China will be strong." Qinzhe subconsciously replied, "If the young woman is strong, the young man will lean against the wall. If the young man is strong, the young woman will lie flat." Qin Baobao, "Qinzhe, sister, I'm wrong. I'll try my best to control my mouth." Qin Baobao looked at him silently. Had her brother been bored for too long that he became a man? What should she do as his sister? Waiting online urgent? Qin Baobao snorted and said, "Since we're siblings, I'll hold down Lin Zex's coffin for you." Qin Zhe was stunned for a moment, then he sneered and said, "Since we're siblings, I'll hold down your language teacher's coffin for you." Her language was average since she was young, sigh. She was only lacking in language. Otherwise, she could have gone to Peking University and continued to be desk mates with Wang Zijin for a few more years. She was clearly a woman, but her science results were excellent. Qin Zhe was clearly a man, but his liberal arts results were good. Qin Bao Bao. There was nothing wrong with what I said just now. That afternoon, Qin Zhe posted on Weibo, "Your voice is worth having. I'm very happy to be your personal composer. Please take care of me. Su Jiao." The netizens who saw this Weibo post were dumbfounded. They were all in Chinese and could read, but they couldn't understand when they were strung together. What was Qin Zhe trying to say? Shake hands and make peace? What did personal composer mean? What's going on? Am I seeing things? Is this a gesture of goodwill? What does he mean by, "only we can have your voice"? I have a premonition that something big is going to happen. I'm afraid there's some PY deal. The person above is brainless. There should be a molten iron deal. Beep, deeply stuck. Beep, old pervert card. The people above are a bunch of idiots. Didn't Su Jiao and Qin Bao Bao just end their duel? Su Jiao has been scolded badly recently. What does Qin Zhe mean by posting this? Yeah, my Jiao Jiao's image is greatly damaged. What does he mean? I don't understand. As a popular little fresh meat with tens of millions of fans, Qin Zhe posted such a controversial and bizarre Weibo post, which naturally attracted the attention of many online media and entertainment industry gossipers. They were all guessing what was going on. Qin Zhe and Su Jiao had buried the hatchet, and Tianfang Entertainment and Dynasty had made peace? And he was even Su Jiao's personal composer? Personal composer was an exaggeration. It was how Qin Zhe expressed his close relationship. Not long after, Su Jiao reposted Qin Zhe's Weibo, "Boss, please take care of me in the future." Soon after, Qin Zhe reposted her Weibo, "This is our company's new employee. Please take care of me as well." Su Jiao reposted his Weibo again without saying anything. She added a series of dog head emoticons. This time it was lively. Weibo was the first place to explode. Su Jiao's Weibo and Qin Zhe's Weibo were flooded with countless fans and onlookers within half an hour. There were fans from both sides. Su Jiao was going to jump ship to Tianfang Entertainment. Everyone was aware of this fact. A few days ago they were still fighting fiercely, but in the blink of an eye, they were fooling around together. Even TV plots didn't have such an exaggerated reversal. The onlookers were excited and felt that there was a big show to watch. Su Jiao's fans were even more excited. Previously they were scolding Qin Bao and Tianfang Entertainment with all their might. In the blink of an eye the fans had joined Tianfang Entertainment. After a brief moment of confusion, many fans almost screamed. Personal composer, Qin Zhe. Who didn't know the great name of a fast shooter? Who wasn't jealous of Qin Bao's quick and refreshing speed of promotion? And now their idol was able to enjoy the same benefits. After the album sales battle, Su Jiao once again dominated the trending searches and headlines. This was inevitable. The internet media would definitely not miss such a big piece of news. It wouldn't be long before pieces of gossip articles would be pushed to the internet and mobile phones. A large number of singers liked it, including Su Yunhan, Huang Yuding, and Ge Ling. Actually, there was another word in their hearts: envy? But it wasn't good to say this out loud, as it would cause their own entertainment company to have second thoughts. While the internet was abuzz with discussions, Royal Entertainment. Su Jiao handed in her resignation letter and unilaterally tore up the contract. The company's higher-ups were furious. They rejected Su Jiao's resignation letter and said that if she insisted on going her own way, not only would she have to pay for the breach of contract, but she would also have to face a lawsuit. Su Jiao's manager, Sister Zhang, was the first to take the lead and persuade her in the office. How did it end up like this? How did it end up like this? There was a steaming cup of tea in front of her. Sister Zhang clapped her hands with a pained expression. Sister Zhang, this is my decision. Su Jiao sat opposite her with a faint smile. Jiao Jiao, have you lost your mind? How is our Royal Entertainment inferior to Tianfang? What benefits can Qin Zhe bring you by poaching you? Yes, the company's decision to increase the commission makes you uncomfortable, but the entertainment industry is like this. If it's Tianfang Entertainment, it'll be the same, Sister Zhang said loudly. Qin Zhe can bring me opportunities. Sister Zhang, I've been stuck here for many years. You know very well that my acting career has reached a bottleneck and I want to break through. Qin Zhe can give me opportunities, but Royal Entertainment can't. Su Jiao said in a low voice, Trees die when people move. Sister Zhang persuaded earnestly, Jiao Jiao, I brought you from a young singer to where you are today, and Royal Entertainment has nurtured you for so many years. If you jump ship to Tianfang now, don't you want your reputation? Su Jiao frowned. Whether I want my reputation or not is my own business. Besides, it's not a big stain. There are many artists who jump ship during the contract period, and I'm not the only one. What negative impact can it bring to me? Maybe it won't be as negative as hiring the internet water army to flood the album. Her tone was slightly heavy when she said the last sentence. Sister Zhang looked at her deeply. Those artists, there are indeed some who can become famous, but there aren't many. Do you think you can be like them? Sister Zhang taught you before that stability is the most important. As long as you can stabilize, sooner or later you'll have a hard time. It's too risky to jump ship. You have to think carefully. Su Jiao smiled and took a sip of tea. She said in an exaggerated tone, Qin Zhe, a fast shooter. Sister Zhang, do you know what a fast shooter is? With him writing songs for me, why should I worry about not becoming famous? She changed to a worshipful tone. I'm too greedy. 2 songs a year is enough. That way I can step into the ranks of A-list singers before I turn 35. As long as I step into that rank, the shelf life of a singer will be extended for many years, and I'll be remembered by the audience. Even if I'm old and weak, I'll still be a famous senior in the music industry. I won't be like other singers who used to be popular but lost their youth. After they left the peak, their value plummeted. Sister Zhang said with a straight face, think about how to get through this first. The company won't agree. The taste of a lawsuit isn't good. You're a veteran, so you should know. Su Jiao faintly smiled. Qinze will help me. Sister Zhang sneered. Which poacher doesn't say that? How many celebrities were abandoned after losing a lawsuit? Do you believe him? I believe him. Su Jiao nodded, a sly glint in her eyes. I have a contract and a recording. In the office, there was also a female assistant who stood silently not far away, watching the 2 big shots' conversation. Su Jiao said, Sister Zhang, the tea is cold. Sister Zhang ignored her. She couldn't be bothered and looked at her assistant. Although I'm destined to be unhappy with the company, I'm still an artist of dynasty. Don't just stand there, help me pack my things. The assistant looked at Sister Zhang cautiously. Sister Zhang's face was dark and she didn't say anything. Su Jiao shrugged. Do it yourself. She packed her personal belongings as if no one else was around. Her persuasion failed. Su Jiao was determined to leave. Sister Zhang left with a dark face. Chapter 523. After Sister Zhang left, news of Su Jiao's decision to leave Royal Entertainment spread throughout the company. For a time, it attracted all kinds of discussion. Ever since the news came out on Weibo, all the employees in the company paid attention to this matter. They were nervous, angry, and expectant. Su Jiao was the mainstay of Royal Entertainment. At her peak, she could be ranked in the top 5. Now she could be ranked in the top 10. And now she was about to jump ship to Tianfang Entertainment. This was undoubtedly a blow to the company's employees. For example, if a few of the company's executives suddenly jumped ship, the ordinary employees would definitely have thoughts, and it would greatly affect their morale. So many times when you resigned, the boss didn't really want you to stay, but considered the feelings of the other employees. Royal Entertainment quickly responded by condemning Su Jiao on Weibo. They also posted a lawyer's letter to sue Su Jiao. Royal Entertainment had already filed a lawsuit for breach of contract, demanding 100 million renminbi in compensation. Royal Entertainment's post pushed this matter to the climax. The 100 million renminbi breach of contract replaced the topic of Su Jiao joining Tianfang Entertainment as the headline and trending topic. Countless people looked forward to seeing how Tianfang Entertainment and Su Jiao would respond. Busybodies muttered that Su Jiao was done for. Tianfang Entertainment and Su Jiao remained silent and ignored Royal Entertainment. The rumors on the internet were rampant, but Su Jiao, who was in the middle of this matter, stepped into Tianfang Entertainment amidst cheers of welcome. At night, Qinze held a welcome banquet for Su Jiao. Almost all the company's executives were present. Tell the legal department to get ready. Whatever Royal Entertainment does, we'll deal with it. Qinze said, let's try to settle this matter as soon as possible. It's too much of a loss if we don't serve such a great Buddha. Everyone roared with laughter. Su Jiao glared at him and raised her wine glass. Co Qin, a toast to you. She was wearing a graceful and elegant black dress with 2 shiny platinum earrings. She was bright and beautiful. The marketing manager asked, Co Qin, aren't you going to say something online? Royal Entertainment's Weibo? Qin Zhe shook his head. What do I say? Do I have to prove myself offline? You tell me how it's meaningless. Just ignore it. When the contract dispute is over, we'll post on Weibo and announce that Jiao has officially joined Tianfang Entertainment. Entertainment companies were used to such lawsuits and disputes, and they were all experienced. However, Qin Zhe still asked, are you confident? I've heard of a case before where a certain celebrity had a falling out with his company and sued the company in court. However, he didn't win the case and the court ruled that the contract was not allowed to be terminated. I saw it a long time ago. I don't remember who it was. Anyway, it's already dead now. The manager of the legal department was well informed and immediately guessed which case he was referring to. He explained, I've studied that case before. At that time it caused quite a stir. According to the court's judgment in the past, they would order the payment of liquidated damages, but allow both parties to terminate the contract. At that time, the court considered the interests of the management company for the first time. There were three main reasons why the artist lost the case. First, the contract was not a simple entrustment contract. The artist and the management company did not have the right to terminate the contract. Secondly, the artist bypassed the management company to take on private jobs for a year. Thirdly, 3 of the charges against the management company are not valid. Our legal department has already studied Su Jiao's contract. It's an ordinary commission contract, and the artist herself doesn't violate the contract, except for unilateral termination. Therefore, the main point of this lawsuit wasn't whether Su Jiao could terminate her contract with Royal Entertainment, but the issue of compensation. We will try our best to reduce the company's losses. The manager of the legal department said, Co. Qin, how much do you estimate the compensation in your heart? Qin Zhe joked, within 2 million. Everyone laughed. The manager of the legal department nodded solemnly. We will try our best. Qin Zhe laughed. I'm joking. Let's see how the first trial goes first. But the manager of the legal department said, Co. Qin, please believe in our professional standards. A lawsuit is like a puzzle game. The law is only a set of rules. There is no justice or evil. It just depends on who has a deeper understanding of the rules. Qin Zhe laughed. Let's drink, let's drink. F***ck, don't say any more. If I continue, I'll be taken care of by God River Crab. Qin Zhe understood the logic. When he was young, he remembered watching a certain lawyer-themed TV series. The main actors were all decent people, and the core idea of the whole series was to uphold justice and strike down evil. At that time, he had a beautiful vision of being a lawyer. When he grew up, he realized that something was wrong. If all lawyers were so righteous, then what was up with the criminal's lawyer? Qin Zhe felt that his IQ had been brutally ravaged. He had a bottom line in his heart for compensation. It was within 5 million. Could it be that he really had to pay $1 billion to the dynasty? That was impossible. Throughout the years, artists' contract termination cases were at most a few million, depending on the artist's net worth. They often saw a certain company arguing with a certain company or a certain person, asking for compensation of tens of millions or hundreds of millions. In fact, that was an exaggeration. As for how much compensation should be paid, it depended on how the lawyer argued and how the court decided. A few million was nothing to Hei's king. General Manager Zhang Fu laughed. Co. Qin, would you like to write a song to celebrate Jiao Jiao's joining? When everyone heard that, they followed suit. Qin Zhe waved his hand. How can it be so easy to write a song? Forget it. A manager laughed. Co. Qin, who doesn't know that you're a fast shooter? The air suddenly became quiet. Everyone cast admiring looks at him. The manager, who had drunk until his face turned red, looked embarrassed. He had drunk too much and spoke without thinking. He regretted it so much. Qin Zhe laughed. I drank too much and lost my inspiration. Little Ming, get out of here. Everyone laughed dryly and changed the topic. Zhang Fu said, Royal Entertainment must hate us to death. In fact, before Journey to the West, the two companies still had some business dealings. But business is business. They can't blame us for fighting back if they mess with us. Later, we'll draft a new contract and let the company's artists with potential sign it again. We have to prevent them from poaching. These words were not appropriate at the dinner table. Everyone present was in management, but Su Jiao was not. Everyone laughed and naturally skipped the topic. Su Jiao said, Actually, there's another reason why I'm determined to leave Royal Entertainment. When everyone looked over, she continued, Huang Yuding's contract is about to expire. He decided to jump ship to Royal Entertainment. Royal Entertainment contacted him in private a long time ago. Probably in July or August last year, when Huang Yuding participated in I Am a Singer. His current entertainment company is quite capable, but it can't compare to Royal Entertainment. Royal Entertainment can give him more resources, so it's normal for him to choose Royal Entertainment. If he comes over, as we're both singers and my reputation just happened to be damaged, the company will definitely put him ahead of me and give him more resources. Qinzhe was taken aback. Who did you hear that from? Su Jiao pursed her lips. I've been in Royal Entertainment for so many years. Of course, I have my ways to know about the company's operations and information. The banquet ended and everyone dispersed. Walking out of the hotel, the stuffy air hit them in the face. Qinzhe drank a little and walked side by side with his sister. They went to the small plaza behind the hotel to get their car. Qin Baobao took out the car keys from Qinzhe's trouser pocket, unlocked the car and got into the driver's seat. At the banquet, she didn't drink and asked the waiter for 2 cans of coconut juice. Watching the men chatting and bragging, she felt like a wife accompanying her husband. Demure, gentle and obedient. I think what Zhang Fu said at the banquet is very thoughtful, Qinzhe said. Qin Baobao looked at him with her beautiful eyes, waiting for him to continue. They chatted too much at the banquet, and her mind wasn't on other men, so she didn't remember. It's time to change the contracts of our artists. It's common for artists to jump ship. It's too frequent. This isn't good, but there's nothing we can do about it. Leaving after becoming popular is a risk that all entertainment companies have to face. Our company is the same. If we do this, others can do the same. When Su Jiao becomes popular in the future, can you guarantee that she won't be poached by other companies? There's also Feng Rue, who just became popular in the company. That little girl with big boobs and perky buttocks. Someone might have already contacted her in private. Because our country's entertainment companies are generally a combination of film and TV and management. For an entertainment company, take Star Art for example. How many movies do they produce in a year? How many TV series do they produce? This isn't enough to split among their artists. Artists want to stand out and become famous, but they can't get too many resources. At this time, when someone promises them high salaries and resources, jumping ship is the inevitable result. But this is our country. Hollywood's system is more complete and healthy. They separate the two major businesses, film and TV, to promote the positive and healthy development of the entertainment industry. But there's a prerequisite. The labor unions in America are very powerful. There are labor unions in every industry. They're very impressive and powerful. What about our country? Take the Writers Association for example. What's that? It's just a false reputation. Qin Baobao tilted her head and looked at him. It's a good idea to bind them with contracts, but it's hard to guarantee that the artists won't make conditions. They'll have to make promises or else they won't agree to change the contract. Don't mess it up. Qinzhe chuckled. Then promise them that we'll film a few more movies and TV series and strive to give them more opportunities. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes charmingly. You say it as if it's easy to film in TV series. Qinzhe smiled proudly. Who am I, a fast shooter? Before he could finish, his sister beat him to it. After saying that, she held her stomach and laughed. She leaned on the steering wheel and hit it with her little hands. Qinzhe, one day I'll King change this ridiculously low nickname. I want to poach Huang Yuting, Qinzhe suddenly said. Qin Baobao turned her head. He was lying on the seat with his eyes closed. His face was slightly red, and the intoxicating aroma of alcohol wafted out between his breaths. That's too much. We've only just poached Su Jiao. You have to consider public opinion. Qin Baobao frowned. Hey, I didn't say that I'm going to poach Huang Yuting during the contract period. Su Jiao just said that Huang Yuting's contract is about to expire, and he intends to jump ship to Dynasty. We're on good terms with him. When his contract expires, he can just join our company. Qinzhe grinned, his eyes clouded with a layer of drunkenness. He might not be willing to join our Tianfang Entertainment, Qin Baobao said. Want to make a bet? Qinzhe said. A bet where we can do whatever we want? Qin Baobao's eyes lit up. Forget it. He took out his phone and found Huang Yuting's private number in his contact list. Chapter 524. He dialed Huang Yuting's number. After waiting for a moment, the phone was connected. Qinzhe, looking for me, what's the matter? Huang Yuting's voice was accompanied by strong panting. What are you doing? Qinzhe frowned. I am doing exercising. Huang Yuting's tone was panting. Qinzhe glanced at his sister. If you're doing exercise, stop for a moment. I have something to tell you. If you're doing exercise, then I'm sorry to disturb you. Huang Yuting said angrily, Why would I do exercise in the middle of the night? Wait a moment, I'll call you back later. He hung up. Qinzhe glanced at his sister, embarrassed. His sister turned her face to the side, and her crystal earlobes seemed to be red. Qinzhe lowered the car window and bit a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, he turned his head and asked his sister, "Can I smoke a cigarette?" Qin Baobao said softly. The air conditioner was blowing in the car, and the hot wind outside the window blew in. It felt like ice and fire. Qinzhe lit the cigarette and puffed. Qin Baobao also lowered the car window. She didn't like the smell of cigarettes very much, but she wasn't like other women who frowned and waved their hands as soon as they smelled cigarettes, showing extreme disgust. But if Qinzhe finished smoking, she wouldn't kiss Qinzhe. So every time she went home, she would smell his mouth to see if there was any smell of cigarettes. Although they didn't practice kissing much, what if they had a whim? He thought that it would only take a few minutes, but in the end, 15 minutes had passed. A little bored, Qinzhe turned his head and admired his sister's graceful side curve. She was dressed more casually today. She was wearing a black close-fitting t-shirt that clung to her small waist. It was so thin that he felt like he could wrap his hands around it. There was no belly and it was tight. Qinzhe had experienced it before. It was a pleated short skirt, light blue in color, which was Qinzhe's favorite. She wasn't wearing any stockings. Her legs were fair, straight and slender. He wore a pair of white running shoes. A few minutes later, Qin Baobao glared at him. "What are you looking at?" Huang Yuding's phone call made her feel weird. Why was her brother staring at her after the phone call? What was he trying to do? Qinzhe looked around. "I'm looking at the scenery." He was suddenly startled when he saw that someone was secretly taking pictures of them in the darkness outside the car window. At a distance of 30 to 40 meters, using the green belt and darkness as cover, ordinary people couldn't see it, but Qinzhe could. As his practice of "times are calling" deepened, Qinzhe's various senses and skills became more and more perfect. In the future he would be able to f*ck a bird in the sky, a turtle in the sea or even a hole in the ground. Realization dawned on him. It should be the paparazzi or something. He and his sister were big shots, and many paparazzi dreamed of digging up their secrets. Whether it was exposing them or demanding a huge sum of hush money. In recent days, Su Jiao's sky-high compensation for jumping ship to Tianfang Entertainment and Royal Entertainment had become a hot search and headline. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching and how many people were looking forward to the aftermath of this incident? It was normal for him and his sister to be targeted by the paparazzi. They were probably followed when they left the house. Then this welcome banquet couldn't be hidden. Entertainment News would probably report tomorrow. Tianfang Entertainment's top management invited Su Jiao to a banquet. It didn't matter and there was no need to hide it. Su Jiao jumping ship to Tianfang Entertainment was already an established fact. Paparazzi were very annoying. No celebrities would like them, but they were like annoying little demons that couldn't be shaken off. The best way was to treat them like air and try not to do anything private in public, such as kissing his sister. Qinzhe pretended not to see the paparazzi taking pictures. He waited for another 5 minutes. He finished his second cigarette. He waited for another 10 minutes. He finished his third cigarette. After waiting for a total of more than half an hour, Qinzhe got impatient and dialed Huang Yuding's number again. "What's going on? Huang Yuding also has a low-level system? F*ck, it's almost going to last longer than me." At a certain high-end residence, Huang Yuding was lying on a spacious double bed. In the luxuriously decorated bedroom, the curtains were tightly drawn, and there was only a table lamp emitting an orange halo at the head of the bed. A woman with wavy curls was lying on the bed, revealing her snow-white, round and fragrant shoulders. She blinked her languid eyes. "Yuding, why aren't you returning my call?" When Qinzhe called just now, they were already almost done. In the end, Huang Yuding leaned against the headboard and stared at his phone for a long time without returning her call. Huang Yuding glanced at the time and shook his head. "Let's wait a little longer." He had a girlfriend and it was the woman on the bed, a young model born in the 90s. That was not right. Young models born in the 90s were already approaching their 30s. Only young models born in the 90s could be considered young models. "Qinzhe called you. Maybe it's about a song?" His girlfriend urged. "Hurry up and return his call. Don't you always want him to write songs for you?" Huang Yuding was silent. This was a matter of a man's dignity. He could not compromise. He waited for another 10 minutes. "I still want to love even in death. I won't be happy if I don't thoroughly and vividly." A loud voice sounded. "Caller, Qinzhe." Huang Yuding took a deep breath and picked up the phone. He was panting. "What now?" Didn't I say I'll call you back? There was a long silence. F*C, my waist is not convinced. Huang Yuding panted. I'm gifted. There's nothing to be surprised about. His girlfriend, I'm not convinced either. Then you continue. We'll talk another day. Don't. Since you called, I'll stop for a while. Stop for a while. Is that okay? Hey, it's not a critical moment. It's okay to stop for a while. I'm still early. Qin Zhe screamed in his mind, hey lowlife system, what's going on? You're selling fake kidneys, aren't you? The system ignored him. Huang Yuding was full of arrogance. What's the matter? Did you agree to my request for a song? Qin Zhe said, asking for a song is a small matter. Let me ask you, is your contract about to expire? Huang Yuding said, it'll expire next month. Qin Zhe, you don't plan to renew your contract and jump ship to Royal Entertainment? Huang Yuding was shocked. How did you know? Don't spread this. Qin Zhe said, Su Jiao told me. So what if it spreads? It's not jumping ship. You and the company both know this, don't you? Huang Yuding said, my company is not big. If I stay here, my prospects are definitely not as good as Royal Entertainment. There was a company in the capital that wanted me, but it's too far away. I don't want to fly between two places and settle in the capital. There's nothing to stay in that shabby place. And the music director of Royal Entertainment is my classmate. He has been persuading me for a long time, so I plan to go there. Qin Zhe said, and Huang Yuding continued, originally, I wanted to ask you for a song in the future and shamelessly ask for a few more songs. But you and Royal Entertainment have a feud. I'm afraid there's no chance now. He said in a tentative tone. Qin Zhe snorted. Definitely no chance. I won't give you a single song. Huang Yuding said dryly. Don't be like this. After all, we're friends. If he listened carefully, he could actually guess Qin Zhe's intentions. But when a man vented, not only was his body drained, his mental acuity would also decrease. Qin Zhe said, it's actually very simple to ask me for a song. As long as you promise me one thing, not only will I give you a song, I can do it every year just like Su Jiao. This time Huang Yuding understood. He was not surprised, not excited, nor did he refuse. A moment later. You want to poach me? Qin Zhe corrected him. I'm not poaching you. I'm waiting for your contract to end. But I feel that other than songs, Tianfang is inferior to Royal Entertainment in all aspects, Huang Yuding said cautiously. That was in the past. Qin Zhe said disdainfully, Tianfang's current scale is indeed not as big as Royal Entertainment. They also don't have as many artists under them. But an entertainment company's prospects are not based on its scale, but on its potential. Look at the movie Tianfang made this year, If I Become Memories. The domestic box office was 2.8 billion and the overseas box office was 800 million. As for Journey to the West, the two movies combined have already exceeded 10 billion. Not to mention the album. If you don't count Su Jiao, my sister has broken the record again. This is potential, brother. Tianfang is flourishing now. It's inevitable that it will surpass Royal Entertainment. You entering Tianfang now and in the future are two completely different concepts. What can Royal Entertainment give you? They can only help you take on more commercials, commercial performances, and give you more work to earn money. Tianfang can give you the same. I'm not afraid to tell you that we don't have much work. Instead, we have too few artists, so there's no need to fight for resources for now. Moreover, in terms of career, singers still rely on their works. You know what it means if I write songs for you. Just look at Su Jiao's choice. Believe it or not, in at most 3 years her position in the music industry will be on par with yours, or even surpass yours. And you, don't you want your celebrity to live longer and have a better reputation? It's the age of little fresh meats now. How many more years can you stay popular? Believe it or not, once the number of outstanding works decreases, your reputation will plummet. Finally, funds. You'll never know how much money I have. Let's not talk about Tianfang. Guess how much I earn every month from Baoza Investment? Have you forgotten my title last year that was more famous than the fast shooter? God of Stocks, a god of stocks even more awesome than Xing Beach's little god of stocks. There's also my antivirus software. It's not as profitable as Baoza and Tianfang for now, but it's not a problem to earn tens of millions every month. Huang Yuding pushed away his girlfriend who had leaned over to listen to the phone call. He pulled open the curtains in his pajamas. How many songs will you write for me every year? You're more famous than Su Jiao and we're friends. At least 2 songs a year, at most 4. Singers usually release 2 albums a year. 4 songs is enough to make up a single album. If you take them apart, 2 songs from each album are mine. You've tasted the sweetness of love even when you die, right? Huang Yuding said, Okay, I'll go to your company tomorrow. Qin Zhe smiled. Wise, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really that King Long? Huang Yuding laughed out loud. This is considered long? Sit down, sit down. It's basic. He faced the window and didn't see his girlfriend curling her lips in disdain behind him. Qin Zhe, CK. He didn't believe that Huang Yuding was so powerful. He must have taken a little blue pill. He hung up the phone. Qin Baobao asked timidly, Hey, do all men take this long? Although she rarely came into contact with filthy things on the internet and had never watched any Japanese educational films, it didn't mean that her sister was a primary school student. She knew everything she needed to know in that aspect. She just lacked practice. Think about it, if she had to be stabbed for half an hour to an hour, would she be able to take it? Under the dim light on the car roof, her sister's delicate face was dyed with a layer of orange, like a piece of flawless yellow jade with a faint blush. Qin Zhe snorted. Don't be surprised. Men should be this long. Men should be this long. And men should be this long. Actually, they had different meanings. Qin Baobao was stunned. You must be lying. She expressed her disbelief. Qin Zhe thought to himself, so what if I'm lying? Can we still talk about it? Do you want to continue poaching people? Qin Baobao changed the topic and talked about that with her brother. No matter what, she was excited and embarrassed. She crossed out the excited part. Qin Zhe nodded. What? Qin Baobao asked the question in her heart. Forcing the system to force me. Qin Zhe sighed. I can't stay in Tianfang forever and I can't really become a star. So let's develop Tianfang as soon as possible. It'll save me and you a lot of trouble. I haven't spent so much effort on Baoza and Amethyst. But Tianfang is my gift to my sister. No matter how tiring or troublesome it is, I will make it a top entertainment company. My sister should have the best. Sit down, sit down. Coaxing his sister was routine. Coaxing his sister was too easy. Every time he coaxed her, his sister would be happy for a while. This time the effect seemed to be even better. Qin Baobao smiled sweetly. In that instant she was like the incomparably enchanting Daji, but also like the bright and adorable Xiao Maxian. She leaned over and wrapped her arms around Qin Zhe's neck. Hey, do you want to eat the rouge on my lips? Yes. C. Qin Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. His scalp went numb. He suddenly remembered that there were paparazzi outside. Chapter 525. If he guessed correctly, the high-powered camera with night vision function was focused on the inside of the car. At this time, his sister had put her hands around his neck, her pretty face flashed with shyness and joy, and her thin mouth was slightly open. In the next scene, if the paparazzi were not dead, then the sister and brother would be dead. The paparazzi may be extremely excited, stimulated, and surprised, leading to cardiac arrest and death from shock. No matter how he thought about it, the sister and brother were more likely to be dead. At this moment, if he told his sister that there were paparazzi secretly taking photos, his sister would definitely pull back from the cliff and make a move to distance herself. But in the eyes of outsiders, it would be even more strange, and those with a big brain hole would probably have a bad association. How to smoothly eliminate the ambiguous action into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, Swamp King had an idea. He first extended his left palm and pressed it on his sister's chest, giving himself a buff that turned his chest into bliss. Then he swung his right hand and chopped his sister's head. Qin Baobao was stunned on the spot. What are you doing? She covered her head, pursed her small mouth, frowned, and looked aggrieved. That chop just now was a bit heavy. One chop, one chop. Qin Zhe shouted and made 3 consecutive chop. It seemed to be a big move, but the strength was actually very light. After being hit by a series of blows, Qin Baobao launched a counterattack and hit Qin Zhe's chest with 2 fists. Qin Zhe also clenched his fists and fought back. Qin Baobao's advantage was revealed. If it were Wang Zijin, she would confront him with an aggrieved look and wait for Qin Zhe to take the initiative to admit his mistake. If it were Su Yu, she would pretend to be heartbroken and accuse Qin Zhe of being heartless. Not far away, the paparazzi hidden behind the green belt saw the sister and brother fighting in the car through the camera with night vision function. So naive. The paparazzi murmured. Just now, Qin Baobao was going to hug Qin Zhe's neck, right? That posture was very ambiguous and he was stunned at that time. The 2 of them were siblings, right? They weren't a celebrity couple, right? Soon he found that he thought too much. The fast gunman waved his hand knife and shot Qin Baobao 3 times in a row. Qin Baobao angrily fought back. The siblings punched each other for half a minute. So, Qin Baobao was going to strangle Qin Zhe's neck instead of hugging his neck? As expected of a female celebrity who was known as a natural seductress, her every move was ambiguous and seductive. The paparazzi watched from the camera as the siblings messed around for a while. Then they stopped, drove the car, merged into the traffic and disappeared. Today they still didn't manage to dig up any explosive news from the siblings, but they managed to capture the scene of Su Jiao and Elysium's higher-ups attending the banquet, so it wasn't a loss this time. In the car, Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Baobao said, "Are there really paparazzi secretly taking pictures of us?" Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense, which day hasn't there been paparazzi secretly taking pictures of us? I saw them when I was smoking just now. They were sneakily hiding behind the greenery. This bunch of paparazzi who are like plasters. I am willing to spend a good night with your mother." Qin Zhe was drenched in cold sweat just now and he was quite frightened. Qin Baobao, only a ghost would believe that there's a bosom friend in the sea. Qin Zhe, luring grass on the plains, forget it if you don't believe me. Qin Baobao was stunned. So awesome. She didn't have any more poems in her stomach, so she sulked as she drove. After driving for a while, Qin Zhe said seriously, "Let's be more careful in the future, especially in public places. You can't mess around like you do at home. If you get photographed, it won't be good for your reputation." Qin Baobao pulled a long face. "I know, it's all because sister can't be seen in public." Qin Zhe hesitated and said, "If you feel that it's unfair, you can put yourself in my shoes. It's actually not good for my reputation. If I get photographed, I won't be able to face anyone. Both of them would be finished for this kind of thing, alright? And no matter how you looked at it, Qin Zhe was more at risk. The old master would beat him to death." Qin Zhe counted the B-list artists in the company. Li Wei, Su Jiao, Huang Yuding, and the 2 B-list artists who starred in A Journey to the West, there were exactly 5 of them. There were 9 C-list artists and they were currently short of 2. Qin Zhe immediately thought of Guling and Ding Lixin, a female singer duo, but he immediately rejected that idea. There were too many singers in the company, and it would cause an imbalance in the ranks of the artists. In a truly healthy and powerful entertainment company, film and television stars must be the mainstream, followed by singers. Also, he had promised Huang Yuding and Su Jiao, so the other singers would definitely make requests, or else they would feel unfair. Huang Yuding and Su Jiao added up to 5 or 6 songs a year, so it didn't matter. But this couldn't become a routine, or else everyone would use this as a condition. There were countless songs in the store, but Qin Zhe's points were limited. Once again, Guling kept throwing flirtatious glances at him, showing that she wanted to seduce him. This violated sister's taboo. Sister had never liked her. If he poached Guling and they were under the same roof, Guling would definitely pursue him in a more daring way. Her mentality would probably explode. Right, Qian Shishir and Yi Lu. Qian Shishir was cheerful, lively, petite and cute. Qin Zhe quite liked this kind of personality. However, her acting skills weren't top-notch. She had acted in many dramas, but after being scolded a few times by haters online, she changed her main occupation to variety shows. As for Yi Lu, she was a rather interesting woman. She was tall and beautiful and claimed to be his fan. Last time, when he accompanied sister to a reality show, he was in the same team as her. During this period, they would occasionally message each other. When it was a festival, they would send a few blessings. "Hello, Qin Zhe?" After dialing Qian Shishir's number, it rang for a while before the other side picked it up. "You're sleeping so early?" "It's only 10:30, Qin Zhe said in surprise. "I slept at 10, Qian Shishir said lazily. "Boss Qin, why are you calling me? Do you want me to warm your bed?" "Sure, come on, come on." "I have something to talk to you about," Qin Zhe said. "What is it?" "Say it quickly." "Women who stay up late will age," Qian Shishir said. "I want to invite you to join Tianfeng." Qin Zhe went straight to the point. "Huh?" Qian Shishir's tone suddenly rose. "Come to my Tianfeng," Qin Zhe said. Qian Shishir. At this moment, Qian Shishir, who was sleeping soundly, flipped over and sat up. With her messy hair, she touched her forehead and smoothed her hair back. "Boss Qin, don't tease me." "I'm not teasing you. Really. I was watching you and Royal Entertainment quarrel the day before yesterday with relish. Now you're calling me and saying that you want to poach me? I'm a slut in the capital. I've never thought of settling in Shanghai. I don't care if you're a slut in the capital or in the northeast. As long as you're not a slut, I won't eat you. Besides, don't you have property in Shanghai? You spend almost half of your time in Shanghai every year. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known each other. As an artist who doesn't travel all over the country, it's normal to be away for a few months for a drama. How much time do you spend at home? Don't talk to me about this, Qin Zhe said. Qian Shishir was a cheerful and soft girl. When talking to her, there was no need to be too polite. Just banter and joke like friends. Qin Zhe said, not only has Su Jiao joined my company, Huang Yuding's contract has also expired. He has decided to join our Tianfang. Qian Shishir was shocked and speechless for a long time. In a soft and cute voice she said, are you for real? You're lying to me. Why would I lie to you? Boss Qin, what are you trying to do? You can't be so ruthless, right? Poaching so many artists at once. Can the company digest them all? It's very troublesome with lawsuits. Qian Shishir felt that he was too crazy. People did business and ran companies step by step. But he was moving too fast. What do you think? Qin Zhe asked. I'm not coming. Qian Shishir said, I'm doing well here. Why would I come to your company? Send me a boyfriend? I'm not a singer. It's useless even if you write songs for me. I'm not cut out for singing, so your Tianfang is not attractive to me. I don't want to be entangled in lawsuits. It's so troublesome. Time will pass. Think about it, Qin Zhe said. Qian Shishir burst into laughter and said coquettishly, no. She changed the topic and teased, do you have a girlfriend? Qin Zhe looked at his sister and said without hesitation, no. Salted fish knew how to choose. Qian Shishir giggled and said, then be my boyfriend. I'll come over. How should he answer this? It should be a joke, but if he rejected it directly, it would appear that his EQ was low. If he agreed, the jealous lover beside him would act up again. Allow me to ponder for a while, Qin Zhe said. Yes, I can't afford it. Pass. Qian Shishir did not react and thought that he was casually changing the topic. She smiled and said, all right. I'm just joking. I'm going to sleep. Bye. Qin Zhe sighed and said, I'll talk for a few more minutes. Listen carefully. When it's done and you still don't want to come, we'll treat it as if it never happened. Qian Shishir was stunned and said, wait a moment. She got out of bed and went to the living room to pour a cup of warm water. She took a sip and said with a serious expression, go ahead. I remember that you used to be a movie star, but after filming a few years of television dramas, you were criticized for your poor acting skills. Unable to take the blow, you gradually faded out of the film industry and became active in variety shows, Qin Zhe said. Why are you stabbing me in the heart for no reason? Qian Shishir said angrily. Actually, I've watched your television dramas in the past and quite liked you. You're beautiful and your acting skills are good. Why were you criticized to this extent? Indeed, your acting skills aren't top-notch, but there's nothing wrong with it. Why were you criticized as an actress with no acting skills who would never become popular? Qin Zhe asked. Yes. I also think that my acting skills are not bad. Qian Shishir felt the same way. But it's not up to the artist to decide what kind of show to film. Back then, all kinds of film companies would help me accept. There were many lousy shows, but I just gritted my teeth and acted in them. What could I do? I was helpless too. However, I'm doing quite well now. Variety shows are much more relaxed and cheerful. Qin Zhe said, no matter how popular variety shows are, you're just like that. Qian Shishir was silent. Qin Zhe guided her patiently. I can give you a chance. I can give you a chance to return to the film industry. Don't you envy those celebrities who become popular overnight? Don't you want to prove yourself? Are you really willing? Stay in variety shows forever and never leave? How many years have you been in the industry? Have you won the Best Actress award? You haven't even won the Best Supporting Actress award. How many red carpets have you walked? You even feel embarrassed to walk the red carpet, right? That's because you're not filming anymore. You're just slacking off in variety shows. Chapter 526. Qian Shishir pretended to be relaxed and laughed. Mr. Qin, you really have a glib tongue. But we're friends, right? Don't paint a big picture for me. Variety shows are useless, but at least it's comfortable and there's no risk. If I agree, what if I lose the bait and lose the bait? How many years can you stay in variety shows? As you get older, there will be fewer and fewer shows looking for you. Qin Zhe said calmly, do you know why Su Jiao agreed to jump ship? It's not just because of the song. Our Tianfang will also take care of the lawsuit, compensation, and one-stop service. As long as you agree, we'll leave the rest to Tianfang. You just have to obediently rest at home for a while and then happily come to my embrace. You won't believe me even if I tell you. We can sign a contract. Tianfang guarantees that we won't give up on you and will help you settle these things. Qian Shishir didn't say anything and seemed to be thinking about it. I know you're worried that you'll jump ship, or will it be the same as before? Don't worry, it won't happen. I promise to give you better film and television resources. It's not like you haven't seen my movies before. Which one of them isn't popular? Think about it, if you came over earlier, If I Became Memories and Journey to the West, would definitely have a role for you. Those who became popular because of Journey to the West, like Feng Rue. Those whose fame rose again like Li Wei. Can your current entertainment company give you such conditions? Qian Shishir was bewildered. You'll really give me better film and television resources? Qin Zhe, we can sign the contract first. Later you'll officially join us and we'll write it in the contract. Qian Shishir, take care of the lawsuit? Qin Zhe, Qian Shishir, hey Qin Zhe, why are you doing this? First it was Su Jiao, then Huang Yuding, then me. How can you do this? I feel like you're just messing around. Qin Zhe, so I'm the big boss and you're a small artist. Go. Qian Shishir said angrily, then I'll come to Shanghai another day. Let's talk business. You have to write those promises in the contract. Qin Zhe, no problem. Before hanging up, Qian Shishir suddenly said, what do you mean by A? Are you mocking me? Did I say that? I'm hanging up. I'm driving. Qin Zhe hung up. On the other side, Qian Shishir glanced at her phone screen, lowered her head, and looked at the outline of her breasts that were faintly discernible under her pajamas. She muttered unwillingly, I'm in to be okay? Neon lights illuminated the skyscrapers, and cars converged into a sparkling river. Qin Baobao straightened her back, clenched the steering wheel with both hands, and looked ahead attentively. She looked very cute when she was driving seriously. Did Qian Shishir agree? Sister asked. That's true. With me around, who can't handle it? Qin Zhe chuckled. Yes. Brother, you'll definitely have a bright future if you work in MLM. You're also good at bewitching people. Qin Baobao said seriously. Qin Zhe was too lazy to argue with his sister. It's over now, right? Is there anyone else? Qin Baobao said. Also, I plan to poach Yi Lu too. However, it's too late this year. Let's talk about it tomorrow. You still want to poach people? Are you crazy? Of course, Qin Baobao didn't know that her little brother was a cheater. She couldn't understand Qin Zhe's actions. Even if he wanted to make good food for her, he didn't have to do it like this. He was like a hungry ghost who ate 3 days' worth of food. If he didn't die of bloating, he would vomit. It's just a basic operation. Don't be surprised. Qin Zhe couldn't explain the reason to his sister, so he bragged, when have I ever done something that I'm not confident in? Qin Baobao chuckled. When have you ever been outstanding in anything since you were young? Qin Zhe's scar was exposed and he said angrily, I'm a late bloomer. How can a golden carp be a fish in a pond? It will turn into a dragon once it encounters the wind and clouds. Yesterday I was already dead. Today I'm Hei's king. Hei's king, what do you plan to do next? It's easy to poach people, but it's not easy to run a business. Writing songs isn't a problem. After all, my little brother is a fast shooter. I'm proud of him. I believe that you can satisfy Huang Yuding and Su Jiao. However, what you and Qian Shishir promised, is it really not nonsense? Don't go back on your word when the time comes. If you can't give them good resources, there will be disputes again, Qin Baobao said. She finally acted like a good wife and mother, a good wife and sister, a good sister and sister. Qin Zhe didn't criticize when he did things. He would always give careful warnings after the event. She was so virtuous, she must be an older sister. Because his girlfriend couldn't be virtuous. His girlfriends were all juicers. Don't worry, it's not a problem. As long as I complete this task, I can have as many movies as I want, Qin Zhe said. He could do whatever he wanted with points. In other people's eyes, Qin Zhe's actions were childish and stupid. To use a fashionable saying, if you take too big a step, you'll easily pull your balls. However, Qin Zhe was a cheater. As long as he completed the task of Entertainment Circle's big boss, he would get tens of thousands of points. It wasn't a problem to exchange as many movie and TV scripts as he wanted. Qin Baobao pursed her lips. Regardless of whether her younger brother was bragging or not, since it was already like this, she couldn't just stand by and watch. Ace, go online and see which movies have the highest box office recently. Let's go watch some other day and gain some experience. Qin Zhe turned on his phone and logged onto the ticket purchase website. He read from his phone, the box office is ranked first in America's Women's Federation. The second is Thailand's Wrestling I'm the Best. The third is our country's You're Embarrassed, I'm Embarrassed. Qin Baobao asked, what's your D? Qin Zhe couldn't help but glance at his sister's proud and perky chest. Visually estimated to be 36D. Qin Bao Bao looked at him blankly. When she met her younger brother's gaze, she was both embarrassed and angry. She freed her right hand and hit his head. You're so annoying. You don't have to worry about the movie. I'll handle it myself. You just have to practice your singing or film, and occasionally manage the company. As for the concert, I'm sorry. I'll probably be very busy in the next few months. The key is the issue of funds. The compensation for these celebrities and the acquisition of Purple Crystal's factory will all cost money. Qin Zhe said, when Journey to the West is taken off the shelves and the money comes in, we'll hold a concert. It's like a national tour, okay? Qin Bao Bao said in an indifferent tone, okay. Anyway, she wouldn't run if she could. It was enough for her to release albums. Wasn't it tiring to run around? She also had to worry about the intruder taking advantage of her absence and eating the pig she had raised for 24 years. It was only 3 kilometers away from the neighborhood. When the car passed by the 24-hour supermarket, Qin Zhe said, stop for a while. I'll buy a pack of cigarettes. The car stopped by the roadside. Qin Zhe opened the door and got out. You can only buy 1 pack, Qin Bao Bao shouted at his back. Qin Bao Bao limited his cigarettes to 1 pack every 2 days. He could only buy 1 pack at a time. If he bought too many, she would get angry and throw them away. It didn't matter during the day, but when she got home from work, she definitely couldn't let her brother smoke. She couldn't stand the heavy smell of cigarettes. Got it? Qin Zhe put on his mask and cap as he walked. When he entered the supermarket, there was a kid in middle school standing behind the counter. He had a childish face. Perhaps his parents had something to do, so he was helping to look after the store. Qin Zhe took out a 100 yuan note. Give me a pack of Chicken Lord. The kid's gaze swept across the glass cabinet and turned to look at the wall cabinet with cartons of cigarettes. He shook his head and said, Chicken Lords are sold out. Qin Zhe frowned. There's no Chicken Lord, then give me a pack of Chicken Lord. There's still Chicken Lord. The kid took out the cigarettes and handed them over, keeping the 100 yuan note. There was no need for change. Both Chicken Lord and Chicken Lord were the same price, 100 yuan. Qin Zhe put the cigarettes in his pocket. He only smoked Chicken Lords. Chicken Lords were strong but pure. Chicken Lord was soft. Although it tasted good, it was too bland. Only sissies would sleep with women. Men should *ck men. For reference, only sissies would suck Chicken Lord. Men should smoke Chicken Lord. He would just be a sissy for a day. Just then, a man and a woman walked into the supermarket. The man stood at the counter and pointed at Chicken Lord. Give me a pack. Qin Zhe thought, yo, your brother is also smoking Chicken Lord. No, this is the shell, the kid replied. Then give me a pack of Chicken Lord. The man took out a 100 yuan note and placed it on the glass counter. The kid held the cigarette in one hand and the money in the other. He turned around and put it through the money detector. The woman suddenly said, wait, you can pay with Jiji Bao, right? Chapter 527. Sure. The young man took out the QR code and placed it in front of her. The woman took back the $100 bill and handed it back to the man. Then she pointed her phone at the QR code and scanned it to pay. But then the man changed his mind and insisted on paying with cash. He pushed the $100 bill to the young man. Qin Zhe saw that the man had been holding onto his wallet the whole time. He had secretly swapped out the $100 bill. He still had a fake bill in his hand, which had been blocked by his wallet. Through the woman's manipulation, he took out the fake bill and handed it to the young man. The young man was young, but he didn't know how sinister people were. He didn't suspect anything and took it. The man and woman looked at each other and smiled. Just as the man reached for the cigarette, Qin Zhe was one step ahead of him. He pressed down on the packet of dummy cigarettes that cost $100. The man stared at him. Brother, what's the meaning of this? They looked at each other silently, trying to use their eyes to tell Qin Zhe not to meddle in other people's business. Qin Zhe retracted his gaze and pushed the packet of dummy cigarettes back to the young man. He said lightly, give the money back to him and let them scan the QR code to pay. The young man was confused. He didn't understand what was going on. Everything was fine, but the man beside him suddenly interfered. What does it have to do with you? We're buying cigarettes. Are you crazy? The woman shouted. Young man, give us the cigarettes. We're in a hurry. The man glared at Qin Zhe again with a strong threat. The young man handed over the cigarettes, but this time, Qin Zhe directly took the cigarettes away. The man was so angry that he cursed. A middle-aged man walked out of the supermarket. Perhaps he heard the noise outside and came out to check. What's the matter? He glanced at Qin Zhe and the other two. The young man was confused from beginning to end. He looked at his father blankly. He didn't know how to explain. The woman immediately said, "We're here to buy cigarettes. I don't know what's wrong with this person. He snatched the cigarettes and refused to give it to us. He probably doesn't want your family to do business." The man agreed. This person is crazy. The fake bill was still on the counter. He reached out and quietly took it back. "We're going to scan the QR code to pay." The middle-aged man looked at Qin Zhe with an unfriendly expression. Qin Zhe pointed at the money the man took out. "Boss, he used fake money to buy your cigarettes." The middle-aged man was stunned. "What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense, you know? This is real money. This kid checked it on the money detector just now," the woman shouted. Hearing this, the young man nodded. The man pulled out the real banknote without batting an eyelid. "Do you want to check it again?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "No need, you can pay by scanning the QR code." The woman shouted, "What do you mean? We're here to buy cigarettes, not to be wronged. I'm not buying any more. You don't know how to do business at all." As she spoke, she pulled the man out of the supermarket. The middle-aged man quickly took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed one to Qin Zhe. He said in a grateful tone, "Brother, thank you." Qin Zhe shook his head, took the cigarette and put it on his ear. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette and said with disdain, "I can tell from their accent that they're from another country." Bah! Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Because of their accent you choose to believe me?" The middle-aged man explained, "I've been running this shop for so many years. It's not like I haven't suffered this kind of loss before." He looked at his son. "Did those two people buy cigarettes with real money first, then take it back and give it to you?" The young man nodded. The middle-aged man scolded, "Little punk, grow a brain. Didn't I tell you to be careful?" The young man looked aggrieved. Qin Zhe left the supermarket. After a few steps, he was blocked by two men and a woman. Was this a form of revenge? Qin Zhe glanced at the man blocking the way and then looked at the man behind him. The two men were advancing and retreating. "What's wrong? You want to beat people up?" Qin Zhe said. "Change this 100 yuan for us and pretend that this didn't happen." The man took out a red Grandpa Mao note. "What if I don't want to?" Qin Zhe was very calm. "Then you don't want to live." The woman was full of vigor. "It's illegal to send fake money to the market. It's more serious than you beating me up. This is Shanghai, not your fellow countrymen in the corners of the country." The man who was in the supermarket with the woman said, "We didn't send fake money. We're the victims. Don't talk nonsense. Give us the money." Qin Zhe had seen similar reports on the news before. Many people used this method to quietly send fake money to the market. The woman sneered. "If you don't give us the money, we'll beat you up. It's your choice. Even if you call the police will only ask about such a small matter. They don't even need to file a case. It's pointless to take a beating." Before she finished speaking, the man standing in front of Qin Zhe was kicked in the stomach. He fell to the ground and rolled a few meters away, groaning in pain. After dealing with one easily, he turned around and swept his leg, sweeping the man behind him to the ground. He wondered if he should call the police and let the police handle it. Beep, beep. A car horn sounded in the distance. His sister waved at him from the car. Qin Zhe walked in front of the woman and slapped her. "Liangshan is a local. I have 100 ways to make your life difficult, but you can't do anything about it." He jogged to the car, opened the door and got in. Qin Baobao looked at the three people in the distance. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. "What's going on? You got into a fight with someone again." "They're scammers." Qin Zhe briefly explained the situation. "It's something that was announced on the internet, the kind where fake money is exchanged for real money." "That's crazy. We actually encountered them." Qin Baobao was shocked. "Well, it's happening all over the country. It's not surprising," Qin Zhe said. "Many people who saw the news would scold the people for not being in the old days. Gangs, similar cases all over the country, the methods were the same. Considering the source of the fake money, it was terrifying. First, where did so many fake money come from? Ordinary people don't have many chances to see fake money. There must be a gang that makes fake money. Second, how did they train their hand speed? It was more like group training. Third, XX almost didn't crack down on such incidents. When encountering this kind of situation, and he had the ability to do so, Qin Zhe didn't mind pulling out his blade when he saw injustice. For Royal Entertainment, Su Jiao's departure was undoubtedly a very bad thing. Losing money was a small matter. The key was that their reputation was greatly damaged. Hiring a water army to slander, A Journey to the West, was malicious competition. Although this kind of thing was common in the entertainment industry, tacit understanding and exposure were two different things. boosting album sales and false hype. In the end, not only did it not succeed, but it also had a very negative impact on the company's image. After losing the company's money to boost sales, Su Jiao's album sales were very weak. On the other hand, Qin Bao Bao's album had been selling well. Then the person involved, Su Jiao, suddenly jumped ship to Tianfang Entertainment. It was even more absurd than a melodramatic drama. Royal Entertainment had lost all face. The face they had lost in the past few years was not as much as the face they had lost recently. Today, a few executives took advantage of the break after lunch to have a simple meeting. Tianfang Entertainment has gone too far. We must fight back. Wei Tong slapped the table. Use all the connections that should be used. We must win the lawsuit. Even if we can't win, we must drag it out for a year or so. Actually, we don't have to go head-to-head with Tianfang, someone said. No, I can't stand this grievance. Royal Entertainment can't stand it either. Wei Tong said, contact Huang Yuding and let him announce the news of him joining Royal Entertainment as soon as possible. Su Jiao left, so be it. Huang Yuding is much more famous than her. Chapter 528. In the last meeting, the higher-ups had made a joint decision. Should we attack Tianfang Entertainment? The result was attack, ruthlessly. The experienced higher-ups even came up with a plan to beat them at their own game, in a very short period of time. After analysis, there were two reasons for the failure. First, Tianfang Entertainment had a lot of money and could afford to wage a war of trolls and sales. Second, the quality of Su Jiao's album was not as good as Qin Bao Bao's. This was an ironclad fact, so when the trolls from both sides fought, the audience was more willing to believe in their own feelings. This meeting was still discussing Tianfang Entertainment and how to deal with the relationship between both parties in the future. Most of the higher-ups thought that since the grudge had been formed, they would just wait and see. Sooner or later they would get back at them. A small portion of the higher-ups thought that there was no need to harp on Tianfang Entertainment. They would attack when it was time to attack and cooperate when it was time to cooperate. What if they couldn't defeat them? Wei Tong said, Huang Yuding joining Dynasty, the PR department must remember to publicize it. What's the big deal about Su Jiao leaving? Let the outside world know that our company doesn't lack talent. Our company is still a giant in Shanghai's entertainment industry. Also, have you poached any artists from Tianfang? Are there any who are willing to jump ship? Manager Zhang said, we've tried to contact artists from Tianfang Entertainment. There are a total of 6 of them. 2 of them are male stars with more potential who are willing to jump ship to Tianfang. There's only 1 female star for now. Also, they're all movie stars. It's too difficult to find singers. Those singers dream of Qinzhe writing songs for them. If they continue to stay in Tianfang, who knows when the opportunity will come. Wei Tong said, what about that Feng Rue? Her potential is quite good. Manager Zhang shook his head. I didn't get a definite answer. After all, Tianfang personally made her popular, and it hasn't been long. If she leaves after becoming popular, it will have a very negative impact on her reputation. If Tianfang manages it well, they might even destroy her. So they must have this concern. Suddenly, Vice President Li Guangzhao's phone buzzed. Because it wasn't a formal meeting, he picked up the call. What did you say? Li Guangzhao shot up from his seat, his eyes wide and filled with shock and surprise. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. Wei Tong asked curiously, what's the matter? Li Guangzhao said, I'll go take a look myself. He hurriedly hung up the phone and opened Weibo. He searched for Huang Yuding, and quickly clicked in. The first Weibo that caught his eye was, my voice has always been there, just waiting for Xiao Qin to pick up your noble pen. #Qinzhe, welcome to Tianfang Entertainment, Guru Huang. I have good songs here, do you have a good voice? The Weibo post was posted 5 minutes ago. The person who called him was one of his employees. He said that Huang Yuding had posted on Weibo that he had officially joined Tianfang Entertainment. Li Guangzhao wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. He might not know if his ears were playing tricks on him, but his eyes were definitely not playing tricks on him. That was the truth. Li Guangzhao raised his head, pushed his glasses and said with difficulty, something big has happened. What is it? Everyone started asking questions at once. Li Guangzhao said bitterly, Huang Yuding has been poached by Tianfang Entertainment. At first there was silence, then a commotion broke out. Don't let it be some unreliable gossip. Give old Jiao a call and let him communicate with him. No one believed this. They were shocked and doubtful. Li Guangzhao waved his phone. It's posted on Weibo. The executives hurriedly picked up their phones and logged into Weibo. What's going on? Didn't they say it was a done deal? Where's old Yao? Isn't old Yao his classmate? Is it reliable? Who did you hear it from? Ask him what he wants. Our royal entertainment will try our best to satisfy him. Seeing the truth, they were shocked and angry. Everyone started discussing. Wei Tong personally called the music director, Old Yao, and asked him to communicate with him. 10 minutes later, Old Yao helplessly called back. President Wei, Huang Yuding said it's a pity that he can't join royal entertainment. He's made up his mind. Wei Tong said angrily, ask him to state his conditions. Anything is negotiable. Old Yao smiled bitterly. I did. I even played the card of being classmates, but it was useless. He said that what Qin Zhe can give him, royal entertainment can't. Although we're classmates, when it comes to our future, being classmates is useless. Even so, I still pestered him for 10 minutes before he hung up. Wei Tong punched the conference table. After a moment of silence, someone said in a low voice, then regarding Tianfang, should we fight back? Everyone didn't know how to answer such a sad question. Inexplicably, things had developed to this point. From the most normal box office battle, to the album sales battle, and finally Su Jiao's departure and Huang Yuding's loss. From a small loss, it had evolved into a huge loss. What exactly went wrong? Why did a rising newcomer in the entertainment industry make royal entertainment suffer again and again? Why did the Water Army lose again and again? Why did the celebrities get poached again and again? Was it the loss of morality or the distortion of human nature behind all this? After pondering for a while, many higher-ups of royal entertainment came to a sad conclusion. They really couldn't go against Qin Zhe. Using their connections in the entertainment industry to ban Tianfang Entertainment? It wouldn't work. Tianfang's best-selling movies and albums were all independently produced. Unless royal entertainment could make director Guangming a scapegoat. After Huang Yuding and Qin Zhe's Weibo interaction, the internet was in an uproar. Secondly, before the popularity of Su Jiao joining Tianfang dissipated, there was another singer who was even more famous. From the album sales battle until now, Tianfang had participated in almost all the headlines and trending searches in the entertainment industry for more than a month. Huang Yuding joined Tianfang Entertainment? I'm shocked. Tianfang Entertainment suddenly exploded. In my impression, shouldn't Tianfang Entertainment be a third-rate entertainment company propped up by Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao? In half a year, how many second-rate stars does Tianfang have? Who can calculate? Their development is too fast. Qin Zhe is simply poisonous. We keyboard warriors can't see through the big shots world. Tianfang's fame rose to another level. In the past, Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's fame had spread far and wide in the entertainment industry, but Tianfang had always been a nobody. Even though they had produced If I Become Memories and Journey to the West, there were still not many people in Tianfang Entertainment. It was just like when you watched a movie, you would never pay attention to the production company and would rarely find out who the director was. But starting from this period, Tianfang Entertainment had become an entertainment company that many people were familiar with. Even Qin Zhe's fame rose greatly. There were girls confessing their love for him everywhere on the internet. Sister Yi, I sincerely invite you to join us. Qin Zhe said, don't worry about the lawsuit. Tianfang will also take care of the compensation. I can write clearly on the contract for you. It's best if there's a movie or TV series every year for you to be the female lead. You're worth this price. Qin Zhe, don't paint a pie in the sky for me. I don't want to jump ship, Yi Lu said. Reality proved that it wasn't easy to poach people. Su Jiao and Huang Yuding both happened at the right time. Even Qian Shishir wasn't too immersed in her role, which was why she was poached by Qin Zhe. Yi Lu's development was very smooth. It wasn't flourishing, but it was very stable. In such an environment, she definitely wasn't willing to take the risk to jump ship. Also, my relationship with the higher-ups of Mei is pretty good. If I jump ship, it won't be good for my reputation, Yi Lu said gently. Stop bullshitting. I know you want to run out and open your own studio. I did my research before calling you, Qin Zhe said in annoyance. Then why did you still call me when you already knew? Yi Lu said. You can also set up your own studio if you come to my Tianfang Entertainment. Also, the resources will definitely be better than if you open your own studio outside. I can promise you that I'll let you be the female lead once this year. I don't need to repeat the results of Tianfang Entertainment's TV series, right? Once you've thought it through, remember to call me. Qin Zhe rubbed his temples and stared at the name list on the table in front of him. On it were the artists and phone numbers. Yi Lu wasn't his only choice. Qin Zhe would give her at most 3 days. If she didn't agree, he would look for other artists. Right now, the most important thing was to complete the mission. Salted Fish Zhe's harem group chat. Suyu, What's Qin busy with recently? Baoza has a bunch of things waiting for him to settle. Qin had been at Tianfang Entertainment for nearly a week. He was in a pair with his sister and the siblings returned home together. Suyu was very angry, but thinking that there were indeed a lot of things happening at Tianfang Entertainment recently, she held it in and didn't call Qin to make a fuss. Wang Zijin immediately agreed. Purple Crystal isn't coming either. I don't have a lot of management experience. He doesn't even know how to help me. Despise. Qin Bao originally didn't want to bother with them, but they kept mentioning her. She said helplessly, he's crazy. He's still trying to poach people. Suyu, is he trying so hard to expand Tianfang's scale? Baoza hasn't expanded in a long time. He doesn't care either. A series of despise emojis. Wang Zijin's tone was sour. Purple Crystal also needs to expand. A's will be staying at Purple Crystal for the next month. He's doing well. Don't worry about him. Qin Bao, hee hee. Suyu, hee hee. The three women were in a show. They bickered for a long time. Nanman Pei suddenly came online. Recently, I've been preparing to hire a senior manager to help me manage the funds. My think tank suggested that I should personally come up with the questions. Think tank and whatnot. Sounded so high and mighty. She had to get A's to build a think tank one day. Qin Bao thought to herself. Suyu, sister man, are you sure the think tank isn't trying to slack off? Nanman Pei, I think it's quite interesting. I plan to give it a try. But I've never been an interviewer before. I usually hire people based on their qualifications. Then I send people to work at the grassroots level. Those who are reliable will be promoted. This time I plan to set up a management team directly. Suyu, I'll help you think about it. Soon she posted a large number of unique questions from the interviewers during the interview. Nanman Pei, you have it all on the internet. Be serious. Qin Bao, do you want to test ability or character? Nanman Pei, both. Wang Zijin, ability is easy. Send a set of professional exercises. Finally we'll look at the results. If it's character, I have a question that's quite interesting. Nanman Pei, say it. Wang Zijin, if you were locked in a room with a naked woman, and you were only given 20 minutes, what would you do? Wang Zijin, this question is very deep. Those who answered courteously are hypocrites. Those who said that they wanted to do something were very lustful. If you want to write, you'll do it if you don't want money. If you want money, you won't do it. Those who are diligent and thrifty are able to hold on to their career. Those who talk about emotional exchanges first are far-sighted. Nanman Pei, why do I feel that it's not reliable at all? Wang Zijin thought to herself. Of course it's not reliable. I just made it up. Nanman Pei, let's see how Qin chooses to Qin. Chapter 529. Qin heard a ding-dong from his phone, indicating that someone had at him. He clicked on it and almost peed in his pants. If you were locked in a room with a naked woman for only 20 minutes, what would you do? Wang Zijin's question might be accidental, but Nanman Pei definitely had ulterior motives for letting him answer. Qin couldn't be blamed for thinking this way because the night he had sex with Suyu was almost like this. Suyu took off her clothes and asked him, "Do you like me?" Took off her clothes and asked him, "Do you like me?" Qin couldn't resist the temptation. Nanman Pei knew about his relationship with Suyu. Suyu told him that she confessed to Nanman Pei about their intimate relationship. Big sister man, are you trying to beat me? Qin thought. Then how should I answer? If I muddle through, big sister man will definitely be dissatisfied. Answer truthfully? God, I may not live past tonight. Nanman Pei, Qin Bao, is Qin next to you? Qin Bao, yes, he's looking at his phone. Since his sister said so, he couldn't pretend not to see it. Qin took a deep breath and typed, I will use 19 minutes to shower, 55 seconds to flirt, and the last 5 seconds to let her know what a man is, humph. Suyu, Qin Bao, Wang Zijin, Nanman Pei, this, humph, is very naughty. The group fell silent and Nanman Pei lurked. Qin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that big sister man was satisfied with this answer. In fact, he had already confessed. Because he had some connections in Shanghai, under Qin operation, Royal Entertainment and Su Jiao's lawsuit quickly passed the first trial, which was already 2 weeks later. This was not the result that Dynasty Entertainment wanted. Their original plan was to complete the first trial within 3 months for the simple process and 6 months for the normal process. The second trial would be decided within 3 months. Adding up the first and second trials, it would take at least a year and a half. making Su Jiao go into hiding for half a year in disguise. But within 3 months. 2 weeks was also within 3 months. After sending people to find out, they found out that it was Tianfang's doing. The verdict of the first trial. Su Jiao compensated Royal Entertainment with 3 million. The lawsuit entered the second trial phase, and it was already mid-August by the time Su Jiao's case was settled. Tianfang Entertainment didn't stop there. Soon, news of Chen Shishir and Yi Lu joining Tianfang Entertainment was released. Once again, it caused a huge sensation on the internet. To Tianfang Entertainment, all they had to do was fight a few more lawsuits and lose a few million yuan. But to the onlookers, Tianfang Entertainment's continuous absorption of big shots and crazy expansion was simply insane. Everyone had a premonition that a huge capital of the entertainment industry was about to rise. Qin Zhe's mission progress had reached a bottleneck. Other than the number of artists, there was another requirement: 30 billion yuan in funds. Tianfang Entertainment could still take out 30 billion yuan, but their cash flow wasn't that terrifying. Various investments such as albums and movies hadn't been paid back yet. What should they do? Borrow from Purple Crystal and Bao Zhe and inject funds into Tianfang Entertainment. I need a month really. I'll return the money after a month, Qin Zhe swore solemnly. After a month the money will be cold. No, Su Yu replied. After a month, do you believe that Purple Crystal would have already gone bankrupt? Wang Zijin replied. The two women had the same firm attitude on this matter. No money, no life. Money? No scram. Even though Qin Zhe kept saying that he would return the money, as long as Tianfang Entertainment wasn't at the end of its rope, the two of them weren't willing to lend money. Because Qin Zhe's reason wasn't convincing. Why did Tianfang need so much money for no reason? Did they want to expand again? Not only did they want to expand, they even King used their money to expand. Could it be that Tianfang Entertainment was their biological son, while Bao Zhe and Purple Crystal were free gifts? At night, while his sister was bathing, Qin Zhe slipped into Wang Zijin's room. He gave her a flattering smile first. Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin was sitting at the head of the bed reading a book. Under the light of the table lamp, her face was crystal clear. Wang Zijin ignored him. Qin Zhe slipped on the bed and chuckled. Wang Zijin still ignored him. Qin Zhe teased her with all his might, moving his hands up and down. Wang Zijin said angrily, "You want money again?" Qin Zhe said, 8,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers are always love. Can you just give me 1 billion yuan? Wang Zijin said, no scram. With that, she crawled under the covers and showed him the back of her head. Qin Zhe harumphed and said, hey, I'll try peaceful means before resorting to force. Since you're so disobedient, don't blame me for using the family law. Wang Zijin giggled. The family law of a little pervert? What kind of family law could a cowardly little pervert have? Other than that one time when he confessed to her and when they were intimate in bed, Wang Zijin had always considered herself as the big sister. She felt that Qin Zhe would definitely be a henpecked husband in the future. In a woman's eyes, a capable man who was also henpecked husband could be said to be perfect. Wang Zijin held the initiative from beginning to end. Even in bed she actually held the initiative. If she wasn't prepared, Qin Zhe wouldn't be able to get through. Qin Zhe chuckled and said, you've seen my family law. I often use it on Qin Bao. Wang Zijin was taken aback. What family law? Slap. A heavy slap landed on Wang Zijin's little butt. She screamed, covered her butt, and looked at Qin Zhe in disbelief. You hit me? He hit me? Such a beautiful and cute girlfriend. How could he do that? Wang Zijin said angrily, even if you kneel on the keyboard, I won't forgive you. Qin Zhe smiled and waved his hand. Slap, slap, slap. Slap, slap, slap. Accompanied by the loud slaps and Wang Zijin's screams, the bedroom was filled with a happy atmosphere. Wang Zijin resisted at first, just like Qin Bao's fierce resistance, but the two best friends couldn't escape the fate of being beaten. I'll give it to you, I'll give it all to you. Wang Zijin pleaded. Qin Zhe stopped. Wang Zijin kicked him under the quilt and said angrily, get out, you don't love me at all. Qin Zhe said with a straight face, you're sensible. I'll go out first. Go to sleep. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer he would soften again. Wahahaha. I finally toughened up in front of Sister Ziwei. Women don't take a beating for a day, the ancients didn't lie to me. Political power comes from the barrel of a gun, the chairman really didn't lie to me. Qin Zhe spent a little effort to coax and pester. In the end there was no problem. Su Yu had always been in charge. Wang Zijin may be arrogant for a while, but Qin Zhe was confident that he could get money from Sister Ziwei. But occasionally think about it, I'm going to be the man of Hei's king. It's not a good thing to keep being soft. It turns out that I'm really the man who can be Hei's king. As soon as he stepped out of the door, his cell phone rang. Caller ID, Uncle. Uncle, why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Qinze answered. Hello, Uncle, what's the matter? Su Guang's voice sounded strange. Something happened on my side. What are you up to now? Qinze raised his voice. Did this guy gamble with the hundreds of thousands and get into debt again? This? Su Guang hesitated for a long time as if it was hard to say. I was caught by the police when I was helping a poor woman improve her financial situation. There was a few sneers on the other side of the phone. Qinze, damn it, this is the first time I've heard someone talk about prostitution in such a fresh and refined way. Qinze's liver hurt badly. Qinze suppressed his anger. Are you asking me to bail you out? Which police station are you at? Su Guang said, you can't do this, you have to ask your aunt. I don't have the face to call her. The other side lowered his voice. Ace, help me think of a way. If your aunt knows about this, she'll definitely divorce me. Can you bear to see your uncle's wife and children separated? Qinze said angrily, you deserve it, it's all your own damn fault. Su Guang defended himself. I have a reason, it's because I helped you look after the factory. Some time ago, I found one in Shishan and inspected it a few times. The equipment is quite new. As for the other party, they're planning to finance it and don't want to sell it. I've had a lot of social engagements in the meantime, and I just wanted to take them out to have some fun tonight. Who knew I'd fall for it? I rarely did this kind of thing before, if not for you. Qinze was speechless for a long time. Yes, you did it for me. Thank you for your hard work. I can't thank you enough. Su Guang said, come quickly, I'm still locked in a small dark room and the police aren't around now. I'll make it short, quickly ask your aunt to come and redeem me. I'm afraid the police station will inform your aunt later. Damn it. After Qinze got the address of the police station, he silently hung up the phone. Fine, it's because of my factory, I can't just ignore it. But my aunt is a prideful and stubborn person. She's worked hard for the family all these years and feels that her husband owes her a lot, so she's naturally resentful. If she knows that my uncle is sponsoring a poor girl in the middle of the night, she'll explode. Qinze thought for a while, then went into the toilet, closed the door and dialed his aunt's number. Hello, Ace? His aunt's voice was calm, without any anger or irritation. Qinze exhaled slowly. Fortunately, the police station hasn't informed his aunt yet. There's still a chance to develop. Qinze activated his acting skills and said, Aunt, bad news, something happened to my uncle. His aunt almost peed when she heard her nephew's panicked tone. She asked anxiously, what's wrong, what happened? Chapter 530. Auntie knew what kind of person her husband was. Her heart sank. What happened? Why did Ace call her? Didn't Su Guang say that he was helping Ace with his business? What happened? Could it be a car accident? Auntie saw that Qinze did not say anything and asked, what happened? Just tell me. Qinze said, Uncle drank some alcohol because of a business dinner and was arrested for drunk driving. He is currently at the police station. Not only will he face a fine, but his license will also be suspended. He might even be detained. Auntie panicked and said, how did this happen? Why did he drink? He is more reliable than this person. Qinze comforted her. It's fine. I have connections at the police station and have already communicated with them. They plan to classify Uncle as a prostitute and fine him. There is no need to detain him or suspend his license. Later, the police station will call to inform you to go over to pay the money and collect the person. You just go over there with a peace of mind. When you get there, don't ask anything and don't say anything. Just admit that Uncle is a prostitute. Auntie asked, will it work? Qinze assured her. It will be fine. There is no car accident and no one is hit. It's not a big deal. Auntie calmed herself down. Okay, Auntie understands. Thank you, Ace. Qinze said, it's fine. It's what I should do. Sai, this is all I can do. After hanging up, Auntie waited for about half an hour before she finally received a call. A woman's voice said, hello, is this Madam Li? Auntie replied, yes, it's me. Is Su Guang your husband? Yes. He was arrested for prostitution. The address is XXX police station. Come over to pay the money and collect him. Okay. Auntie hung up and heaved a sigh of relief. Ace did not lie to me after all. Auntie took her bank card and told her mother, Mom, I have to go out to do something. Grandma was sitting in the living room with Su Yu and her brother on her left and right. They were watching TV with her. Grandma, what's the matter? It's so late. Auntie thought for a moment and said truthfully, Mom, don't worry. Ace has already made arrangements. I'll go over and pay the money and I'll be able to get him back. Grandma stood up shakily and said, Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Okay. His aunt responded and hurried out of the house. Grandma slapped her thigh, exasperated at her son's failure to live up to her expectations. There's not a single moment of peace throughout the year. What a sin. How could I have given birth to such a wilted child? Suyu comforted her. Grandma, with cousin's help, it'll be fine. The younger brother added, When I grow up, I want to show off like my cousin. Suyu's face darkened and she reprimanded her younger brother. Where did you get those words from? Don't use them carelessly. The younger brother wasn't convinced. I didn't use it carelessly. Cousin is a pervert. His aunt hailed a taxi at the entrance of the neighborhood and went straight to the police station. The taxi driver was a chatterbox and talked non-stop. You don't sound like you're from Shanghai, the driver said. I'm from Suzhou, his aunt answered absent-mindedly. After about 10 minutes, his aunt looked at the time and said lightly, Sir, were you a racer in the past? The driver was stunned. No, I've been driving for more than 10 years, but my skills are no worse than a racer's. His aunt said unhappily, You're not a racer. I thought your habit of going in circles was a side effect of driving a racer. The driver was speechless. The chatterbox driver didn't say anything else along the way. When they finally arrived at the police station, his aunt told the police officer on duty the purpose of her visit. Oh, you're here. The officer on duty was a female police officer. She said lightly, I'll bring you in to sign the fine. After you pay the fine, you can get your husband back. Then she added, Do you know what your husband did? Auntie insisted, whoring, river crab, prostitutes. The female police officer was stunned by her straightforward tone. After his aunt signed the document and paid the fine, she saw her husband being brought out of the small dark house by the police officers not long after. The male police officer who brought him over said, This is your husband's first time being arrested, so after paying the fine it's fine. If there's a next time he'll be detained for 10 days. You husband and wife go back and talk to each other. Don't let this happen again. The surrounding police officers looked over with interest. Prostitution was the best way to watch the show. Every time they caught such a person after notifying their family members, they would definitely make a scene. The fiercer ones would even hit their husbands directly. Every time they encountered such things, the police officers would gloat and say, If you want to make a scene, do it outside. This is the police station. Su Guang became listless. After all, it was a very embarrassing thing to be caught for prostitution. His aunt glared at him. Why are you so careless? Be more careful next time. The police officer was speechless. In an instant, the way he looked at his aunt changed. How could there be such a broad-minded woman in the world? The female police officer reminded her, Your husband is a prostitute. His aunt said, Yes, 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 I know. Thank you for educating him. I'll be more careful next time. The police officers looked at each other. What the F***ck? The couple left the police station and stood by the roadside to hail a taxi. Su Guang stood silently at the side, ready to welcome the storm. After waiting for a long time, it was unexpectedly calm. Su Guang said weakly, Xiaoru? His aunt said, What's wrong with you? You drank and drove. You don't have any confidence at all. Where's the car? It's with the traffic police. Also, where did you get the car from? Drinking car traffic police, Su Guang probed. Ace told you? His aunt said angrily, Nonsense. If you didn't have connections and changed your drunk driving to prostitution, you can forget about driving this year and would have to stay in jail for 10 days to half a month. Damn, my nephew is indeed not an ordinary person. He's as smart as me. Su Guang heaved a sigh of relief. It's all because of him. I have to entertain clients. How can I not drink? If I don't drink, I won't drink and drive. If he doesn't help me, he's an ingrate. Su Guang was frantically cheering for Qin Zhe in his heart. Right, the factory executive that he entertained was still in the police station, waiting for his family to come and pick him up. Su Guang mourned for him in his heart. It was business entertainment. Drinking, eating, and playing with women was an ironclad culture in the business world. Otherwise, why would the big boss's secretaries be so beautiful? Although Su Guang had been doing nothing for more than 10 years, he was very experienced and had strong interpersonal skills. His aunt asked, Where's the car? Su Guang said, Ace gave me the car. He'll take care of it himself. Let's not worry about it. His aunt said, You're not young anymore. This time, Ace has something for you to do. You should do it honestly. It's better to follow him than to fool around outside. Maybe in a few years you'll be able to save up a generous dowry for Yeya. You'll also be able to save enough money for your son's wife. Su Guang replied listlessly. Follow his nephew well. Hearing that hurt his self-esteem. Right, give him a call and let him know that you're safe. His aunt remembered this. At home. Okay, I got it. Uncle, be careful in the future. Qin Zhe hung up the phone. What's wrong with him now? Qin Baobao sat on the bed with her legs crossed. She had just taken a shower. She used a towel to dry her hair. The best way to protect her hair was, first, don't dye it or perm it. Second, don't use a hairdryer. Having beautiful hair was a very important thing for female celebrities. After becoming a celebrity, Qin Baobao rarely used a hairdryer. Nothing. Uncle got caught for drunk driving. But it's settled now, Qin Zhe said. He definitely couldn't tell the truth. My uncle was caught with a prostitute, and I managed to fool my aunt with a phone call. I can brag about this to my friends. But he couldn't brag to his girlfriend or sister. His image would collapse at any moment. You can't do anything right, Qin Baobao muttered. Whenever her uncle made a small mistake, she would feel extremely disgusted. Women and men were really different. They were emotional. If they liked someone, they would give up everything. If they hated someone, they would hate them regardless of the occasion. Hey, let's continue. Qin Baobao ran her fingers through her hair. What are you going to do with the money after you get it? Shoot a new movie? No. The money will stay in Tianfang for a month. I'll return it to them later, Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao was stunned. Then what do you want the money for? Qin Zhe, I'm not telling you. Qin Baobao was speechless for a long time. She thought that this brother of hers would have some kind of grand feat. Was it just money transfer for fun? Just then Qin Zhe's phone rang. The caller was Yu. Suyu? Qin Zhe picked up. Hello, cousin. Are you asleep? Suyu's soft voice sounded. Yes, Su. I'm going to sleep with your cousin, Qin Zhe said. Suyu, Qin Zhe, what's the matter? Suyu said softly, I want to find a job during the summer break. Can you arrange it for me? Qin Zhe, no problem. Suyu immediately said, then I want to go to Tianfang Entertainment. I can even run errands. If there's a show, I'd like to play a small role. Qin Zhe, you want to be a celebrity? Suyu, no, I think I'm too introverted. I don't like to communicate with others and my interpersonal skills are bad. I want to train myself. Suyu was indeed introverted. She was quiet and didn't like to talk much. Perhaps it was because of the environment she grew up in that she had low self-esteem and wasn't good at socializing. Smooth and slick people might not succeed, but those who succeeded were basically smooth and slick. Qin Zhe felt that it was good that his cousin had such awareness. No problem, but you can't say that you're my cousin. I won't take care of you too much. Otherwise it won't be meaningful, Qin Zhe said. So you thought so too. Okay, thank you, cousin. Report to Tianfang Entertainment tomorrow. I'll arrange it for you. They ended the call. It was 10:30 p.m. Wang Zijin, who woke up at 5 a.m. every day for her morning jog, was already asleep. His sister was a little later and was yawning sleepily. Qin Zhe hesitated for a moment before asking, do you want to sleep over here or in your own room? Qin Baobao quietly snuggled under the blanket. Since you're begging me to sleep over here, I'll reluctantly agree. Qin Zhe, then I'll have to thank you very much. Lights out. Sleep. My family has a daughter who has just grown up. Everyone knows her when she's 26. When the waiter helps her up, she feels weak. She doesn't regret it. Her kidney is haggard because of him. Chapter 531. Mom, I'm leaving. Suyu was wearing a pair of running shoes, a woman's backpack, a white shirt, a woman's suit and black shorts. Her outfit was not more than 500 yuan, but it was her latest and most expensive outfit. Wait a minute, her aunt ran out of the kitchen and helped her flip out her collar and flatten it. Then she pulled down her shorts. You're just missing a pair of high heels. Your cousin owns a big company. Won't it be a little tight? She meant that it was not a good match. I can't wear high heels. No one knows about my relationship with my cousin. Suyu grinned, showing her two small canine teeth. I'm leaving. Normal high school girls had already started to use cosmetics and high heels, but Suyu did not have the qualifications, nor did she have the capital to compete with her. The 80 square meter house was not small, but it was too cramped for a family of 5. She was 18 years old this year, but she still did not have her own room. She slept in the same room as her grandmother but on different beds. She had never worn high heels, and the only cosmetics she used were Debeo Sod honey. She bought at most 2 sets of clothes a year. Other than food expenses, her daily allowance was 10 yuan. What could she buy with 10 yuan in Shanghai? Her grandmother was most afraid of getting sick. Shanghai residents had better health care than residents in other areas, but it was not like they did not have to spend money. If she got sick, she would still go bankrupt. If she had to go back to before liberation, she would still go back to before liberation. There was no room for discussion. During the new year, her cousin gave her a bank card. Suyu secretly went to the bank to check the balance. It was 500,000 yuan. The little girl was scared out of her wits. She did not even touch 500 yuan that many times. After that, she secretly called her cousin to return the money, but she was scolded. She did not dare to tell her parents. The bank card was still in her hand and she had not touched a single cent. She did not know how to spend the money. Her family was not short of money now. Her aunt gave her mother a few thousand yuan every few days, saying it was for her grandmother's nutrition expenses. Her mother did not want it at first, but her grandmother said, "When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will follow him." She used to complain that her father was a burden to her aunt, but that was because her aunt's family was not rich and could not afford such torment. Her mother heard this and did not say anything. Suyu faced the morning sun and stepped out of the neighborhood. She was like a thriving sapling, full of vitality and thriving. Life would get better and better and she would work hard to get into a university. There was no hope for Fudan University, but there was still some hope if the University of Finance and Economics worked hard. Those who were more attentive could find an interesting pattern. When we were in primary and middle school, there were more female straight-A students than male straight-A students. Moreover, the female straight-A students were all beautiful and were the targets of the male students in the class. However, in high school and university, the number of male straight-A students would surpass the number of female straight-A students. At this time, it would be difficult for female straight-A students to find a delicate and beautiful flower. To sum it up, beautiful women don't have good grades. Suyu was a little cabbage that countless people coveted. She couldn't be described as a little cabbage anymore. She didn't even have a boyfriend. How could she be considered a natural beauty? He didn't have the right to call himself a cabbage. She was very beautiful, but her brain was indeed very ordinary. In Qin Zhe's life, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin were not considered top students. At most, they were considered top students. After all, there were many female students in Fudan University and Peking University. The two of them were not outstanding among them, so they were not considered good-looking. The only one who can really be called a top student is probably Suyu. After taking the subway, it took 40 minutes to arrive at Tianfang Entertainment. For the first time in her life, she stepped into an office building in the CBD area. Suyu stood in front of the door and hesitated for a long time. Even if there was no access control in the office building, anyone could enter and leave at will. But for a high school student, it was a different world. She looked at it with fear. White-collar and gold-collar workers in formal suits were the elite class that she yearned for but also felt inferior to. Suyu took a deep breath, tightened her shoulder bag and resolutely stepped into the lobby. According to the address given by her cousin, she took the elevator and soon arrived at the floor where Tianfang Entertainment was located. Then Suyu made a phone call. A few minutes later, a middle-aged woman dressed fashionably came out, stuck her head out and stared at Suyu for a moment. "Are you Suyu?" "Yes." Suyu responded crisply. "Come in," the middle-aged woman said. Suyu was led to a small conference room, and the middle-aged woman handed her a resume to fill in. The little chick who just entered the society was ignorant step by step. The fashionable and coquettish woman didn't know that the little chick in front of her would be the cousin of the big boss. Probably only the ordinary-looking assistant knew about this matter, because Qin Zhe had given her the task of handling it. After writing the resume, there was actually nothing to write. What kind of resume did a high school student have? It was nothing more than the date of birth, the talent she was good at, and the name of the school she attended. For the time being, you can run errands in the backup artist team. You can listen to the teachers when they are in class. What you can learn is up to you. After all, you are just a summer worker. The middle-aged woman said, "But you look good. Remember to seize the opportunity when you encounter it. Maybe you will be rich." There was no lack of girls in the entertainment industry who were discovered when they were students and became famous. Suyu entered the company with such an identity. "Can I be in a movie?" Suyu asked. "Our company will indeed be shooting a new drama in a while. The specific time is not set. I also heard it from the leader. If you can be chosen, it is not impossible to choose a small supporting role." The middle-aged woman painted a picture of her. "Then can I act with Qin Zhe?" Suyu was full of hope and her eyes were shining. Dream on, the middle-aged woman warned. In the company you have to call him Chairman Qin. Is the name of the big boss something you can call directly? Since you are out of school, it doesn't matter if you are real or fake. Put it all away. It is never wrong to have more wisdom in life. Okay, go upstairs and report. At the end of August, Tianfang Entertainment's crazy poaching incident came to an end. Qian Shishir and Yi Lu officially entered Tianfang Entertainment. Qin Zhe fulfilled his promise. Other than Qian Shishir, Huang Yuding and Yi Lu both had their own teams and studios under Tianfang Entertainment. If they were to use studios to classify artists, the head of Tianfang Entertainment would be Qin Baobao, and the three tiger generals under him would be Li Wei, Huang Yuding, and Yi Lu. The three of them all had their own studios. The next level was the ordinary second tier to third tier, and the number decreased by each level. The backup artists were probably the low-level minions that charged into the front lines. Suyu had been among the low-level minions for half a month. Perhaps because there was no direct conflict of interest, she was pretty, delicate, and obedient. The backup artists all treated her quite well. They also didn't expect that the little girl who usually ordered them to serve tea would be the cousin of the big boss of the company. Today, Chairman Qin brought the big shot Yi Lu over to train the backup artists. Yi Lu talked about some of her thoughts and experiences in acting, as well as some of the troublesome things she would encounter on the set. She also told the female artists how to reject the unspoken rules that were hard to talk about. The entertainment industry was deep, but it didn't mean that the female artists who rejected the unspoken rules wouldn't have a bright future. People with ability, acting skills, and social skills could avoid the unspoken rules. At most, they would climb slower and miss some good opportunities. People with background and status could also avoid the unspoken rules. After class, Qin Zhe and Yi Lu left side by side talking and laughing. How about I tell you a joke? Qin Zhe said. Qin Zhe had been close to Yi Lu recently. She was a woman with a high EQ, so they had a good time together. Qin Baobao once chewed on a potato chip sourly and said, Ayaya, Ace is indeed infatuated with his sister. He can't get his sister, so he wants to seduce her. Qin Zhe chose to die when it came to his sister's shameless words. Okay. Yi Lu nodded with interest. She was about 1.7 meters tall and was considered tall among girls. A tall woman with a pair of long legs was very invincible. She was a female artist with a decent reputation and image. She had debuted for many years without any negative rumors. This was one of the reasons why Qin Zhe liked her. He didn't want a female artist who was too flirtatious. She would bring bad influence to the company. Even though the entertainment industry was full of evil, Tianfang Entertainment wasn't absolutely clean either. Qin Zhe said, Tang Sanzang and his disciples passed by a village. Seeing the villagers' worried faces, they went up to ask. The village chief cried and complained, a demon came to the village. He's very licentious. The women in the village were all ravaged and harmed. They can't walk on the ground. Tang Sanzang turned pale with fright and asked, What demon is he? Qin Zhe said, Why don't you guess? Yi Lu tilted her head slightly and her beautiful eyes turned. She had an answer. Zhubeiji. Qin Zhe shook his head. Oh. Yi Lu frowned. What demon? Qin Zhe chuckled. Essential bomb. Yi Lu was stunned. Then she held her stomach and laughed. Qin Zhe also laughed, and the air around them was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. 1,000 cups are too few to drink with a bosom friend. Congratulations. I'm very comforted. Through the open door, the backup artists in the room looked at Yi Lu and Qin Zhe's back view as they chatted cheerfully. A charming girl said, A fresh flower on a pile of cow dung. Suyu was standing beside her. When she heard that, she was unhappy. How is Xiao Qin not worthy of her? He's young, rich, talented, and charming. She hated it when people talked bad about her cousin. The charming girl said faintly, I know. Otherwise, why would I say fresh flower stuck on cow dung? Can a woman do the verb insert? Suyu was speechless. She didn't understand but thought it was awesome. Chapter 532. As soon as he returned to his office, he received Suyu's message. After hearing those words, Qin Zhe threw his head back and laughed. Thinking back, even if it was half a year ago when he was famous, if he was with a beauty like Yi Lu, he wouldn't be able to escape being called a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Half a year ago when he was with his sister, all the passers-by would say the same thing. A good cabbage was taken by a pig. In 1 year, Salted Fish Lake evolved, Hei's king. When he was with Yi Lu and his sister, the words of others became, Qin Baobao was lucky to have such a brother. Yi Lu was so lucky to hook up with Qin Zhe. This was the difference between Hei's king and Salted Fish Lake. Salted Fish Lake was listless while Heiai's king was not only a dragon among men, but also a dragon among men. For men, the latter gave them more pride than the former. During this time, Qinzhe was very satisfied. The mission was completed and there were piles of points in his account. He was satisfied just by looking at them. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would pull out the point store and take a look. He looked at it again and again like a miser. He was scared of being poor. He was happier than when he earned a few hundred million. With points, Tianfang Entertainment could develop further. For example, the TV series industry that the company had never entered before. The popularity of the TV series industry had decreased in recent years. In an era where everything was fast, movies were obviously more popular than TV series. Or else, how could fast shooters be so popular? But TV series had its advantages. They could make an artist famous more than movies. Also, TV series would always be more profitable than movies. If Tianfang wanted to develop actively and healthily, it was impossible for them not to touch the TV series industry. Qinzhe had already announced a long time ago that Tianfang Entertainment was about to start producing their first TV series. This would be one of Tianfang's most important moves in the second half of the year. It was because of this that the middle-aged woman said those words to Su Yu on the day she joined the company. Countless artists were waiting for this opportunity, dreaming of becoming famous in one TV series and becoming the next Feng Rue. As for what kind of TV series he wanted to film, Qinzhe hadn't decided yet. To be precise, he hadn't had time to find a TV series he liked in the point store. Because they promised to let Yi Lu be the female lead this year, there was a limit to the drama they could choose. If it was a drama with the male lead as the first person, the female lead's presence and highlight would be greatly reduced. This was the battle between the male and female lead. If you don't believe me, why don't you flip through the male lead's TV series? Qinzhe was more inclined to shoot a TV series with the female lead as the first person. Moreover, it had been proven countless times in the market that female TV series were more popular than male TV series, and they also saved more money. Sis, are you going to shoot a TV series? Qinzhe asked. He was looking forward to seeing his sister's ancient dress fluttering in the wind. Qin Baobao looked up at him. The female lead? Qinzhe, no. The female lead is Yi Lu. I promised her. Qin Baobao, no, get lost. Qinzhe, don't be like that. You can be the second female lead or something. Qin Baobao, no, get lost. Qinzhe, why? Qin Baobao, shooting a TV series takes at least a month and at most 3 months. There's even half a year for crazy ones. I won't be home for half a year. Don't give birth to a wolf cub with a wolf in the house. Qinzhe, it's up to you whether you want to shoot it or not. He ignored his sister and opened the point store as if no one else was around. He searched for TV series and summoned the system to set up a rating function. Qinzhe wanted to find good TV series that didn't cost too much, didn't look old and had high ratings. The TV series could also be watched for free in the point store, just like listening to a song. However, Qinzhe clearly didn't have that much time to watch TV series. He only watched a few TV series in a year in this world. It wasn't like he was Wang Zijin. Other than eating, drinking and going to work, all he did was read and watch TV series. Hey, this TV series is not bad. Soon, Qinzhe found a period TV series with high ratings. The title of this TV series was very naughty. It was so naughty that even Qinzhe, who had won the second prize for his essay in junior high school, couldn't recognize this word. System, I don't read much. Can you mark it in pinyin? How do I pronounce this word? The system's voice sounded in his mind. Huan, drink 5 bowls of huang. Yes. Qinzhe suddenly realized, so it's Huang Zhuan. Huang Zhuan. I've decided on you. Qinzhe planned to spend half a day watching the TV series. He rarely watched TV series because they often lacked logic and because they were too long. They were not as condensed and simple as movies. Therefore, it was easy to get tired of watching TV series and the acting skills of the actors. However, there would be 1 or 2 super exciting TV series every year. Only then would Qinzhe force himself to watch them. Except for the female series. It was very difficult to get into the female series, even if it was really good and very popular. Now he looked at the problem from a different perspective. Even if Huang Zhuan was very boring, the fact that it could get a high rating meant that the market response was good. Then it was worth Qinzhe's points to exchange for it. What he wanted was results. It didn't matter if it was a male or female series. As long as the ratings were high and it could make money, it was enough. "Oh right," Qinzhe said. "Sis, does our company have any experts in TV series?" Qin Baobao didn't even raise her head and answered directly, "No." Scram. Qinzhe. Can you speak properly? If you continue to be naughty, I'll spank you. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips. We really don't have any. Before we bought Tianfang Entertainment, it was like a worm. Don't expect to have many talents. And after we bought it, we haven't made any TV series. The two small companies we bought before did have experience in TV series, but I don't think you'll like them. The drawbacks of Tianfang Entertainment's rapid development were immediately apparent. The talents couldn't keep up. It was like suddenly becoming rich. Their wealth kept up, but their quality couldn't match their wealth for a while. Then let's borrow some people. Qin Zhe directly called the experienced driver Huang Yitsong. The call went through. Hello, CEO Huang. You've been having fun at the clubhouse recently? The words came out of his mouth completely subconsciously. Huang Yitsong had a kind of indecent charm. He didn't care that his sister was beside him, so he regretted it the moment he said it. Qin Bao Bao perked up her ears. Haha, this question is very much to my liking. As expected, Huang Yitsong became excited. Qin Zhe coughed and didn't dare to say more. There's something I need your help with, bro. I know. Masterpieces are common, but talent scouts aren't. Bro, you can be this talent scout. What the hell do you know? Please stop talking. My sister's gaze is murderous. Be serious, bro. I'm such a decent person. How can you make such a joke with me? I understand now. Huang Yitsong really understood this time. I was joking just now. Then let's talk about business. I want to shoot a TV series, but the company doesn't have any talents in this field. Can you lend me a director? Qin Zhe asked. Sure. For a TV series, the scriptwriter is also very important. Do you have one? Huang Yitsong agreed so readily because Qin Zhe had borrowed MOU from him last time. Although they were both directors, TV series directors and movie directors were different. In a movie, the director's position was the most important. But in a TV series, the scriptwriter's position was not lower than the director's. Because a TV series was long, there were relatively more small details and monologues. These were things that the scriptwriter had to figure out and fix. Movies, on the other hand, were more condensed and needed the director to coordinate. In addition, filming methods were different. If an inexperienced film director was to shoot a TV series, the results wouldn't be good. If one was more careful, they would realize that some famous directors either focused on movies or TV series for 20 years. It was rare for them to be in their element in both. I don't have one here, but I have a ready-made script. It's not enough even if you have a script. It's best if you have a professional scriptwriter on the side. Then I'll have to trouble you. Although we're brothers, don't be pretentious with me. I'll pay you every cent. Who's being pretentious with you? It'd be a waste if I don't take advantage of this rich guy. The scriptwriter and the director were settled. Qin Zhe once again felt the importance of connections. The more friends one had, the more options one would have. The wisdom of the ancients was like his own. He was glad that he didn't completely fall out with star art in the heat of the moment. Sometimes Qin Zhe was very puzzled. In some novels, the protagonists were impulsive, self-opinionated, and unforgiving. Whoever stepped on them, they would kill their entire family. How did they live for more than 1,000 chapters? Did they have a low-level system like him? I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. The phone that he had just hung up rang again. Qin Bao Bao swallowed the line of questioning. The caller was Suyu. Qin Zhe answered, "What's the matter?" Suyu's voice was a little anxious, a little panicked, a little angry and very complicated. She said, "Qin Zhe, something happened at the company.